Good morning. How is everybody this morning? I hope you guys had a good weekend. Mine could hang on. Sorry about that. I was feeling totally refreshed and awake and ready to do this, and then I just ate a big breakfast and now I want to go back to bed. Oh, good morning, Judy. Good morning, Marty. R.I.P. Dr. Henry Lee, who passed on 3/27/26. Aw, that sucks because now I can't say bad things about him anymore. The the blow poke. Yes. Why do you do this every morning right when I start? The blow poke is a fireplace tool with its combination of a long metal rod and a hollow handle designed for blowing air directly into the fire. This design allows the users to safely poke and adjust logs while providing a stream of air to help ignite or revive flames. The handle is a hollow tube through which the user can blow air. The air is directed through the rod and out the tip, increasing oxygen flow to the fire. Doesn't it get hot? Wouldn't it get hot? Like, wouldn't you burn your lips or your fingers from holding it? Or is it so long that the heat doesn't have time to transfer all the way to the end of it? You know, yes, I grew up in Florida, but two of my childhood homes had fireplaces. We never once had a blow poke or a bellows or anything like that. Like, it's not necessary. We had a fire poker. You just poke it around and the fires will reignite. And then you throw more wood or more kindling or whatever. Like, I don't know. I've never heard of a blow poke before this case in my life. I don't know why you need a blow poke. But apparently, some people need a blow poke. I don't know. Hey, Wiggles. What's up, girl? Okay, apparently Bill wants something. I gotta figure out where we left off. Oh, I shouldn't have eaten so much because now I'm full and I just want to go back to bed. Okay, we were watching Eric camping, but I don't remember what part we were on. Hey, Paul. What did you do in naughty movies, Marty? Part 2. Eric Campen Part 2, where are you? There you are. Hey, David. Hey, Carla. Okay, now that you're all here, even though StreamYard says I have 0 people watching for some reason, I need to show you guys what was waiting for me when I got home the other night. So, I went to Disney Saturday. Apparently, StreamYard is lying because it says 0 people are watching me right now. But I see all of you in the chat. So StreamYard is lying to me. Let me see what does YouTube say? YouTube says 1 person is watching me. So YouTube is lying to me too. Okay. So, I went to Disney Saturday. I got there. I got on 1 ride, got off. Got off, sat in my scooter, and it wouldn't go. It just beeped at me. So they pushed it for me to a table, and then they called somebody to bring me a rental scooter. I had just enough money to get a rental scooter. So I'm on a rental scooter all day, which I hate because they're bigger than my little scooter that I have now. So now I'm broke. I had money on my Cash App card, like $10. So when I got hungry, I bought, because there's a food. Yeah, I took the first video down because it basically was nothing really. 13 months. Wow. Thank you, Carla. Yeah, well, the first video was mostly me renting my scooter. because of the scooter problem, I was late starting the live stream, and I was just sitting there at the table waiting for them to bring me the rental scooter, and I thought, you know what, I can just, sit the gimbal on the table and start the live stream, and that's what I did. And then I'm trying to think. I think the phone overheated. I think that's what happened. And then I started over. So I deleted the first live stream. I started over, and then the phone kept overheating. So I think I kept the stream. After that, I didn't lose the stream anymore, but it kept overheating. I kept saying when I would see something I wanted to get, I'd be like, "Ooh, I like that shirt, but I can't get it because I don't have any money because I had to rent a scooter." And then I'd say, "And yes, I am going to keep harping about it all day long." So had to rent a scooter, didn't have any money for anything else. I did have enough money to eat, and I got a shrimp po' boy. It was festival food because the countries were doing like authentic food from those countries for the Flower and Garden Festival. And I got in the American pavilion, they had like food from New Orleans, and they had a big topiary of Tiana from The Princess and the Frog, which is set in New Orleans. And I got a blackened shrimp po' boy, which I have been wanting because I saw that they had those there when I went a couple weeks ago or whenever, and or last weekend, I guess. And I was so ready to eat this, big full of shrimp po' boy. That's not what I got. For $8, it was a hoagie roll cut in half, and there was like maybe 3 shrimp on it. It was mostly lettuce and tomato and remoulade sauce with like 3 little shrimp on a little for $8. It was good, and it just wasn't enough, but it did keep me from being starving until I got home. I lost 3 pounds because I had a bagel, a bacon, egg, and cheese bagel from McDonald's on the way there, and then I had the shrimp po' boy, and then when I got home, I had some cottage cheese and pineapples, and then I went to bed. So I lost 3 pounds on, um, yeah, 3 pounds Saturday. I'm like, I go over there and I eat that fancy food they have at festivals, but I end up losing weight. Travis goes, that's because you don't eat. I said, I do eat. They're just all snack size and they're expensive. So I can't eat a whole bunch. If I had money, I would absolutely gain weight when I go to Epcot. So I come home. I did not find all of them. No. Oh, and not only that, I'm an idiot. Okay, there's the Easter basket. 3 eggs I couldn't find. And I'm thinking when I go next Sunday, or not next Sunday. Not next Sunday, but the following Sunday, I can finish it. But then I get home and I read maps are valid for redemption through 4/6/2026 or while supplies last. And I have blackout dates. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Easter eggs. No, I didn't find the 3 pounds. And I hope I don't. But no, I was hunting Easter eggs. So this was another one of my disappointments. Because I couldn't find all the Easter eggs. And then I read that I'm not going to be back before the 6th because I have blackout dates. So I paid $10 to do this Easter egg hunt. And I didn't turn this in to get my prize. Because I said, oh, well, I'll be back in 2 weeks. And this is not going to be a thing anymore in 2 weeks when I go back. So this was the other thing I screwed up. I paid $10 and I don't get my prize. So it was just a day of disappointment. It wasn't horrible. It could have been worse. I'll just say that. It could have been worse. But when I got home, Travis goes, you got a package. It feels like there's something soft in it. And I looked at it and I'm like, what did I order now? Because sometimes I forget. This was in the package. Isn't it pretty? It says, this is my yarn. Do not ask me what I need it for. That is no concern of yours. That is not your concern, mortal. Thank you, Wiggles. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So Travis said, "Who sent it?" I said, "I don't know." But I narrowed it down to 3 people. So I posted it on the community page. And I was like, "Who sent this to me?" I knew it wasn't one of you. But it did make me feel much better. Much, much, much better. Because it was not an optimal day. I bought a phone cooler that works. Excuse me. It works, but it doesn't work all of the time. I mean, it works, but doesn't cool down the phone all the time. And it's only going to get hotter. So I don't know what I'm going to do. But I've been encouraged by other Disney streamers. Apparently, I'm ready to move on to the next level, and that's having like graphics and intros and outros. And I don't think I'm ready yet, but they do. So I guess I just got a new phone, and I think I screwed up because it's an Android. And from what I hear, Apples are better to stream on. You guys are still getting snow? Isn't the 6 more weeks of winter done by now? That was back in February. We're almost done with March. Should be spring now. Why is it still snowing? Yesterday, or Saturday, it was such a nice day, and people were walking around with fans. Oh, it's in the 70s today? I know, Apple is the devil. I know. But it doesn't overheat as fast as Android because I switched to the iPhone and it took it a lot longer to overheat. But the iPhone that I have is so old that the battery doesn't hold a charge for very long. Like it went from 100% to 80% in like 15 minutes. But it didn't overheat as quickly as the Android. But the reason why I switched to Android was so if I take a recording of something in the park, that I can put it on my computer much more easily to edit and stuff and then to upload to YouTube. Because in last August I took a video of one of the parades and I came home and tried to upload it and I couldn't do it. I couldn't even transfer the video to the PC to edit it. So I know this weather's crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's either too hot or too cold at the wrong time of the years, and it's just like Mother Nature's off her meds. What is happening?
Now, Mr. Campen, you were in the process yesterday of talking about some items that you had seized or processed, and I'd like to go back to that for a moment. I'd like to go back to the 9th of December of 2001, and I think earlier in your testimony you had indicated that you had worked assisting Agent Deaver in the stairwell as he was going about his processing of that scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, during that time period, in addition to assisting him, did you survey the stairwell and did you collect items out of that scene?
Yes, I did.
With respect to those generally, what did you do?
There was what appeared to be a transfer pattern on one of the steps leading up into a staircase. It had an unusual pattern there, and I photographed that particular pattern using a one-to-one camera. It's a Polaroid camera, but it has a one-to-one lens attachment. It's basically a box that has mirrors in it. And you place that camera over the, or that attachment over the item that you're getting ready to photograph, slides your Polaroid camera into that holder, and you take a photograph, and it takes it one-to-one, basically its original size.
Got a man approach witness, please.
Yes.
Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P233A, and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It is a photograph, Polaroid photograph of the blood pattern that I observed on one of the steps just inside the staircase.
All right. And you had indicated that you took that, but why specifically did you take it?
I'd say it was a unique pattern. Could not consider it or determine its origin, but it had a unique design, and I felt it was essential.
Go ahead, answer the question.
And I felt like it was essential that we photograph it.
Okay. Now, this has already been moved into evidence, and I'd like to have you step down with the jury in just a second, but I want you to also look at what's marked as State's Exhibit P233 and ask whether you can identify this photograph.
Yes, I can.
What is that?
It is a photograph of the stairwell in the lower section of the staircase, just inside the stairwell where the unique pattern is located.
Okay. And with respect to the relation of what's marked as State's Exhibit P233A and P233, what is that relation?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question.
P233A is a photograph of this pattern that's also shown here in what's marked as State's Exhibit P233.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, with your permission, could the witness come down and show the jury what he's describing?
Yes. Okay, well, State's Exhibit P233 is 8x10 photograph. With my left index finger, I'm pointing to an area where the pattern is located. Is that the tip of my finger there? Again, the pattern that I'm looking at is at the tip of my left finger. And State's Exhibit P233A is a one-to-one photograph.
And when you say one-to-one, exactly what does that mean?
It is the actual size of that item. Like if I take a picture of your driver's license with this particular camera, it will give it the identical size as if you're holding your driver's license in your hand. It's just an exact duplication of that item.
Does that allow you to measure with a ruler then?
Yes.
The item that's shown in the photograph, whatever that might be?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And this is the actual item itself.
And before you sit down, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 12A and the contents of 12A, and ask whether you can identify these, please.
Yes, I can.
That'll be 12A and what is marked for the record as State's Exhibit 12. How can you identify those items?
The actual package here, the outer package, does not have my handwriting on it, but this plastic container here does. The black magic marker or permanent marker has the date, time of 1832 hours, and which step it was located, step 15, the item in blood.
Did you actually process that at that scene?
I collected it.
All right. Did you give that to Mr. George?
Yes, I did.
Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 12A and 12.
So,
Now, if you would please describe to the jury what you took out of the blood and why you did that.
okay, I need to go back to P233A. There's a little circle just below my right index finger that this small item I'm getting ready to show you was pulled from.
And why did you do that?
I knew there was something there, and in order to, the top of it was covered in blood, but it was a bump there. So I lifted it up with the tip of my finger and found out that on the opposite side of it, it was silver in color. And I could not determine what it was, so we collected it to be analyzed.
If you would please open what's marked as State's Exhibit 12 and pocket knife.
You have to be so careful when you're in the medical field because you're under a magnifying glass. I cannot believe that nurse did that. That is blowing my mind. How stupid can you be? Live streaming a med pass. That is ridiculous. You're saying their names and their birth dates. That someone could watch that live stream, get their name and their birth date, and try to hack in, like, steal their identity. And, like, I mean, that is just so wrong on so many levels. So wrong. Yeah. 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 There was back when I was a nurse, there was the big deal going around then. I mean, now of course it's different. Live streaming, like different eras of nursing have, new challenges, I guess. And the thing back when I was a nurse in the Stone Age, um the big deal then was using abbreviations because people would make up their own abbreviation to put it in the chart, and it would get confusing because then if it went to court, then you needed to call that person. Well, you probably would anyway, but and get them to explain what their abbreviations were. So there used to be this it came out an approved abbreviation list, and then if it wasn't on the list, then you had to go back and edit your note or fix it or whatever. And that came about, one of the reasons it came about was there was a wrongful death suit that was filed against a nursing home and a doctor. And the doctor had been in to see the patient, and everything he did was correct. It was 100% ethical. The nursing home didn't do anything wrong. Everything was by the book. However, they lost the wrongful death case because of an abbreviation that the doctor put in the chart. He put in the chart PBBB. So when the doctor took the stand, he was asked what does PBBB mean? And the doctor said, pine box by bedside, meaning coffin, meaning he was on death's door. So that doctor was being a smart aleck. He didn't do anything wrong. He'd done everything he could do for the guy. He was, I don't know how old he was, but it was a nursing home. He was probably just dying of natural causes, and the doctor had done all he could do for the man. But because he put that unapproved abbreviation for pine box by bedside in the chart, the family of that man won the wrongful death suit against the nursing home. So you have to be very, very careful when you're in a medical setting what you do or say. I've gotten in trouble for making inappropriate jokes. I've gotten written up for making inappropriate jokes. And I'm like, who heard me? You gotta be careful who's around and who's there when you say stuff. Yeah, she absolutely. I don't know if she should lose her. Yeah, she should lose her license. I was gonna say I don't know if she should, but yeah. I mean, if she learned her lesson, she could get a job someplace else and be maybe supervised closely so she doesn't do it again, but she knew better. I guarantee you. There are signs up everywhere. No recording allowed. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. If any of those patients know that she did that, absolutely they could. Well, yeah, because the two-party state or one-party state thing that only applies to audio, right? Or does it apply to video as well? I don't know. But yeah, that's their rights were violated. Those patients' rights were violated because their HIPAA rights were violated. Because how many people watch that live stream and know that so and so is at that health facility getting medicated with these medicines, They're still up? Why are they still up? They need to come down. Oh, that's awful. That's atrocious. Those poor people. That makes me mad.
Because that what was, the fleck was contained in what's marked as State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, there was a fleck or a small round piece of either metal or wood. I'm not sure what it was. It was silver in color that was placed in this container, and it was sent to the state lab for analysis. And it is not, as you can see, it is not in this container. So with it sealed up, I have no idea where it is.
Okay.
But I know it was collected.
Okay, and submitted from
Yes.
the small circular area of the mark here.
Yes.
All right. Index C. Now, why exactly did you decide to take that fleck out of that photograph? I mean, out of that mark in the sticker?
It was unusual. I mean, there was a little bump there in that pattern, and like I said, when I moved it with my fingernail, we flipped it over, or I flipped it over, and it had a silver appearance on the opposite side. So it was unusual. So we collected it.
Now, in addition to that process, I think you'd indicated yesterday that at some point Agent Beaver was taking a break and you and he went into the kitchen area.
Yes.
And specifically, what were you doing in the kitchen area while you were just taking a break?
We were both just looking around, and he was making observations, I assume. I mean, I was making observations, and he, like I said, when he lifted up the pot in the sink and he bent over to smell it, because I saw him do it, and he said, "You need to come over here and smell this." And that's where we, had the strong odor of some type of alcohol from the sink.
Okay.
And there were a couple of wine glasses there and a wine bottle. And he asked me if they'd been printed for prints, and I said no. So I went and, I had my kit. I processed the 2 wine glasses for fingerprints. And also we did a phenolphthalein test on the bottle, as I testified to yesterday.
All right, Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Could I have you come down and show the jurors some photographs? Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P56 and also P140. And as you come down, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Photographs of the kitchen sink. Well, not the main sink, but it appears to be like a bar sink on the counter. And this one here is a photograph of the actual pot that was sitting inside the small sink.
Will you step down and show the jury those photographs more closely and describe with your finger on the photographs what you did?
State's Exhibit P56 is a photograph of the counter showing the small sink, and the 2 wine glasses are just below my right index finger are the ones that I processed for fingerprints. And the pot that's in the sink is the one we lifted up to smell the alcohol. State's Exhibit P140 is a close-up photograph of the actual pot and strainer that's located inside the sink.
Now, with respect to what is marked as State's Exhibit D3, point out the exact location of those things you just described to the jury, please.
The small sink is located here. The pot was in this particular sink, and the 2 wine glasses were just to the right, in this photograph, just to the right of the sink.
All right, thanks. When you say you processed the wine glasses for fingerprints,
Yes.
and what else did you do with respect to the other items there?
Just the wine bottle, that black wine bottle was in the photograph. We did a phenolphthalein test on that.
And why did you do the phenolphthalein test on the wine bottle but attempt to print the wine glasses?
At the time that Agent Devers picked up the wine bottle, he asked for a filter paper. I handed him the filter paper, and inadvertently it was processed with phenolphthalein instead of prints. And once he started wiping the bottle, he realized that, because he said, "Oh my God, I made a mistake. We should have checked it for prints first." But it was an oversight. We were looking for any presence of blood.
And once you've processed for phenolphthalein, then you can't process for prints.
Oh, with him wiping the bottle like he did, it would have wiped the prints out.
All right. And may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 16. And if you'll look in and look at the contents of what's marked as State's Exhibit 16. With respect to that first item, show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 16A. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Yeah, it's one of the wine glasses that is broken. Obviously, it was not broken at the time. One of the wine glasses that was sitting on the counter.
All right. We'll just set that one aside.
I want to know what glasses Diet Coke can have, whether or not it's sober. Why?
I'll show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 16B. And ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, this was the second wine glass that was sitting on the counter near the sink.
Okay. I'll show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 16C. And ask whether you can identify that.
I describe this as a darker or dark color wine bottle that was sitting on the counter sink.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 16D and ask whether you can identify that.
There was another bottle on the counter. I mean, I didn't physically handle that one or process that one, but there was one sitting on the counter.
Okay. Now, with respect to
I don't think y'all have enough bags to rattle against the microphones up there. Why don't you add a few more?
the items that are marked as State's Exhibit 16B, and this is going to be 16A, indicate that you did go through the process of fingerprinting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Before we get to that, Your Honor, could the witness step down and show the jury this photograph as depicted? I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P138. Can you identify that?
Yes, I can.
If you will, please. And what is it?
I was photographed with the two wine glasses that were sitting on the counter,
Okay.
near the small sink.
Will you step down and
Right,
show the jury
crazy.
the photograph of those wine glasses?
State's Exhibit P138 are the two wine glasses that I observed. The one on my left is the one that appeared to be cleaner when I observed it, and the one on the right is the one that had, it looked smudged and dirty. Both of them had what you can see in there is a reddish colored liquid in the very bottom.
Now, with respect to the processing of those, describe how you go about doing that.
I use black magnetic powder. It's chemistry. I have no idea. It's not written on the bottle when you get it. But it's you can use it's the wand that I use has got a pull-out attachment, and it has the actual magnet on it. So when you push it down in its low position, and you dip it into black powder, the black powder attaches to the magnet, and you're able to use it like you would a feather duster when you clean furniture or whatever. You can do the same thing with that, and you just rub it across the surface, and if there's any prints there, moisture there, it attaches to the prints or moisture left behind.
Do you know exactly what the makeup of a fingerprint is?
Yes, sir. It's made up of water, mostly water, and there's organic and inorganic material within that. There's salts and amino acids that your body secretes. Along each of your ridges are tiny pores, microscopic pores that secrete your body fluids. So when you get out there and you're sweating, you notice your hands get wet. That's a secretion. So it's water, inorganic, organic materials. There can be foreign substances on there. The reason we use hand lotion is because your skin flakes, so you can have small particles or microscopic particles of skin tissue that flake off. All this makes up your fingerprints that you leave behind when you touch a mirror. That's the best example is when you touch a mirror in your bathroom, you leave your fingerprints behind. So that's what it is.
All right. Now, with respect to the processing of these articles that you've described, if you would please talk about exactly how you did that for each item.
Was pertaining to the wine glasses?
Yes.
Okay. On the wine glasses, it was just like explained before. You take that wand and you move it up and down the glass surface itself. And once you find any ridge detail that's left behind, you take lifting tape, which is it's like regular tape, except it's been stretched to where it turns clear. Really, it's not a foggy looking tape, but it's what we use is a real clear tape. And you just actually put it onto the print. You lift that print off. It transfers onto the tape. You pull it off, and then you put it onto a white card. With black powder, you use a white card. If you're using white powder, you'd use a black card so you can see the actual print. So,
let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 87 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can.
What is it?
These are 8 latent lift cards containing latent prints, some of which are from the wine glasses.
Okay. If you would please open what is marked as State's Exhibit 87. Your Honor, at this point we move that packaging into evidence.
So I need a knife.
I want to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 87A. Can you identify what's contained in this package?
Yes, I can.
What are those things?
These are the latent lift cards that we use on all our crime scenes when we're lifting latent prints or footprints or whatever we may be lifting using fingerprint powder.
Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 87A and its contents. Now, with regard to some of these in particular, I think you'd indicated that there were lifts. Contained here. Now I'm going to show you what is the contents of what's marked as State's Exhibit 87A, and a couple of these are marked separately as items 16B1 and 16B2. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are 2 latent lift cards containing latent prints that were collected on 12/9 of '01.
And with respect to, and who did that?
I did. I got my initials on both cards.
Okay. With respect to these items, which wine glass do they correspond to?
The wine glass that has what appears to be the heart pattern or apple pattern, which is State's Exhibit 16D or 16B. 16B.
Your Honor, with your permission, could Mr. Campen step down and show the jury the wine glass and show the corresponding latent lifts that he took? These are. At this point, we would move into evidence. What's marked as State's Exhibit 16, 16A, 16B, 16C, and 16D. It's allowed. All right, if you will step down, please, and show the jury those items.
Okay, this is the wine glass that I processed for latent prints. The dirtier wine glass is shown in the photograph.
And what's all that black stuff of?
That is black latent fingerprint powder.
Show them what is marked as State's Exhibit 16B1 and B2, please.
Okay, in 16B1 is the tag containing the partial latent fingerprint. And what I mean by partial, there's not an entire actual fingerprint there, it's just part of a fingerprint. And what I do on the back of the card is I usually draw a photograph of where the print was lifted from. Now, to be able to show you exactly on this glass which side or which little apple or heart design that I lifted it from.
Is that a picture of a table? Because it looks like the Millennium Falcon to me. There's a disc section, and there's a cockpit section right there. Oh, Lord, what is happening to me? Star Wars lives in my brain rent-free right now.
There is no way of doing that unless I actually mark the glass itself, which I don't like to, mess up any evidence or make any marks on things of that nature. So I just put an X in the general area where it was lifted, so it shows on there an approximate area where I lifted it from. This is something that I do standard. I do on every crime scene. Whether I get it from a tabletop or a television, if I get it on top of a TV or on TV screen, I'll just put an X where, I draw the TV screen, I'll put an X where the approximate area where it was lifted. And on 16B2, there are latent prints on the top portion of this glass, somewhere around the top rim area. And again, I have my drawing on the back with the two exits where the two Leighton prints came from.
While you're in front of the jury, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P234. Can you identify what's contained in that photograph?
Yes, I can.
What is depicted in that item?
It's the cabinet is located in the kitchen. This photograph is blurred. It appears that the flash didn't go off. That's why it's yellow.
What's contained in it?
Glass, the cabinets and drinking glasses, wine glasses that were located in the residence.
Did you see that when you were there?
Yes.
Now, at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 234. With respect to the wine glasses, those being what's marked as State's Exhibit 16A and 16B, are there contained in those cabinets items that look similar to you?
Yes.
If you would, point those out for the jury, please.
Just below my right index finger, there is a glass that has a similar appearance, the height, the way it's shaped. It's hard to see in this photograph. It is a little blurred.
What would have caused that blurring or yellowing?
Lower shutter speed. When the photograph was taken, a little bit of movement in the person taking the actual photograph, and if the flash didn't go off, if for some reason the batteries were charged, or if the flash was off, it would have caused that problem.
You can keep this straight. Package that back up, please. Now, you had indicated at the end of the day yesterday that you had processed a Diet Coke can that you got off the patio.
Yes, that was done on the 10th of December.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 14A and 14B, which were packaged in what is marked as State's Exhibit 87A, and ask whether you can identify these, please.
Yes, I can.
And what are those?
These are Leighton lifts that I lifted from the Coke can. They have the date of 12/10/01 and my initials on the back of each card.
Okay. Now let's package all this back up, please. Now, Mr. George described aspects of the procedure of how items are collected and secured with the Durham Police Department. And with respect to some of those, they can be submitted to various labs, in particular the SBI. Are you familiar with those procedures?
Yes, I am.
If you would please describe what your understanding of the procedures are from the point of collection to security in the police department and then transmission to a lab such as the SBI.
Okay, when I collect an item from a crime scene, the item is packaged and labeled. It's completely sealed up. Not crime scene tape, but evidence tape is taken across the back, or like box tape is put across the seal, and that seal is marked with your initials, the date, the what item number it is, and also the actual incident report number, or the IR number is what we call it. And a property card is filled out describing what that item is. And if we don't know who that item belongs to, we will usually put it either under the victim's name or or if it's a suspect's been arrested, it comes from the suspect. The suspect's name would be placed on that property card. We also fill out what they call a Code 3, which is a property report that has several 8 to 9 lines down there where you actually fill out and describe what you've collected, the color of it, a brief description. If it's got a serial number, the serial number is documented on that report. If it's drugs, the actual drug bag that we turn into the property, the drug bag number will be put on it. So all this information is logged in, and once we collect it, if it's after hours or when property room is closed, we will submit those items into an evidence locker, and the desk officer, police headquarters, has the actual logbook and has any tokens. There's special tokens that we use. A lot of coins and stuff are too large, like dimes and pennies are too large to go in the token slot. So there's special tokens that come with the lockers that we slide a token in, and once we put that evidence inside that locker, we can turn the key, or we close the door, turn the key, and pull the key out. We can get back into it personally because we still have the key in our possession, but we have to go get another token to get the key back out of the lock. But once we take the key out, we drop it into another lock box that only the property custodian has access to. So those items are secured in that property locker, and they will either get the items out the next day or during the next business day that they're there. And if the property custodian is in, they would sign off on it, at their office, as receiving those items on such and such a date at such and such a time.
Okay. Now, with respect to the submission of the State Bureau of Investigation, are you familiar with that process?
Yes, I am.
Please generally describe that based on your knowledge.
The SBI lab requires that you fill out the proper paperwork, of course, for chain of custody. It's called an SBI 5 form. This form, again, it lists what item number we're submitting. Like if we have 20 items and we only want 5 items to go to the state lab for analysis, we list out what item we're sending and what container or type of container that the item is submitted in and what is inside of that container. And furthermore, it wants you to describe what type of analysis that you want done, whether it's you want it to go to the latent evidence section for checking for fingerprints, or if you want it to go to serology for any blood examination, trace evidence for hairs, fibers, that type of thing. You can go to the firearm section or tool mark section. All of these are just different segments that make up the state lab.
Now, who makes the decision about whether to submit an item collected by an ID tech to an entity like the State Bureau of Investigation? Do you make that or somebody else make that decision?
Usually the decision is made by the lead investigator. And the reason I'm not talking to lead crime scene investigator, I'm talking about the lead investigator of the scene from criminal investigations. In this particular case, it would have been Art Holland. He makes the determination of what needs to go to the state lab for analysis. And, he can confer with us on, what we think should go or what particular analysis we're looking for. And that often happens. And a lot of times, depending on the case, or, I may fill out the SBI 5 form myself, but let the investigator know this is what evidence we have, this is what needs to go. And, if they concur with it, fine. If they want to add something to it or, delete something out of it, we make those necessary corrections.
Simply because an item is collected at a scene doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be processed further. Is that right?
That is correct. What we deal with a lot of times, when we get to a crime scene, there's a lot of information that we don't know as the actual crime scene investigator. And the reason we don't know it is we don't have access to the people or to be able to interview people that may be a potential witness, that maybe saw something happen. So later on, after the investigation, this SBI 5 form is not submitted immediately. There's other information that comes throughout the investigation. An investigation can last for months, where you've got all this evidence sitting here from the crime scene that's been submitted in, and then you find out later on that a witness saw something or they found out through an interview that maybe something was handled, and it would be helpful to send that item to the lab. So a lot of what I see, I don't have privy to all that information. That may come on later on during the investigation. There's been times where I've had to go back and scratch my head and say, oh my God, we should have collected that item because it was important. But at the time when we were observing the scene and making our observation and collecting evidence at that particular time, it didn't seem relevant. It didn't have any meaning. But like I say, later on during an interview, you find out that it was.
This point is being non-responsive to the question was asked.
You'd ask him a question, Mr.
Yes, sir. So is it your understanding then that some items get submitted to the SBI and some items might not be submitted to the SBI even though they're collected?
Yes, sir. It happens all the time.
Okay. Now, I think you had indicated that you did some other processing of the area as it related to observing either fingerprints or partial prints or things of that nature. If you would please describe to the jury where those were generally located and what you did with respect to what you observed.
I'm sorry, you have to repeat the question. I got lost on you.
I think you'd indicated that you made some additional observations about fingerprints or partial fingerprints in the area of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you please describe to the jury where they were located and what you did with respect to processing those areas that appear to be the prints or partial prints?
Okay, the areas that I'm going to be describing were located on the back side or the interior side of the west door, the one that we were going in and out of. There was blood stains there. Some of them, that particular pattern looked like it had appearance of partial fingerprints. You could see maybe 2 or 3 finger marks going down, smudge, part of a palm print that was smudged. The area around where Kathleen Peterson was lying in the actual door frame itself going into the staircase, there were fingerprint smudges there. There was some ridge detail noted, and in order to collect those, we actually did that by doing photography on them. So taking a camera and taking a photograph of those prints instead of actually trying to lift those prints.
Are you able to lift prints out of blood?
Yes, sir, you are, but I've done it on occasions, but you're only getting part of the blood. A lot of times you're leaving part of the print behind, so it's best to photograph those items.
Gentlemen, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P11 and P12 and ask whether you can identify these.
Yes, I can.
What are they?
These 2 photographs represent the west side, interior side of the door that we were using. And there's blood smears on the door.
Okay. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P43 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, I can. This is the area of the door frame leading up to, in the staircase just above the victim, Kathleen Peterson.
Your Honor, with your permission, can the witness step down and show where he located partial prints or prints as he's described it earlier in his statement?
Yes.
On State's Exhibit P11, this is a photograph of the rear of the west door. And right beside the light switch on the door, you'll actually see the blood.
If they're not going to process it anymore, then they don't really need to wear gloves for that respect. Because if you're going to fingerprint something, if you're a cop and you're going to take something from the scene and then you're going to send it to be fingerprinted, then you need to wear gloves because you don't want your fingerprints to get on that so that when they process it for prints, They're processing the cops' prints. You don't want that. So the fact that those things aren't being handled with gloves now is really not a big deal because they're not going to process them anymore. This is a trial. This is over. There's no more processing to be done. What grosses me out is when they're touching things that are bloody, even if it's dried blood, still it's gross. Like the socks, the blood-stained socks that he was touching with his bare hands. That's disgusting. Don't touch things that have been contaminated with stuff with your bare hands. That's just gross. Yeah, chances are you're not going to catch anything from dried blood. Chances are really good you're not going to catch anything from dried blood. It's just gross. I would want to wear gloves if I was going to touch dried blood or anything that could have any potential body fluid on it. In nursing school, let's see, what was that saying? If it's warm, wet, and sticky and it's not yours, don't touch it. Yeah. So you don't touch anything without gloves if it's warm, wet, and sticky. Or was. It's not anymore when it's dried, but it was.
And on State's Exhibit P12, this is a close-up view of the actual blood stain that was on the door. You'll see the white marks there, or looks like finger marks going through the blood pattern itself.
Do they reprocess for appeals? I didn't think they reprocessed for appeals. I thought for appeals it was just argument for a new trial. Do they reprocess if there's a new trial? Because if they're going to process the evidence again, then they do need to be wearing gloves. But I didn't think they processed stuff after the trial. I thought in the second trial they used the findings from the first trial, the lab findings. Trying to think, what retrials have we watched? Karen Reed's the only one I can think of. Did they go back and resubmit any of the, other than the stupid dude that recreated the SUV hitting his arm with the blue paint? Like the fingerprints and all that stuff, I don't know if they redo them or not.
Right, that's what I thought. Or
And State's Exhibit P43.
Or the judge made a bad ruling or something like that. So that wouldn't involve, well, it could involve evidence, like, the judge let this evidence in and it was prejudicial, so it shouldn't be let in. Like, I think that's the only time evidence would show up in an appeal. But then if there's a second trial, because they won the appeal and got a second trial, do they reprocess evidence? See, these are the times I wish I was a lawyer so I could know what to say to you guys. Because now I have a question I didn't have before.
It's a photograph of the molding around the stairwell, the lower portion of the staircase where the victim's located.
If you would, please, if there's partial printing or finger marks in there, go ahead and point those out while you're confirming charges.
In this particular photograph, they're not really visible. We had to get up pretty close to see a lot of these. They're not showing up in this photograph,
Just point out generally where they are.
but it's on this piece of molding here.
And did you make close-ups of those?
Yes. I'm pointing to the piece of molding where the fingerprints were located. You see this area here, the molding.
Let me go back if I may. I believe that I moved into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 87 and 87A. That would be the packaging for the latent lifts and the smaller packaging that contained all the lifts. I want to make sure the record's clear that I've moved those into evidence.
Are you doing it now?
Well, I think I've already done it. I just want to make sure the record is clear that we've done it. If not, I'd ask the court for a ruling at this time.
It's allowed.
Now, Mr. Campen, I think you'd also indicated that you were at 1810 Cedar Street on December the 10th as well. And you'd already earlier described that. And yesterday afternoon, you were talking about having been involved in the processing of the Coke can. You want to approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P 154, please. What is that? Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do. This is the balcony area just off of the kitchen where the Coke can was located.
Okay. Now, when you say the Coke can, you're talking about what's marked here as State's Exhibit 14. Which is contained in what's shown here as State's Exhibit 14A.
Yes, the one we identified yesterday.
Okay. John May, can you step down and show the jury that photograph, please?
Yes.
If you will, please step down.
State's Exhibit P 154.
Y'all, before he does that, may I move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P 154?
So,
Is the location of the Coke can. And this doorway is one that leads into the kitchen dining room area. And that's a Diet Coke can, not a Coke can.
Please take your seat. You may approach the witness.
yes. Can you hear me okay?
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Now, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P 235 and P 236 and ask whether you can identify those, please.
Yes, I can.
How can you identify those?
I took the photographs
And when did you take those?
on the 10th of December.
Do they accurately reflect what you saw on the 10th in 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, it does.
And at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P236 and P235.
Yeah.
You want to be heard?
It's heard, yes, sir.
It's over. So, may the witness step down and show the jury what's depicted in these photographs, please?
Yes.
Okay, in State's Exhibit P 235, it's a photograph of the upstairs bedroom on the south end of the residence. You see the bed located on your left-hand side. There's a material type bag located just above my left index finger where the condom was located. You can actually see the condom area or the condom itself. And in between the dresser and the bed was where the wrapper was located. Okay, the green bag just above my index finger with a little white mark there is the condom. I have a better photograph of it just in a minute. In State's Exhibit P 236 is a close-up of the green material bag with a condom on it.
While you're still up here, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit D1 and ask if you will point out for the jury which room you located the condom and the condom wrapper in if it's depicted on this diagram.
Okay, on the second level, it's in this master bedroom in this upper right-hand corner.
Now,
It even showed him in the documentary writing the book. And it is so flippin' cheesy. It's like, I can't remember exactly the wording, but it was awful. And it was all about Kathleen's last breath or something like that. It was just, ugh. But yeah, he was writing the whole time the documentary team was there in the house filming everything. He was writing a book. Who does that? Like, who writes a book about their wife's death while a documentary crew is in your house filming all the legal team and legal proceeding stuff? I mean, come on. Let me show you guys the poem. Well, let's finish him. We'll finish up with him. And then I'll show with this not him. He has more videos. But let's finish this video. I will show you the clip that has the poem he wrote.
are you aware of video being taken by someone other than Dan George.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity not only to view Mr. George's video, but the other video that was taken?
Not in its entirety, no, but I have viewed it. Some of it, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to go through the house, to search the entire house?
Yes.
Now, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Yeah. I want to know. The one
Now,
person
let me
in the world
show you a
does that.
series of photographs, those being what's marked as State's Exhibit P182, P183, P184, P185, and P187, and ask whether you can identify what's depicted in these photographs.
Yeah, why are we telling kids that violets are blue? I never thought about that before.
Yes, I can.
What are those?
These are this particular photograph is from the actual videotape itself, showing dog bed, which was in the laundry room area, just off of the dining room. Cleaning supplies, Tide, Clorox, Comet, things of that nature.
Now, which video are you talking about? You talking about Mr. George's video on the 9th, or what?
The second video that was taken.
And when was that taken?
I believe it was the evening of the 10th. It was after our final exit.
Okay. But you weren't involved in taking
I did request that the video be taken of the entire residence, and that was for the sole purpose of making sure that we documented things throughout the house. We've had problems in the past where people said things got broken or taken, and we just wanted to document the condition of the residence before we left.
Do you know by whom this video was taken?
Yes.
Who took the video?
Kathy Lipsey.
Do these photographs depict what you would call the condition of the residence when you saw it on the 10th?
Yes.
Now, with your permission, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P182, P183, P184, P185, and P187.
It's allowed.
Now, may the witness come down and show these to the jury, please.
Yes.
I have a question. She died on the 9th. Was it after midnight? Because now they're saying when they left the house on the 10th. So my question is, did she die on the night of the 9th before midnight? Or did she die in the middle of the night, which would be the 10th? No, the answer is not 42, David. That is the meaning of life. Do you understand my question? Like, did she die on the 9th? As in the middle of the 9th, like early in the morning on the 9th, or... Okay. So that was the 9th. So then they came back on the 10th. So they got there on the 9th and then came back again on the 10th. Okay, that answers my question.
Yes, he did. He told everybody that
And before you do that, let's just make sure we're pointing out to them exactly where that series of photographs show what's marked as State's Exhibit D3. Before you show the photographs, will you point out on this diagram, if you can, what that location is?
Okay, the laundry room, storage room, what I call it, is located in this area off to the left of this diagram.
Okay.
Okay, starting with State's Exhibit P 182, this is a photograph of the what I consider the janitorial type sink that was located just inside the laundry room on the door right of the fireplace.
When we pointed out here on the D3, please.
That's this sink right here. On State's Exhibit P 183, this is just another angle of that janitorial type sink.
Now, I think you'd indicated yesterday in your testimony that you luminol in that area. Did you actually luminol in that sink?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because luminol reacts to chemical compounds such as Clorox cleaning supplies. So the possibility of getting a reaction there was pretty obvious. And we always do a visual inspection first to see if there's any blood, and if we think it appears to be blood. In State's Exhibit P 184, this photographs of some shelves with different cleaning supplies.
And generally, where is that shelf related on this, or located on what's marked here?
It's a steaming wood fireplace here. It's along this wall here. P 187 is showing the floor and a dog bed, a bottle of Clorox, and like a mop bucket, yellow mop bucket.
Now,
Mr. Harden, why don't we take a
Yes.
10-minute break until 1:45? Mr. Deputy. 10 minutes.
We'll be recessed to 4:02.
before the jury comes back in, I need to clear up something on the record. The clerk indicated that I needed to make sure the record was clear on the identification of a particular item. This would be item 14A1, which was contained in what is marked as State's Exhibit 87A and 87. It is a latent lift off of the Diet Coke can. We'll make sure the record is clear on that because I moved all those items into evidence and had spoken about this one, but I want to make sure that was clear on the record.
All right, it's clear now.
Yes, sir.
All right.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yeah,
Mr. Campbell, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P158 and ask whether you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, I can.
Does it accurately show what you see in the photograph as it relates to some activity at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes.
Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P158.
So,
Will you tell us what it shows, please?
Shows Investigator Art Holland, Dan George, and myself standing next to the mobile substation, which was located on Kent Street.
Do you recall which day you were having this conversation?
The 9th, I believe.
All right. Your Honor, with your permission, can you step down and show the jury what's marked as State's Exhibit P158?
yes, sir.
Okay, well, State's Exhibit P158 is a photograph of Investigator Art Holland in dark clothing, Dan George, which you've already seen, and myself in our white suits. These are cloth type interwoven material suits that we wear if we go into a scene that contains blood, any bloodborne pathogens, things that we do not want to get on our clothing.
Please have a seat. Your Honor, yesterday, Mr. Campen identified what's marked as State's Exhibit 108, that being his report. I believe it was received as evidence in this case. At this point, we'd ask it be published to the jury.
Move approach.
All right.
Your Honor, I would publish that to the jury. I understand that we need to have some discussion about aspects of it, and I'd like to do that at this time. Out of the presence of the jury, please.
So, Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room. I thought you were going to do it at the break and publish it before the cross-exam.
It's about done.
I'm finished, Your Honor. This is the last thing I was going to do was to publish
Okay.
this to the jury.
All right.
I guess we didn't make that clear. I thought we were going to come back and do it now.
I had no idea when you were going to finish it.
Well, my intention was that we resolve whatever differences we have and then publish that version to the jury so that they can read it while he's still on direct examination. And I'm
I didn't
finished
know
with my
I
direct
didn't know you had
examination.
planned to finish before the lunch break. Doesn't matter. Okay. What do we need to do?
If we can, they were going to mark on their copy what they have some concern about, and I was going to consider that. I can have copies made in a couple of minutes. The jury can go ahead and read it, and there still should be a few minutes left.
That's fine. That's fine. All right, members of the jury, those who have not completed reading the document, if you will just put them in your chair, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. If you'll sit on the front row, just put it up on the front row. The deputy will take care of that. He'll pass them back to you when we get back from your lunch break so that you can finish reading it. We're going to want you to remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. We're going to take a little bit longer lunch break, not that longer, but instead of 12:45, be 1 o'clock. One reason we have an elevator that was out. I don't know if it's still out now, but there are some other matters that the court has to take care of unrelated to this particular case. So, and it is Friday, so 15 minutes extra, have a nice lunch. I want to make everybody happy. We're not going to do it every day. I need to have it back at 1 o'clock. Sleep. Make sure you leave that document here, though.
From all the appearances, this was a perfect family.
This was never a who did it. This was always a what happened.
Tom 911, where's your emergency?
My wife had an accident. She's still breathing.
What kind of accident?
Down them stairs.
It's the story that's the focus of the Netflix series The Staircase. North Carolina versus Michael Peterson, a novelist accused of murdering his wife.
Kathleen was my life. I whispered her name in my heart 1,000 times.
Anybody who wants to criticize that documentary as being unfair, you need to go and watch every minute of the entire trial on Court TV.
I am innocent of these charges, and we will prove it in court.
Something just didn't add up.
How do we go from soulmate and lover to cold-blooded murderer?
Was it murder or was it an accident?
What killed this woman?
I know Dad's innocent. Michael was not the person that I knew him to be.
I would never have done anything to hurt her.
This is the staircase where Kathleen Peterson died that night. If you look at the bottom of the stairs, you can still see the blood stains.
Michael Peterson is guilty of first-degree murder.
The Staircase.
I don't know what I just did, you guys. Oops. Yeah, that was Vinny. I was paused. I was paused. I was muted. So that's a little trailer that Court TV put together for the trial. I thought it had the whole poem. It didn't. It just had the first line. I'll try to find that poem because it's ridiculous. He's going into court for the murder of his wife. And to the press, he does a stupid little poem that he wrote about Kathleen. That is the most inappropriate thing to say to the media when you're going to your trial for her murder. I know, doesn't he? I was like, oh my God, that's Vinny. Yeah, he does. Yeah, I'll try to find the whole poem. He says the whole poem to the media that's standing around wanting to know, you're on trial for your wife's murder. And he has a stupid poem that he wrote. And it's not, I guess it was supposed to be like a love poem to her, but it's weird. It's just bizarre. But Michael Peterson's bizarre, so understandable.
Good afternoon, Mr. Campbell.
Good afternoon, sir.
We met at an earlier hearing, did we not?
Yes, sir.
I want to start with those laundry room photos that Mr. Harden ended with, the big blow-ups.
Yes, sir.
Just so we're all clear, and we're at States Exhibits 182, 183, 184, 185, and 187. What these...
You could all leave right now and I wouldn't even know because StreamYard still says nobody's watching me. But please don't. Just take a nap. You'll wake up when the next witness gets here.
These are actually still photographs that were taken off the video that was shot on December the 10th of 2001, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't actually direct that any photographs be taken. You had a photographer there on December 10th, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had a camera.
Yes.
And you didn't take any photographs of any of these things. No, sir, I did not.
And you didn't direct Kathy Lipsey to take any photographs, did you?
Angie Powell, no.
I thought Kathy Lipsey was there on the 10th.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of when we had our photographer there, which was Angie Powell. I'm sorry.
Didn't you have one there on the 10th, Kathy Lipsey?
She did video.
She doesn't know how to use a regular camera?
She was not operating a camera.
Okay, she didn't have a camera with her?
She probably had one in her car, but she didn't have it in the scene, I don't believe.
All right, well, in any event, you didn't ask her to take any photos?
No, I did not.
Was that intentional on your part that you just didn't take any?
This is why I had liked this guy in the documentary. I really had. And I thought I was going to like him as a defense attorney. What kind of question was that? She doesn't know how to use a regular camera? That wasn't her role. Oh my God.
Photographs there at the scene of this laundry room?
Was it intentional on my part?
Yes, sir.
I didn't take any photographs in that room, no.
I asked you, was it intentional not to take photographs? Was that a conscious decision you made? I'm just not going to take any photographs in the laundry room.
I just didn't take any photographs.
Well, I understand you didn't. My question is whether that was a conscious decision or an oversight.
I have no idea what my thought process was on that particular time.
Well, we can certainly agree in hindsight it was a mistake not to take photos in the laundry room, right?
The video was taken.
Well, I understand that. The video was taken all over the house, but you also took photos, right?
Not of the entire house, no.
I see. So in your mind, it wasn't an oversight or a mistake not to take photos of these items as opposed to printing them off on a video. Is that right?
You document the scene by use of photographs and or a video camera. In this particular case, it was captured on the video.
Sir, my question was, I'm going to try and keep my question simple, and if you could try to answer them, I'd appreciate it. My question...
Objection. That is inappropriate, bad.
I thought he wrote that poem himself. I should not be surprised that he's a plagiarist on top of everything else he is.
Of the witness.
Rudolph, if he doesn't answer the question you think you ask him, just ask him.
I will. Do you think, as you're sitting there right now, that it was an oversight or a mistake not to take still photos on that day? Yes or no?
No.
Now, did you participate in the creating of these photos?
No.
Do you know when they were created?
No.
Yes.
Is there a date on the back of each one?
Yes, there is.
What's the date on the back of each one?
5/30/03.
To your knowledge, were any prints made of these items before May 30th, 2003, about 2 months ago during jury selection?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And these were printed out in order to try to show all the cleaning supplies in the laundry room. Is that right?
I would assume so.
And is the implication that these were somehow used by Mr. Peterson in cleaning something up?
Objection.
If he doesn't know, he can say he doesn't know. Over.
I do not know.
Do you know why you were shown these particular photographs and asked to identify them?
No, sir.
Well, let's go through these. Let's take a look at, say, Exhibit 184. Can we put that up on the screen? That's Exhibit 184, correct?
Yes.
And there's a bunch of cleaning supplies shown there, right?
Some of it's cleaning supplies, some of it you can't tell what it is.
Right. And it doesn't look like there's anything missing from that area, does it?
I wouldn't know.
Well, all the spaces are filled, aren't they? There's no empty space.
Yes, sir.
And if someone were to have used any of that to clean up, you might get some luminol reaction.
I don't understand why Rudolph, obviously, this picture proves nothing. It's totally irrelevant. They took it. So what? Why is Rudolph wasting the jury's time on pictures that don't matter? They take pictures of everything. There's lots of pictures that are taken that have no relevance and don't mean anything. They take the pictures just in case they do become relevant later on. You know, like when they question people, if something comes up and that seems relevant, then they'll put it into evidence. That does not need to be in evidence. It proves nothing. But Rudolph wants to make something out of nothing, and it's wasting everybody's time and boring us to death. He needs to pare down his cross. And if it's not relevant, or if it's something that might even make the jury wonder more whether or not his client is guilty, he should just let it go and not mention it and just leave it alone. This is ridiculous. There is nothing in that picture that shows anything that says whether or not he killed her. Absolutely nothing.
If they touch one of those, right?
Only if there's presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Or if if the chemicals on the outside of it that luminol would react to.
Yeah. And did you spray any of those items?
No, it did not.
Why not?
Because luminol reacts to cleaning compounds.
Mm-hmm. And so?
You would get a reaction.
Yeah, and
it's possible you get a reaction.
It's possible. And an experienced luminol examiner can tell the difference between a false positive and a true positive, can't they?
Yes.
But you can't because you're not experienced, right?
I've had some experience in it. I'm not the, experienced one in the state, no. But I've had some training in it, yes.
And the problem was that if you sprayed it on there and you got a positive, you couldn't tell a false positive from a true positive, right?
I would probably have to go back and check it with phenolphthalein to see if there was a positive or a false positive reaction.
That's the other thing you could do, right? If you sprayed one of those and it was a positive reaction, then what you can do is use a phenolphthalein test, right?
Yes, sir.
So let me ask you then, why didn't you spray the sink?
Because it gives reactions to chemical compounds.
Right.
And it's just one thing that, I was told or taught that, you just don't spray inside of sinks. You look for visible signs of blood.
Well, wait a minute.
And then
I don't tell you how to lawyer. Don't tell me how to crime scene.
Test it with phenolphthalein.
Hold on. Luminol is supposed to show you invisible blood, right?
Yes.
If there's visible blood, you don't need to use luminol, right?
Correct.
So you would never spray luminol to find visible blood, right?
Right.
And are you telling this jury that you've never sprayed or never heard of luminol being sprayed in a bathtub or a sink? Is that what you're telling the jury?
No, I didn't say that.
It's sprayed in bathtubs and sinks every day in the United States, isn't it?
Objection.
I don't know.
It's sprayed in it's sprayed in bathtubs and.
Mr. Harden's objecting.
I thought you overruled it.
I didn't say a word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Witness answered anyway. So. Mr. Campen, when anybody objects, Mr. Harden or Mr. Rudolph, you need to stop. Because they could be objecting to the answer you get ready to give. If you give the answer before the court rules.
I'm sorry, I thought I answered first before the objection. My apologies.
Right. Objection's overruled anyway.
It's a fact, is it not, that luminol is sprayed into bathtubs and sinks looking for the presence of blood from people having washed their hands off every single day. Isn't that true?
I don't know.
You know it's used a lot in bathtubs and sinks, don't you?
I don't know.
How about the Durham Police Department? Does the Durham Police Department ever use it in bathtubs and sinks?
I've sprayed the edge of sinks, but I don't remember spraying inside of sinks or inside of bathtubs, because my crime scenes at that particular time when I sprayed it did not involve those areas.
So you didn't really need to?
No.
All right. What about other techs in Durham?
Back in 1996, when the luminol process was initiated in the Durham Police Department, I'm the one that helped initiate it.
Yes, sir.
And there was another person that was involved in the training, or was trained much later on. And I have no idea I haven't been on any crime scenes where she's used it, so I don't know where she sprayed. So I can't answer that.
So the two of you are the only people who use luminol in the Durham crime scene unit?
Yes.
Well, if Dan George testified in here that he's used luminol 3 or 4 times, did you just not know about that?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not sure what training classes that he has had, because I weren't sitting beside him in those training schools that he's been to. I have no idea.
There's a difference in how luminol luminesces when it reacts to a metal as opposed to how it reacts to blood, isn't there?
Yes.
Could you describe it?
On copper, usually it's what we end up hitting most of the time, to test it. It does give a long-lasting bright glow, and that's a reaction I get. It does not fade out real quick. It usually stays on that object for quite a period of time.
I see. So is it your testimony that if it stays a really long time, then it's copper, but if it glows quickly, then it's blood?
Once I hit something like a penny or something like that, and I see a glow, I'll turn on the flashlight to see what I'm looking at. And I've hit pennies before, and that's what I was staring at, was a penny.
My question was, what's the difference between a luminescence that's caused by a metal, for example, like some sort of metal left from a cleaning solution, and a luminescence caused by invisible blood?
He can't help himself. He has to ask every question more than once.
They both give a glow, a good strong glow if there's enough blood there for it to luminesce too. And once we see that glow, and if it's a good strong glow, we'll test it to see what it is.
Sir, there is a difference, is there not, between the glow that comes from a metal and the glow that comes from blood, isn't there?
It's so close, it's hard to tell the difference. And a lot of times, that's why you have to go back with like phenolphthalein to test it. Well, that's why I test it.
Well, are you familiar with James and Eckert's book on interpretation of bloodstain evidence?
I've never seen that book, sir.
No? Let me ask you if you agree with this description. Upon reaction with metals, there will often be a twinkling or rippling of the luminescence instead of an even, long-lasting glow, as with blood. Luminol's reaction with a true blood stain produces an intense, long-lasting, even glow. Do you agree with that?
I've never seen twinkling. That's that person's terminology. I don't remember seeing any twinkling.
Well, you haven't sprayed luminol very often, have you?
I've sprayed it quite a few times. Yes.
You have?
Yes.
How many times have you sprayed it?
10, 15 times.
10 or 15?
Yeah.
And as of, had you sprayed it 10 or 15 times as of December 9th, 2001?
Or since December?
No, as of that time. Had you sprayed it 10 or 15 times?
Beforehand, yes.
How about as of March 31st? Had you sprayed it 10 or 15 times?
March 31st of?
This year.
No, I have not.
Wait a second. You had sprayed it 10 or 15 times by December 9th, 2001, but you hadn't sprayed it 10 or 15 times by March 31st of 2003?
I've sprayed luminol prior to December the 9th on other cases. After December 9th, I haven't sprayed it but one time.
Okay. So as of, let's just take March 31st, 2003, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Right? As of that day, had you sprayed it 10 or 15 times?
From that date forward, no.
No. As of that date in your entire law enforcement career, had you sprayed it 10 or 15 times?
Yes.
But that's not what you testified to on March 31st, is it?
I don't remember what I testified to then, sir.
You remember being under oath on March 31st, don't you?
Yes.
Do you remember being asked how many times you sprayed luminol?
No, sir, I do not remember.
Question. You remember me asking you questions that day, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were under oath?
Yes.
Right? You were in front of the judge, right?
Yes.
Question. Now, had you done luminol spraying before this? Answer, yes. Question, on how many occasions would you say? Answer, 7 or 8 actual cases that I sprayed luminol. Is that your answer?
Yes, sir.
And then, later on, I asked you again. I said, well, I thought you said you had only sprayed luminol 7 or 8 times total. And you answered yes. Remember that?
I don't remember if that's what the court record states, and yes, that's what I said.
Now approach.
Yes.
Oh, I believe what you're saying. This is a court document.
Well,
yes,
I'm seeing if it refreshes your memory.
Okay. Yes, it does.
So have you... Well, let me ask you this. Were you telling the truth on that day?
That was a guess about when or how many times I'd sprayed, just like it was basically a guess today. It was an approximate.
Both guesses.
Exactly.
You
because I don't keep a running count on exactly. I sprayed luminol this amount of times,
yes,
or I went to this many homicide scenes, or I went to this many bank robbery scenes throughout my career. I don't keep up that kind of record, so I'm trying to take an educated guess on approximately how many times I sprayed it.
And today, your educated guess was about twice as many as it was on March 31st, right?
Like I said, I just took an educated guess. It was 6 or 7 times. I have no problem with that.
Oh, okay. So you've sprayed luminol, let's say 10 times. We'll split the difference. You've sprayed luminol 10 times. How long have you been in crime scene technician?
Approximately 15 years.
So not even once a year, right?
Well, if you spread it out, that's true.
Remember yesterday you were talking about with blood spatter stuff, sometimes if you don't use it, you lose it?
Yes.
That's true of luminol spraying in interpretation too, isn't it?
No, sir, it's a little bit different as far as remembering calculations and terminologies on blood stain pattern analysis. There's a lot more involved. And like I said, if I get a reaction that is a strong reaction, a strong glow, I do the presumptive test of phenolphthalein.
Now, do you agree? Are you familiar with this book, Bloodstain Pattern Analysis by Tom Bevel and Ross Gardner?
Yes, I'm familiar with it, yes.
By the way, when do you have your training in luminol?
In 1996.
And where was that?
It was done at Durham Police Department.
Who trained you?
Lee Roberts with the City County Bureau of Identification in Raleigh.
Okay. Now, would you agree with this statement? With sufficient practice and experimentation, the analyst can often identify such false positive reactions. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that having sprayed it 10 times is sufficient to be an expert in luminol?
Probably not, no.
And of course, there are experts in luminol at the State Bureau of Investigation, aren't there?
Yes.
They have a serology section, right?
Yes.
And if you want to get somebody in who really knows what they're doing with luminol, you can call them, can't you?
Yes, we can.
But you didn't do that, did you?
No, sir, we did not.
You decided you were going to do this by yourself, right?
That is correct.
Now, just following up a little bit, explain to me why you didn't do a phenolphthalein test on the sink.
I just didn't, sir.
Excuse me?
I just did not.
Well, if you were interested in knowing if there had been any cleanup in that sink, if any blood had come off, a phenolphthalein test could have shown that, right?
Absolutely.
Was that just a mistake on your part?
Yes, sir. Yes, it would be.
Yeah. And how about the washing machine? Did you spray that with luminol?
No, sir, I did not.
Why not?
Because I sprayed the floor in front of it. I didn't spray the washing machine.
Well, you sprayed the floor in front of it. That doesn't tell you whether somebody touched it, does it?
No, sir, it doesn't.
So why didn't you spray the actual door of the washing machine?
I just didn't spray it.
Why?
I just didn't.
It's a mistake?
I guess so.
So we've got two mistakes right there just in that little laundry room area, right?
If that's what you want to call them, yes, sir.
Well, you called them that, right? You agreed, right?
If that's what you want to call them as mistakes, that's fine.
Now, by the way, did you do a phenolphthalein test on any of these luminescent footprints you saw?
No, I did not.
This container. Where's that little container? There. Remember before you took out that little container that had the particle?
Yes, sir.
And you cut it open, right?
Yes.
You explained how you had sealed it up in there, right?
Yes.
Put tape around it, right?
Yes.
Put your initials on it, right?
Yes.
And then when you opened it, there was nothing there.
There was a couple of small little tiny specks in there, but not the same item that I'd placed in there. It was not visible to me.
And do you know where it is?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know why it wasn't in there?
No, sir. When I sealed up that item was submitted to the state lab for analysis, and they analyzed the item that was in there. There's been many people, I guess, that handle that item. Your staff.
Excuse me?
I'm assuming your staff has looked at all the evidence.
My staff?
Yes.
You're assuming my staff looked at that evidence?
You looked at that evidence over at police headquarters on occasions.
You know who was there when we looked at it? Do Do you know if we opened that particular container?
I just said I know that you have looked at the items of evidence. Whether or not you opened the package, I have no idea.
Right. Do you know where it is at the SBI lab?
Do I know where?
Do you know if it's at the SBI lab?
I have no idea, sir.
Let me show you Exhibit 90. Defendant's Exhibit 90. Is that a photograph of the little particles?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, Judy, I didn't get to have Prosecco Saturday because I had to rent a scooter.
That's it right there?
Yes.
Now, do you notice there's a different color to the wood there than there is right there? You see that? You can probably see it better on your photo.
Are you talking about where your arrows are sitting at? Yes, there is a discoloration in the wood. Absolutely.
Yeah, right here. You see how it's sort of darker there? And then right there, it's not so dark?
Yes.
Does it look to you like that's a layer of varnish there?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
No, sir, I do not.
Well, is it?
If you look over to
Excuse me, I didn't ask you a question. If you look at that, is it possible that what that little piece that you lifted off was actually just a piece of the varnish on the floor? Is that possible?
I don't know. I just know that we collected it and submitted it to the state lab for analysis.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to publish this to the jurors so they can take a look at the area that I have pointed out.
It's allowed.
Truth of the matter is, you don't know what that was, do you?
And that's why we sent it to the state lab.
And somehow it just got lost, apparently. Right?
I had my hands on it that day, and that's the first time I've had my hands on that container since then.
Now, on the night of December 9th, 2001, you were the on-call supervisor, right?
Yes.
That was your assignment that week?
No, sir.
What was your assignment that week?
Crime scenes, office duties. I had other projects I was working on, numerous things.
So on-call was in addition to your other duties, is that right?
That is correct.
And what was your shift that week?
It was day shift.
And the scene here you didn't begin processing the scene until sometime after 6:30 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And you were one of the more senior techs, right, in the unit?
Yes.
And you knew that Dan George was one of the more inexperienced techs in the unit, didn't you?
Less experienced than me, yes.
I didn't ask if he was less experienced than you. I asked you whether you knew that he was one of the least experienced techs in the unit.
He had 5 years experience or so.
Well, actually, he's testified he had 3 years.
Okay, 3 years.
And he's testified
Again,
he was one of
an
those.
assumption.
We have to be careful with those.
Right.
He testified that he was one of the.
To a comment. Mr. Ross. Yeah, I'll post against it.
Are you aware that he's testified that in his opinion, he was one of the least experienced techs in the unit?
No, sir, I'm not aware of his testimony.
Okay. And you didn't know that at the time that you were out there at the scene?
I knew that he had much less experience than I did.
Did you know that he was one of the least experienced techs in the unit?
It's possible. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember everybody. We've been through so many personnel. I can't remember who had the least experience, who had the middle experience, who had the most experience at a particular time. It's possible that he was the least experienced. I don't know.
Sir, my question was, did you know in your mind when you were out there on the night, were you thinking to yourself, gee, Dan George is one of the least experienced techs we have? Was that thought in your mind?
No, sir, it was not.
You knew you'd been on duty since 5 p.m. the day before, right?
Yes.
So you'd already been on, by 6:30, you'd already been working 13 and a half hours, right?
Yes.
And you knew it was going to take many, many hours to process that scene, correct?
Yes.
So what you asked him was, how do you feel, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted to make sure that he felt up to it, right?
Yes.
It was a large house.
Yes.
Right? There was a lot of blood on the stairway.
Yes.
The scene had not been properly secured, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know whether the scene had been properly secured?
It was secured. Now, whether it was proper or improper, I didn't have that determination.
Well, did you know that people had been wandering in and out?
There were people that were moving around in areas of the residence. Not in, as far as I know, in that staircase. I don't know, because there was a wall there. I didn't see anything. There was a wall I couldn't see.
Well, one of the things that you're supposed to do when you get to a scene like that is to find out what contamination there's already been. Isn't that right?
When I arrived on the scene, my job was to talk with the investigator, which was Dan George, and find out what type of call he had.
My question was, one of the things that a crime scene tech is supposed to do when he gets to a scene is to find out what kind of contamination there may have been already. Yes or no?
When I arrived on the scene, my job was to get up with Dan George to find out what type of call he had. He was already on the scene. He knew information that I needed to know.
Let's forget about Dan George for a second, and let me just ask you the general question. Is it true that one of the things that a crime scene tech is supposed to do when he gets to a scene is to find out whether there's been any contamination?
I would say yes.
And you were the supervisor out there that night, right?
I was called the on-call supervisor, but again, as I explained in earlier testimony with Mr. Harden, my supervisory duties were limited. I was not there to tell people what to do or how to do those things. I was there as a support person. And the correct way to list that is I was a on-call support tech. I was not there to instruct, you will do this, you will do that type scenario. It didn't work that way. My supervisory duties were limited.
Well, you did instruct them to take measurements around the body, didn't you?
Those were suggestions, yes.
You made a suggestion to
make sure they got done before the medical examiner arrived, yes.
Right. Because you were the senior person, right? Right?
Yeah, I was the most experienced crime scene technician, yes.
And you also, for example, you're the one who directed that a video be done on the 10th, right?
Yes, I did not have my video camera with me, and I wanted somebody else to handle that. So yes, I instructed that person to do it.
Dan George didn't instruct the person to do it.
No.
You did.
Yes.
And as this, just so I understand well, let me ask it this way. As the senior person there in the crime scene unit, as the senior person there, if you know that somebody is doing something wrong, Are you saying that your role is simply to let it happen?
No, sir. Even if I'm doing something wrong and somebody with even less experience than what I have notices it, I expect them to say something.
Right. And one of the things that you could have determined if you had wanted to was what items were being actually seized by the various investigators and given to Dan George, right?
No, sir. This was his scene. He was responsible for it. It was my job to oversee those things. I was there for support for him.
Yes, sir. You were called the on-call supervisor, right? That was your title?
That's the title they gave it, yes.
Yes. You could have asked Dan George what items he had decided to collect if you wanted to, right?
If I wanted to, I could have, yes.
Right. You know, for example, let's talk about the flip-flops, you know, the gels that you saw there.
Yes.
Did you think those items ought to be seized, taken by the police?
At that particular time, no.
Why not?
I didn't see the relevance of collecting those items. We had them documented on photographs. We had them documented on video as to their location and condition.
Oh, what was the condition that was documented on the video and the photographs?
Well, they were sitting in an area just to the right of where the victim was located, and they had what appeared to be a couple smears of blood on them, and that was it.
They had blood on them?
Yes, on the left or the side of one of them. I can't remember if it was the left one or the right one.
Well, do you know that Dan George has testified in front of this jury that the reason he didn't take those was because there wasn't any blood on them?
I'm not aware of his testimony, sir.
Well, if he testified to that, that would have been wrong, right?
Well, if that's his observation, like I said, this is what I observed.
Well, observations are not subjective. Either you see blood or you don't see blood, right?
If he didn't see it, he stated he didn't see it, that's what he testified to.
No, actually, he said there wasn't any blood on him.
If he said he didn't see blood, he didn't see blood. I have no control over what he sees.
But you certainly saw blood on him, didn't you?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that it wasn't appropriate to seize flip-flops that had blood on them?
That is my testimony, yes.
How about, you saw the glasses that were sitting on the steps there, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Was it your feeling, let me ask you this, if you had been in charge of that scene, if you were the lead tech, would you have taken those glasses?
Probably not.
Why not?
I looked at those glasses. I did not see any blood spatter or stains on those glasses. They were sitting on top of dried blood. And it looked like they were placed there afterwards. And there was, when I picked them up and looked at them, there was no void area or any area indicating that the glasses were there when the blood was applied to those steps.
Well, how about the absence of blood being important? You realize as a crime scene tech that the absence of blood can be as important as the presence of blood, right?
Yeah, there was areas all over that house that had absence of blood.
I'm talking about on the glasses. Did you not recognize that the absence of blood spatter on his glasses could be significant?
Yes, sir, and they were documented with photographs and video as to their condition.
Are you telling this jury that there's a photograph of those glasses sort of sitting like this with no blood on them?
There is a photograph of the glasses sitting in a downward position on the steps like this.
And why don't you explain to the jury how that documents that there was no spatter on them?
How does it document it? Because
yes,
it doesn't.
Explain to the jury how a picture of the glasses sitting like that on the step documents sufficiently that they had no spatter.
So if there was any stains on there, on the lenses or whatever, you would be able to see the lenses. The lenses are showing up in the photograph.
We have that photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a photograph of the steps and a pair of glasses and appear to be a couple of paper towels.
Okay.
How do you have the last thing?
A couple of paper towels.
Move that into evidence.
Hello.
You put that up on the screen. It's 116. Now, see the left lens there?
Yes.
Explain to the jury how that photograph documents that the left lens had no spatter on it.
Because when I looked at this particular photograph, it appears that there is a spot through the lens. But when, again, I actually picked those glasses up and looked at them, and there was no blood there.
My question is, if you were just looking at that photograph, how does that document to the jury that there's no spatter on the left lens?
Objection. He's asked that question. He's answered it several times now.
Answer if you have an answer. If you don't have an answer, let's move on. Do you have an answer, Mr. King?
No, sir.
Because it doesn't, sir.
Just what I just got to finish testifying to, sir.
Now, how about the telephone? Would you have seized the telephone that was lying on? You saw the telephone on the counter there?
Yes, I did see it in the photograph, yes.
And if you were this lead tech there, would you have seized that?
Objection.
If I saw some relevance, I mean, I never looked at the phone, our telephone. I saw it from a distance. I never visually picked it up and looked at it.
How about if it had blood on it?
I would have taken into account Mr. Peterson's actions of calling 911 and consider that as part of it.
Yeah. And you wouldn't want to take the phone into evidence that he'd used to call 911?
No, sir. He called 911 with it.
Well, how about if it had been picked up by other people? For example, Todd Peterson or Corporal McDowell. Would you have wanted to take it into evidence at that point?
No, sir.
How about the towels that were under Kathleen Peterson's head? Do you think those should have been taken into evidence?
No, sir.
Why not?
When I looked at those towels, they did not have small blood stains on them. It was a large saturation of blood underneath a known bleeder.
And how many towels were there?
It appeared to be 2.
You sure?
No, sir. It appeared to be 2.
Could have been 3.
I remember seeing 2 different colors, so it appeared to be 2.
And would you have wanted to know, for example, whether both had blood or just the top or just the bottom?
They appeared to be saturated, sir.
And would you have wanted to know whether the blood in there was diluted or not?
I don't see any relevance in that.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate to take towels that are saturated with blood and throw them down on a step there in the scene?
Do I think it's appropriate?
Yeah.
Is that what your question was?
Yes, sir.
It probably wouldn't be appropriate to throw them down. No, sir.
Oh, it's okay to lay them down on the step?
To move them from one location to another, yes.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's show you Defense Exhibit 6. Do you think this is an appropriate place to put bloody towels?
Objection, Judge. There's no context for that question for the witness.
The witness needs something, Mr. Harden, he can ask about it. So
I'm sorry, ask your question again.
Is that an appropriate place to put bloody towels in a scene?
If that particular side was not bloody, I guess it would be appropriate.
There was blood on those steps, wasn't there?
There was some blood in the center part of those steps, I believe, but I'm not sure about the edge where those items are laying. I don't recall seeing any blood there.
As a supervisor at that scene, would you have needed to know about any contamination that had occurred before you started processing it?
Again, Mr. Rudolph is putting me in the category of a supervisor. My supervisor duties were limited. I was not the overall supervisor of that scene. I was there for support services only to the lead crime scene technician. My job and duty responsibilities were limited. And I don't know any other way to explain it. That was a title that was given. I didn't make up that title, supervisor. It was just the reason that position was put into place was because we had one sergeant that was in charge of the identification unit, and that would put that person on call 365 days, 24 hours a day on call. And it was initiated back in 1994, I believe, to where they needed a couple other people to help with supervisor callback, to be there to answer any questions or to assist. And if the scene needed another supervisor, I could have contacted the sergeant or the person over them to get additional assistance.
Are you done?
Objection to the comment.
It's a question.
If you take the jury to the deliberations. Yes, sir, Mr. Hall.
I don't know, that may have technically been a question, but it was intended as a rude, derogatory remark toward the witness. Mr. Rudolph, I know, understands that he's here to ask relevant questions, or questions at least he believes is relevant. Mr. Campen is trying to answer those, and after many of the responses, Mr. Rudolph either doesn't like it or thinks that it adds something. He's making little comments, right? Oh yeah, These are intended to be rude and to try to show this jury that Mr. Campen is not doing the best he can to tell the truth with his inflection in his voice and these derogatory rude comments. I'd ask that he stop it. It's inappropriate, and it shouldn't be done in front of this jury.
Well, as you know, I've talked to Mr. Rudolph at the bench about his editorializing. I don't know that this is an instance of it. Mr. Rudolph asked him a simple question. Mr. Campen gave a sermon or a lecture or something to the jury. I didn't think all that was necessary. I mean, he could have just said he wasn't a supervisor, as he said before. So, yeah, but, this is cross-examination. And although Mr. Rudolph has shown, at least in this trial, a tendency to editorialize that I've asked him to stop doing, I don't think that this was an instance of it. Now, I don't know if Mr. Campen is sensitive to this kind of cross-examination. That might be the case. He's responding in a very defensive manner sometimes. Now, this is a tough case. This is a tough cross-examination. We're going to have to pull it together and do this the way it's supposed to be done. So I don't expect him to give a lecture to the jury. He just needs to answer the question. Mr. Rudolph, I'll make sure Mr. Rudolph does what the law requires him to do. I mean, if he gets on my nerves, then we'll deal with that. Now, if he getting on my nerves is not the same thing as getting on Mr. Campen's nerves. Okay? So we just let Mr. Campen just sit out there for a second, and then we're going to go ahead and conduct this cross-examination. And, I mean, y'all been doing okay. You know, me, you and Mr. Rudolph, we've been doing okay. Okay? And so don't start falling apart on me now. We're doing okay. Bring him back. All right, Texas overruled.
Now, one of your functions there was, I think you said, to provide support to Mr. George, correct?
Yes.
Suggestions where appropriate?
Yes.
And of course, in order to make suggestions, you needed to have some information about what had gone on, correct?
Probably in certain situations, yes.
Indeed, you asked him to brief you when you got there about what had gone on, right?
Yes.
And the reason you did that was because you needed that information in order to perform the role that you were performing there at the scene, correct?
And to give me a general knowledge of what type of scene I was going into.
And did you know while you were out there that Todd Peterson and Michael Peterson had touched Kathleen Peterson's body after the police arrived?
I was familiar with Michael Peterson, yes, but not Todd Peterson. No.
Let me show you stage 152. Can you put that up there, please? Can you blow that narrative up, please? Now, when you were out there at the scene, did you know that there had been several persons walking back and forth, and a young male and another male kept going around the victim and touching and holding the victim? Did you know that?
No, sir, I did not. I was only informed about Michael Peterson touching the body.
Did you know that Todd and Michael Peterson had contact?
Yes.
So you would have known that even if Michael Peterson had been the only person touching the body, then he could have transferred blood to Todd Peterson when they had contact, right?
I would assume so, yes.
And did you know that after this all happened, Michael Peterson was allowed to walk around the den and the kitchen and the laundry room with blood on his clothes and his hands and his feet?
I was aware that he had was taken to the couch in front of the fireplace near the dining room table and was sat there in that position, and that there was blood on the couch itself on the right-hand side.
Was it your understanding that he had been kept on the couch?
I don't have an opinion on it, or
I wasn't asking.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm just asking you to think back to when you were there at the scene. Was it your impression that he had just been kept at the couch, or did you? Well, let me ask you: did you ask anybody when George told you that he had seen him there at the couch, sitting, and he had contaminated the couch? Did you ask where else he went?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because we weren't in the scene yet, so I just didn't ask.
Wouldn't that have been important for both George and you to know?
Yes.
Did you at any time know that Dan George never paid any attention to where Michael Peterson went after he saw him there on the couch?
I don't know, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. That wouldn't have been appropriate, right, to allow somebody who had just been in touch with the body sufficiently to spread blood to a couch to then walk around the rest of the house, right?
I would consider that inappropriate action, Jeff.
Inappropriate. And do you know whether or not that actually happened?
I do not know what his direction of travel was, sir, in that house.
And to this day, have you ever asked anybody about that?
I've heard of what his reaction or his direction of travel were in some locations. And I did observe Michael Peterson coming out of the west doorway while we were there, going to speak to some individuals. Like it may have been a female attorney or somebody came out.
Now, have you talked to anybody about where in the house he walked after he was up at the body?
No.
Do you know that no one took Mr. Peterson's clothes after he sat down on the couch and contaminated it? Do you know that?
His clothes were taken, but I'm not sure exactly when they were taken because I was not part of that process.
Well, let me ask you this. When you heard, Dan George told you that he had sat down on that couch, right?
Yes.
And when did he tell you that?
This was shortly after my arrival on the scene.
And did you at that point suggest to Mr. George that perhaps Mr. Peterson's clothes ought to be gathered together?
No, sir, I did not.
That would have been appropriate to do, wouldn't it?
At that particular time, we were still dealing with a possible injury, fall down a flight of stairs. So like I said, we were not in the scene. There was other officers in the scene. We were still waiting for the search warrant to arrive. So I had no contact with the ones inside that residence.
Well, you could have, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
But you didn't.
No, I did not. No, sir, I did not.
And you didn't suggest to Mr. George, the lesser experienced officer, that perhaps he should consider asking an officer inside to ask Mr. Peterson to change clothes at that point.
No, sir, I did not.
And one of the problems with allowing somebody who's spreading blood on couches to walk around is that he can contaminate other areas, right?
Yes, sir.
That Diet Coke can that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
You actually seized that can the next day?
Yes.
And do you have any idea how the blood got on there?
No, sir, I do not.
At the time you seized it, did you know that Corporal McDowell had allowed Todd Peterson to go get soft drinks after he pulled Michael Peterson off Kathleen's body?
No, sir, I wasn't aware of that.
Do you know it now?
No, that's the first I've heard of it.
That would be important information for you to know as you're looking at that can, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
But no one gave you that information before you took the can on December 10th, did they?
No, sir, it did not.
Did you know that Corporal McDowell had asked Todd Peterson to get her a telephone?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that.
Is it appropriate for an officer there at a scene like that to use the telephone at the scene as opposed to communicating by radio?
If for some reason their radio may be dead and they need to use the telephone to make a call for assistance or a call for whatever reason, then I guess it would be appropriate.
There needs to be a good reason for it, though.
Oh, absolutely, especially if your radio is dead, if you need to make contact with a communication center.
Mm-hmm. And Corporal McDowell's radio wasn't dead, was it?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just saying that's what I would do. If my radio was dead and I needed to make a call right away to the communication center, let them know that my radio was not working, or in case they try to contact me for some reason, then if I needed to use a phone inside that residence, I would feel it appropriate to do so.
Right. And if your radio wasn't dead,
then why would you use the radio? That's what
then
it's
you
there
wouldn't use the phone.
Absolutely.
Right? Because it wouldn't be appropriate to use the phone if your radio was working.
I wouldn't need to if I had a radio, because those radios have phone capabilities.
And it wouldn't be appropriate, right?
Right.
Are you aware that Todd Peterson went and got that phone from the stairway, the bloody stairway? Do you know that?
No, sir.
There's outside evidence. No evidence of that.
Well, he can answer the question.
Did you ever notice a little outline of the phone there in blood on the 15th step?
No, sir.
You did see a phone with blood on it, though, didn't you?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't see that phone on the counter?
I saw a phone on the counter, but you asked me if I saw it with blood on it. I did not. Like I said, I didn't visually inspect that telephone.
I see. Is it fair to say that what you did there at the scene, by the way, you're the one who called Angie Powell to come and take photographs, right?
Yes.
And she was someone you were training?
Yes.
How long had she been a crime scene tech at that point?
Just a few short months, 2 or 3 months, 4 months, something like that.
2 or 3 months?
Yes. I can't remember the exact date when she was hired, but it's been a very short time.
And if you had wanted an experienced photographer, you could have gotten an experienced photographer down there, couldn't you?
Yes.
And what you chose to do instead was to make a special call to Angie Powell to ask her to come down?
No, that was not a special call just for that photography purposes. She was in training underneath me, and in order for her to see and observe crime scenes, it was understood by the unit supervisor that, I am her training coach, and if I get called out at night on a call, then she gets called out. It gives her more experience on crime scenes.
All right, well, let's talk. So in other words, you're supposed to be there helping her learn, right?
Yes.
And so what you did was you called her into this crime scene, right?
Yes.
You gave her a camera, right?
She had her camera, yes.
Had a camera. You sent her in there.
Yes.
And then you stayed away, keeping out of her way, right?
Yes.
And that's how you supervised the photography, is that right?
I had her go in and take as many photographs as she wanted to take inside of that scene, and George was in there. If there was anything special he needed, since it was his crime scene, he could instruct her exactly how he wanted those photographs taken.
Well, now, taking photographs at a crime scene is not an easy thing, is it?
It's not difficult, but I would consider it hard.
Well, for example, you need to know stuff about lighting, right?
Yes.
Angles.
Yes.
Right? Because the angle you take a photo from can affect how it looks, right?
Yes.
It could even make something misleading if you take it from the wrong angle, right?
It could, yes.
Some photographs of crime scenes are supposed to be taken at 90-degree angles, right?
Yes.
Not at 45-degree angles, right?
That is correct.
And things like speed of the shutter can be important.
Yes.
When to use a flash and when not can be important.
Yes.
And what you decided to do was to use the Peterson scene as a training exercise for a new photographer, right?
That was not a training exercise. She had taken numerous photographs under my direction, and she's photographed many a crime scene under my direction. And she's taken photographs at home, and she's brought those photographs back, or negatives back, where we processed them. All the photographs she's taken were brought back to our mini lab. We processed them, and we discussed lighting conditions, and even instructed her at home to use different techniques on lighting, and getting up close and turning your camera upside down with a flash, shooting underneath beds or cars and things of that nature to work with those type of lights. And when she brought those photographs back, a lot of them were excellent. And, like I said, we discussed those. The ones that had, if there was any difficulty noticed, we would make corrections on those. And I was confident when she went in and did the overall photographs that, she would do the overall photographs in a correct manner.
Did you testify yesterday that you called her in to do the photography as part of her training?
I called her into the crime scene because she was underneath my training, and that is part of it. In order to get more crime scene experience, you have to go to crime scenes. And that's what I called her in there for, was to go in, and in this particular case, I asked her to take the photographs in this particular crime scene, because we were dealing with theory that she had, Kathleen Peterson fell down a flight of stairs. So this is what, we did.
So even as late as 6:30, when she went in to take the photographs, you all were still thinking this was an accident.
We didn't know any different until probably 5 in the afternoon, or it was actually 5:15 or 5:30 in the afternoon on the nights that we started looking in another direction.
And one way to supervise somebody, for example, who's a new crime scene tech, would be to go around the scene with them and tell them, for example, when to put a ruler down, right? In a picture. You do know that you're supposed to take pictures with rulers when you can, right?
When you are doing close-up photography on certain items that need to show scale, yes, you can use a ruler.
Is that the only time you use it, when it's close-up?
That's when I use it, yes.
Now, you could have gone around and explained angles and aperture speeds and that sort of thing for a given shot. That could have been a way you trained her, right?
And in previous training, we've discussed that.
But on this occasion, she was allowed to just go around without you helping her, right?
Yes.
We have those photographs. Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 84. That's one that Mr. Harden showed you earlier, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's one that she took on the 9th?
Yes.
And that was designed to document something that was important, right?
Yes.
A blood stain, or actually what you thought might be a blood stain, right?
As far as I know, it was to document what type of glasses were in the cabinets.
Oh, so you didn't hear anything about blood stains on there?
No.
And you would agree that that's not a very good photo, right?
That is correct.
Certainly it's not a very good photo if it's meant to document a blood stain on that lower cabinet, right?
That is correct.
Because you can't see it.
Right, and I still take some of those from time to time.
Yes, sir. Of course, if you know you've taken a bad one, then what you want to do is take another one, right?
If for some reason I didn't know my flash went off, then I missed it, I wouldn't know it until the negatives were processed.
Right. But see, here the negatives were processed by Saturday afternoon, weren't they?
I can't recall that one being in there. I can't remember all the photographs. I mean, there were several photographs taken. I cannot recall if that particular photograph was in there. If it's date, is there a date on that photograph?
You're the one who was supervising her and training her, weren't you?
And I'm asking if there was a date emblem on that photograph.
Well, wasn't there dates on all the photographs that she took?
That she took?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So then there is a date on there, right?
I don't see one in that photograph.
You see a date right there?
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure it said 12/9/01. And
that's one that she took.
Defendant's Exhibit number 84.
And what she was doing earlier in the day was she was going around documenting various locations, right?
Yes.
And that would have been one of the locations she was documenting, right?
Yes.
And then she went and got the pictures developed, correct?
That's cool.
Yes.
And brought them back to you.
Yes.
And you had them when Agent Diva arrived, right?
Yes.
And when you looked at that photo, did you say to Angie Powell, you need to take another photo?
No, sir, I did not.
That was a mistake.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that, based on your testimony on direct, most of what you did, you were there for how many hours now?
From 4:49 that early that morning until late that evening.
And based on your testimony on direct, most of what you did was to sit around and wait?
Yes, making telephone calls, talking with people.
You had a crime scene tech with 3 years experience and a crime scene tech with 3 months experience, and you weren't there with them helping them at all, right?
I helped them on different occasions, yes.
But you didn't view it as your job to help them all the way through, right?
Now, Dan was in charge of that scene. That was his. It was not my job to supervise.
I
did assist Angie Powell in some of the photography as far as the close-ups to the fingerprints and blood and things of that nature. I instructed on how to do that, yes.
I didn't ask you whether you were supervising Dan Powell. I asked you whether or not you viewed it as your job to assist him.
Yes, I viewed it as my job to assist him when he asked for it.
Only when he asked for it?
Yes.
Let me see if I understand how the crime scene unit works then. You're there being paid by the city, right?
Yes.
As a crime scene tech, right?
Yes.
And it's a complex scene, right?
Yes.
And you've got 2 inexperienced people inside, right?
Yes.
And you don't view it as sort of part of the team effort to be there with them as much as you can to help them?
We had one there with 3 years experience. I was not in the training process for Dan George. I'm not sure what training he's been through, the number of crime scenes that he was involved in. He seemed like he felt confident in what he was doing. And if he needed any assistance, Dan's always spoke up and said, can you help me with this? Or can you help me do this? He's always done that. And we actually work on the same shift together now. And if we need each other, we ask for each other's help.
So as he was working the scene, you were just lounging around. Is that fair?
I wouldn't consider it lounging, no. I was waiting around for instructions if he needed any help, making calls, getting things lined up for, like the medical examiner, the blood splatter interpreter.
Well, let's talk about that. How long did it take you to call the medical examiner's office and request Snell to come?
It was just a matter of just a few seconds, asking to let them know that we were ready for that process, yes.
How long did it take you to call the SBI and ask them to send Dwayne Deaver?
It took a few minutes on that, making the calls, getting the calls returned, that type of thing.
How long did it take you to call Keisha Barnett and ask her to bring a caliper?
Just over the radio, a few seconds.
How long did it take you to call Rebecca Reed? Ask her to come down.
Just a few short minutes.
What other phone calls did you make?
No other phone calls, except I take that back. I tried to contact my unit supervisor to let her know what type of call we were on.
How long did that take?
Just to dial a phone and leave a message, just a few seconds, I guess.
All right. And other than making the calls, when you weren't with Dan George or Angela, what exactly were you doing?
Well, as I stated earlier in my testimony, I did a walk through the crime scene to observe in the staircase. And I was in there looking around while photography was being done by Angie Powell and the video was being done by Dan George. I was looking in other areas for possible evidence or possible weapons or things of that nature that or something that may be relevant to the case. Just looking around doing different things. Even on the 10th and I believe the 11th, I was doing the same thing. I was having to sit and wait in a lot of situations, waiting for investigators to find things that needed to be photographed or documented.
Let's focus in on the 9th. You walked in and did a walkthrough, right?
Yes.
That took, 10 minutes?
The initial walkthrough, yes.
And then you said that you let Dan George start processing the scene, right?
Yes.
And when Angie Powell got there, you let her start photographing the scene, right?
Yes.
All right. Once that started happening, other than the times that you were with them, what were you doing?
I was staying out of their way, so I wouldn't try to be in photographs or in the video.
And when you were staying out of their way, what exactly were you doing?
I was usually standing around outside or in the mobile substation or command center.
Bunch of guys out in the mobile substation?
From time to time, yes.
Mm-hmm. Talking?
Yes.
Can you give me an estimate of how many hours you were out there staying out of their way?
No, sir, cannot.
I mean, we have a short break.
Let's take a 10-minute break, sir.
So, what's the standard recess? 10 minutes.
All right, Mr. Ruth.
Thank you. Mr. Campen, we don't have a lot of time left for today, so I want to focus for a few minutes on the luminoling that you did in the stairway area.
Yes.
All right. I think you said that you luminoled the upper portion of the stairway on the evening of December 9th.
Yes, sir.
And that was at the suggestion of Dwayne Deaver?
Yes.
You had not thought about doing that yourself before that?
No, sir.
And I think you made it clear on direct testimony that you didn't ever spray the bottom portion.
No, sir, I did not.
And indeed, I asked you about that very topic back in March, didn't I?
I don't recall you. No, sir.
Let me may I approach your honor?
Yes.
Let me show you page 98 of that transcript, and you can just read it to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about the whole page. Starts. Have you had a chance to read that now, sir?
Almost finished.
It's just that one page.
Right. I'm reading back over certain sections.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sir.
And does that refresh your recollection about whether or not I asked you about whether you had sprayed luminol in the bottom portion of the stairway?
Yes, it does.
And I did ask you that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we put that up on the screen, please? Can you blow that up, please? What I asked you at that point was, did you also at some point spray the lower portion? And you said, no, sir, did not. I said, never sprayed that north wall. And by the north wall, we're talking about the wall with that big blotch, right? That big blood spatter stain.
The one with the picture on, I think
yes,
it's a
sir.
cat picture.
Exactly. And you said, again, no, sir, did not. And I said, you're sure? Anybody else in your presence? And you said, I was the only one that sprayed luminol, sir, in that house, correct?
Yes.
And then I said to you, did you ever spray any luminol on that wall and have it drip down on that north wall? Right?
Yes.
And you said, again, I did not spray the lower staircase. I understand what runs you see or saw on that wall, right?
Yes.
That was there when I got there, right?
Yes, sir.
And I asked, it was, and you said, yes, sir. You're sure about that? It was there when I got there, yes, sir. Right?
Yes, sir.
And could you go down a little bit more, please? You said, I'm positive, sir. I'm positive, sir, right?
Yes, sir.
Because it shows up in every one of the photographs, right?
Yes.
Now, you were out at the house, were you not, in June of 2002?
Yes, sir.
There was another search done at that point, taking measurements and things, right?
Yes, sir.
And photographs were taken on that occasion, right?
I believe so, sir. Yes.
Did you take photographs? Or photographs?
I don't remember taking photographs, sir.
Do you know who did?
No, sir. I don't recall.
This is. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 154. Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 154. And on the disc that this was provided on, it said MVC-3S underneath this particular photo. Do you recognize that marking system at all?
That's the MVC's Mavica. I'm not sure about the 3S. I don't know if it was.
The MVC is what?
It stands. It's the Mavica symbol they use when you're using a Sony Mavica camera.
And is that one of the cameras that you all have it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 154 as one of the pictures that was taken out in June of 2002 of the stairway?
I'm familiar with this photograph. It resembles a lower staircase.
Yes, sir. And you talked about in that quote that you said, I know which runs you're talking about, right?
Yes.
And those are the runs that are shown in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Move that into evidence, Your Honor.
Hello.
Put that up on the screen. And the runs are right there, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness to step down and show the jury the runs that we're talking about? Because it's a little hard to see on that.
Thank you. Okay, the runs we're speaking of are going to be below my right index finger through the blood here.
Will you go back to that? Page 98, please. Just so we're all clear, can you go back up a little bit, please? That right now, starting at 12. You say again, I did not spray the lower staircase. I understand what runs you see or saw on that wall that was there when I got there. And that's what we're talking about here.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were positive of.
I'm sorry. The positive.
That's what you were positive of when you testified.
Yes.
All right, let me show you what I'm going to mark as Exhibit 153. By the way, sir, on that wall, there was a void area, right?
Yes, sir.
That you all were curious about, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought maybe it had been cleaned up with something, right? Possibility.
Possibility, yes, sir.
And one way to tell if there had ever been blood there would have been to spray luminol on it, right?
Would guess so, yes, sir.
Okay. But your testimony is you didn't do that.
No, sir, it did not.
Let me show you what's been marked Exhibit 153. You recognize that photo?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
That's the same void area and the same blood underneath it.
Same wall?
Yes.
Same area?
Yes.
And there's a date on that photo, right?
Yes, of 12/9/01.
So this would have been, Exhibit 153 would have been what that looked like when you first got there, right?
Yes.
And certainly Michael Peterson didn't have any access to this wall until you all finished your processing, right?
Correct.
Move that into evidence, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
Can you put that one up, please? I asked the witness to step down and show the jury this one.
Yes.
This is the photograph of the north wall, just below my right index finger, void area, what we're talking about.
And those drip marks aren't there, are they?
Yeah, there's one mark in this.
Can you put it up? So the run marks that we see on the right-hand side weren't there when you took control of the scene, were they?
No, sir. As the one on the left, that is what I observed when we were there and it was photographed.
And you testified on March 31st that that's how it always was, didn't you?
Well, that's how I observed it then, yes.
Can we go back to 98? Page 98? Could you go down a little bit? I understand what runs you see or saw on that wall. That was there when I got there. He said it was. I'm positive because it shows up in every one of the photographs, right?
Well, obviously it didn't show up in that photograph.
No, it didn't. Your testimony, sir, that you never sprayed any luminol on that area to see if there was blood or the remnants of blood there and it didn't drip down?
I did not spray luminol inside that lower staircase.
Do you have any explanation of how the drips got there?
No, sir, I do not.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor. I have more for him on this topic now.
All right, you do have further examination?
Yes, sir.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our weekend recess at this time. Recall court's instructions, keep an open mind. Don't try to make up your mind at this point about this case. Stay clear of the parties, the witnesses. Don't read about the case. Don't watch television about it. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you Monday morning, 9:30. 9:30. I know you can't feel so comfortable that you're going to stay up there till Monday morning. Right? No, sir. No, you can come down. Anything else?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think I need some clarification on something. It was brought to my attention, and I've not seen it, but apparently yesterday evening, Mr. Rudolph gave an interview to court television. The subject matter of the interview was based on essentially two different primary areas. One related to blood spatter evidence. And my understanding is that Mr. Rudolph talked about the blood spatter evidence. It's not in evidence yet, and that he was juxtaposed with a blood spatter expert who was opining about the blood spatter in this case, even though he hasn't reviewed this case, doesn't know anything about the facts of this case other than little bits and pieces that he's seen in the case up to this point. The other area that I understand he was talking about related to Mr. Peterson's sexual preferences. It was my understanding that those areas, in particular, the area as it related to Mr. Peterson's sexual preferences was a subject to a motion in limine that he filed. And we've danced around it all week in this courtroom as it related to things that were recovered in that house, things that were photographed photographed in that house. We've gone to great pains to strike those types of references out of the material in the state's witnesses up to this point. And I find it extremely difficult to deal with. I believe that, and I don't understand why, other than if there's some attempt to influence witnesses or influence jurors in some indirect way, why Mr. Rudolph would be talking about something that is the subject of his own motion in limine, number one. And number two, as it relates to the blood spatter evidence, information that's not even before the jury yet. He's talking about it on camera, juxtaposed with an expert in it. I'm puzzled by that, and I'd like some clarification from the court about how we can handle these types of issues and how we're going to appear in the press or on camera. I've chosen not to do that. Mr. Rudolph's taken a different tact. I bring it to the court's attention because I need some clarification on it, number one. And number two, I think the impact that it's having on my case is that it could be influencing witnesses who potentially could be called in our case in chief or as rebuttal witnesses.
Okay. So, motions, most of you probably already know this. Motions in limine, or motions in lemonade, as I like to call them, because the CC called it that one day and it stuck. Motions in lemonade. Motions in lemonade. That is motions that are put before the judge before trial. Things that they don't want the jury to know about because it could be more prejudicial than probative, meaning it could cause the jury to come back with a guilty verdict just because of that alone and not because of what really happened. And in this case, I feel like the fact that he was bisexual and did sometime have sex with male escorts, that would be very prejudicial. In my opinion, that is the motive for the murder. Therefore, if the jury knows that and they get told that Kathleen Peterson found out that night and they had an argument, that very well in and of itself send him to prison for the rest of his life. So Peterson's team asked for a motion in limine. They do not want the jury to know about this. But now he's gone on an interview on TV and said that he is bisexual. So now he's told the world after not wanting the jury to know about it. Now, the jury's still not going to know about it because they're not allowed to watch the news or anything about the case. But you've got witnesses that haven't been subpoenaed yet because they weren't going to talk about the bisexuality because of the motions in limine. So now let's say that the male escorts that he hired is sitting at home watching the news and this interview pops up. So now they've heard this whole thing with, the motive for the murder was that he was bisexual. So I should get in touch with the prosecution. I might need to testify. So now Hardin's like, what do I do now? Because we weren't going to do that. So yeah, he needs to address the court and find out what he needs to do now because he wasn't prepared for this. So that's what he's asking the judge for right now. And I had no idea this happened. I'm amazed. Why would you do that? Why? That was my next question. Yeah. Why did this happen? That's crazy.
And certainly as it relates to the blood spatter information, none of that information really is before the jury yet.
Well, I'm gonna let you do that, but let me clarify what I believe the court's position in all this is. There were two important periods before we start selecting the jury and then the start of this trial that I'm concerned with. before we started selecting the jury, we had a jury pool out there that I felt, and apparently all counsel felt, we needed to protect so that, for lack of use of a better word, they wouldn't become contaminated. I think we did that, as far as I know, with the selection of this jury. As I told y'all before, each one of you questioned each one of these jurors about an hour and a half.
He said he didn't have relationships with men. He just went out and had sex with sex workers. So I don't see how he could be protecting anybody. I think they wanted it left out because it's a very plausible motive, but I also think that motive in and of itself could have made the difference between murder and manslaughter. Because what if he went up there to the office or wherever they work, and Kathleen was on his laptop and saw that, maybe, let's say she found his gay porn on his laptop, and then he walked in on her when she found it, and then she turned to him and had something to say about it, and they got in a fight, and then everything else happened because of that. That could be manslaughter instead of murder because it wasn't premeditated. So that actually could help him. That could be like an IIED, right? Isn't that what it's called? IIED? I don't know. Intentional infliction of, no. What does it stand for? Emotional disturbance? Something emotional disturbance. I don't remember what the initials stand for. But that can be the difference between first degree and second degree murder. Okay, not manslaughter, second degree murder. But anyways, it can lessen the charge, is what I'm trying to say. Because it's not like something he planned to do. They got into an argument over something and it happened. It wasn't a pre-planned thing. So it actually could have helped lessen his charge if that was it.
Now, somewhere longer, somewhere less than that, that's 3 hours. I've never been in a case before in my life where each person who eventually got picked to sit on this jury was questioned for 3 hours. Now, y'all do the math and add all that up. A lot of these issues we talked about with the jury. Now, once this jury was picked, and the court has instructed this jury not to watch television, not to read the newspapers, it's out of my hands. It's out of my hands. I got this jury picked. I think the jury is following the court's instructions. Now, counsel, any one of y'all want to go out there and give interviews and do all those kind of things, then we can talk about that. I'm only concerned with the jury. Now, witnesses who might watch, somebody else, you're going to have to talk to me about that, because I don't know that I have a whole lot of control about that. I mean, if y'all don't want these things to get to the jury some kind of way, then you're not going to, you can't go out and give interviews and things like that. But that's not my main concern, because once this jury got picked, I think I got control of this jury, and the only way they can get this information is through dishonesty. Okay? It's going to be through dishonesty, or somebody inadvertently give it to them. I don't think anybody's going to intentionally try to do that. Now, with that being said, I have no idea what Mr. Rudolph has done. I didn't see any reports, and he can say what he wants to say about the situation, right? But I do want to make it clear. My main concern.
Yeah, I think so. I don't even know if there is a third degree. I think it just goes first, second, and then voluntary manslaughter, and then involuntary manslaughter. It also depends on the state too, because different states call them different things. I don't think Hardin is worried so much about the jury. I think he believes most jurors take their job very seriously and they don't watch news and stuff. I mean, there might be a rogue juror out there that might, but for the most part, they do what they're told. I don't think Hardin is worried so much about the jury. I think he's more worried about potential witnesses that might have seen the news, even though they know if they've already been subpoenaed, they know they're not supposed to. But since now he might have to call witnesses. See, they have a witness list of people they may have to call. I don't know if they tell every person on that list, don't watch the news. Don't watch anything about the case because you might be called. I don't know if they do that, but I do know there's a witness list and they don't have to call everybody on that list. I know, right, Wiggles? I would be too. I know. I would be like, they're not gonna know. They won't know. They won't know. I need to see somebody's commentary. Like I'd be like, I just need to go see what EDB said about this. Yeah. Yeah. Manslaughter is usually like, well, voluntary means that you did it and you had a reason to do it. I mean, more like poor judgment, not reason, but involuntary manslaughter. No, I guess involuntary manslaughter would be bad judgment too. Because, like, isn't if you kill somebody in a DUI, isn't that involuntary manslaughter? Or like in a car accident, if it's like reckless driving, or isn't that involuntary manslaughter? That's not manslaughter, is it? I don't know. I wish I could afford to take some law classes. Not to be a lawyer, just take some classes. Like basic law. Law 101, whatever. So I could learn this stuff, but I've learned a lot since I started watching trials, though. Yeah, I would. I would want to watch a rerun. I would have a hard time because I know too much. Like, I wonder if I could be exempt if I could say, I watch trials every day. No, I'd be like, I stream and commentate on trials every day. My YouTube channel is. But no, I don't have to do jury duty because I got jury duty. I wasn't registered to vote for a really long time. And then I registered to vote again because I'm like, this country's going to hell in a handbasket. I got to start voting again. So I started voting again, and then I got as soon as I registered, seemed like as soon as I registered, I got jury duty, and it was on the trial was scheduled to start on my very last day of chemo. So I think I wrote a letter saying that I couldn't do jury duty because it was my very last day of chemo. So they told me I didn't have to come. And then like the very next trial, I got served again, and I was like, I wrote him a letter. I'm like, I have fibromyalgia and arthritis, and I cannot sit still for that amount of time. I mean, you guys see me here. I'm up, down, all over the place because I can't sit still I get uncomfortable very easily. I can't sit still for that long. And I was like, nope. And squirrel. I can't concentrate that long either. So I am now exempt from jury duty for medical reasons. So I will never be asked to sit on a jury again. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, I do that too. I'd be yelling, dude. They'd be taking me off if if they would let me serve, they'd be taking me off. I would too. I would have to come home and tell Travis. I would have to. There's no way I couldn't. And I know they say don't even tell your spouse. Who's he gonna tell? I mean, come on. It's just Travis. He's not gonna go blurting it to everybody. Well, that's a good reason. I mean, I kind of would like to do it, but at the same time, I would be so uncomfortable and so miserable. It would be awful. Because, in fact, by the end of the day, sitting here, I am in so much pain. Just sitting in a chair and crossing my legs. Sometimes I try to elevate them on a chair, but I elevate my legs and then my back hurts or my hips hurt. I can't find a comfortable position. I just can't.
With all y'all is information getting back to the jury. I don't have control over court TV. I don't have control over TVD, RAL, anybody who reports it. That's way outside my concern. Now, I watch the news on TV and the judge and the other Peterson case. Remember that case, the other we're the other Peterson case. Well, in somebody else's case out in California. I mean, he's issuing gag orders telling people don't talk about the case at one time, and then COVID, Bryant, they're doing the same thing. Now, listen, I ain't doing that. Okay, so I'm not going to do that. But now, I mean, we are trying to case here. So I don't know what you're doing, Mr. Rudolph.
Let me just respond briefly. With regard to the blood spatter expert, I had nothing to do with whatever he said. I had no idea he was going to be on. I had no idea the topic of blood spatter would come up. And whatever he said, I think he's the president of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I appreciated what he said, but I had no idea that it was coming. And I have no control over him, obviously. So that's all I can say about that. With regard to the sexuality, though, the reason I went on that program was because there was a leak from the DA's office earlier this week. And Mr. Gasparoli printed a column in which there was all this stuff about sexuality and what was in the discovery. And I think Miss Lewis ran a piece one night on WRAL in which she talked about what was in the discovery and the fact that there was pornography in the discovery and male pornography in the discovery. So I think the court has already recognized, and I think certainly the bar recognizes, that a defense lawyer faced with leaks from the other side about personal matters relating to his client is perfectly free to go up and talk about it. All I said was that, in my opinion, Mr. Peterson's sexuality, whatever it is, has nothing to do with this case. I've said that in open court, and I said it on court TV, and I don't think there's anything.
Well, Hardin didn't put it that way. Hardin made it sound like it was all Rudolph, just telling the world things that he'd asked not to be allowed in court.
Wrong with that. I think that's a far cry from leaking information to journalists so that they can then broadcast that information. And if anyone's, and I agree with the court, I think the real focus ought to be on the jury. But if anyone's trying to influence anybody, it's the people who are leaking that information, not somebody who stands up and says, I don't think it has anything to do with anything.
You may not realize that you're doing it, but when you say the people who leak that information, you're pointing over to your right at two people sitting there.
Well, I'll swing around a little bit more.
Yeah, okay. The only reason I mentioned that is because we talked about it briefly at the bench. The district attorney, he's standing now, which means he's getting ready to say something, or he's getting ready to be told to sit down. He said yesterday that it didn't come from his office.
And that it came from somewhere on that side of the room.
Okay.
And I think that's mighty convenient, and that's always Mr. Rudolph's pat answer when something gets developed in the media that he doesn't like. He always points the finger over here. And I will say what I said at the bench earlier in the week. Every one of these people out here that's in the media is running to various degrees their own investigation about this case. Some of them have developed evidence before we've even found out about it. So for him to say that we've been leaking things is absolutely inaccurate. I've talked to people in this office about this particular issue. I'm satisfied that it came from outside of this office through other sources that have been developed that we don't even know anything about. So it's mighty convenient for him to point the finger over here and always say that something bad that hurts his client is coming out in the media and it's because of us, but that's simply not true.
Well, Mr. Rudolph told you what his concern was. I don't really know what you think, either one of you, any one of you, want me to do about it, Mr. Hart. I'm satisfied the jury is not getting any information that they're supposed to be getting, that they're not supposed to be getting. What's your concern that Mr. Hart?
Merely bringing it to the court's attention because I want clarification. I was under the impression that there was a motion in limine and that had addressed it, but apparently I was mistaken.
Well, no, you weren't mistaken, but that motion in limine has been in effect for a long time. And quite frankly, the court's concern is, as I told you before, I want to pick a fair jury without all that. And you all agree. I mean, there's no way a juror can sit on a case in the state of North Carolina, in the state court, unless the state passes that jury and the defense passes that jury, and you all have done it. I'm satisfied you picked a jury that told you the truth about whatever information they had about this case. Now, they're not supposed to get any other information outside of what's presented in this courtroom. To the degree that either side puts information out there, there's a high degree, a high chance that they're going to get some kind of information. But I mean, that's always the case. I mean, Mr. Rudolph is giving interviews every day. We've been here how long, Mr. Okay, not Sunday. Maybe you didn't do it on Sundays, but so I mean, he's done that. I don't have any desire to control what the press prints, what they put on TV, who they talk to. I got, that's just I've been doing this too long. That's way outside of my concern. I would be concerned if the jury hears any of the things that are on court TV, because it's not something that they're supposed to know. But we all know that. And you made your point. If you're trying to tell him something, Ms. D, I guess you made your point. You want him to stop, I take it, that's one. Or you want to do something, which I don't think is your point, but
I'll just say that
our styles are very different. Let's just get it all out. I mean, we talked about these things at the bench. I've had to stop potential fist fights and all kind of things up here, but I don't want it to get out of control. But I don't know what to do other than that. I mean, I'm reluctant to order lawyers not to talk. Once we got the jury picked, I was concerned about the jury pool. I mean, you all were concerned about the jury pool. Some kind of way, by the grace of God, we got through that. We got a jury pick, although it took 7 weeks to do it.
Wow.
I'm not hearing anything. 9:30.
All standing? Yes, yes, yes. County don't stand adjourned until 9:30. Women, we got 6 days on.
This judge is like, you guys are adults. You figure it out yourself. That's not my job. He doesn't sweat the small stuff. He's like, quit coming and crying to me, acting like a baby. You guys are adults. This is your career. Figure it out. Do what you're supposed to do, and let me do what I'm supposed to do. That's refreshing. He's like the opposite of Bev. Well, Bev wanted to control everything that came out of the lawyers' mouths.
All right, members of the jury, our first business matter we need to take care of. I want to introduce you to counsel for the defendant seated at the table. Normally where Mr. Maher would be, Mr. Gordon Widenhouse. He is a law partner of Mr. Maher and Mr. Rudolph. Mr. Maher is called away this week for a family situation, and Mr. Widenhouse is taking his place at this point. And I don't think you all have seen him as counsel, but he is a partner of both Mr. Rudolph and Mr. Maher. Questions, Mr. Rudolph?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Campen.
Good morning, sir.
When we broke on Friday, we were looking at those two photos of the north wall, if you recall. I think they're exhibits 153 and 154. Do you have those? I think they're on PowerPoint. I think that one there is 154, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Oh, I didn't. Should we go to 153? And that one there is 153?
Yes, sir.
And that area in the sort of upper middle, right next to that long drip there, that's the void area we've been talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
And when we put those in a comparison, do one more, can we go to the next one? Right there, that's the drip areas, right?
Yeah, that's what's showing in the photo. Yes, sir.
And they seem to be coming down from that void area, correct?
In that particular photograph, yes, sir.
Yes, in 154.
In 154, yes, sir.
There's nothing coming down in 153, correct? None of these drip marks.
Not the same ones, no, sir.
Yes, sir. Can you, may the witness step down and show these to the jury so that they can see them a little bit closer?
Yes.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, you can just show that comparison to the jury. If you could hold one next to the other, that'd be great. Thank you.
This is State's Exhibit 153, Defendant's Exhibit 153 and Defendant's Exhibit 154.
Let me show you. By the way, when luminol is sprayed after it dries, it can sometimes leave a sort of whitish film or whitish markings.
Whitish powder type substance, yes, sir.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Do you recognize that area?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that, again, the north wall?
Yes, it is.
The area right below that void?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rock, let me see that.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Sorry. And do you see the white powder there at the bottom on the floor? This area here?
I see some white there. I'm not sure what it is, sir.
And does that have the appearance of what luminol would look like after it was sprayed and dried?
To some extent, yes.
Move 155 into evidence, Your Honor.
So,
may we put that up on the board? No. Let me ask you instead. That's hard to see up on the board there. Let's. Could you, if you wouldn't mind, may I have the witness step down and show that picture to the jury?
yes.
If you could point out the white area that we're talking about.
What he's referring to is on this step here and this step here.
I think we said yesterday that void area, at one point at least, you thought maybe someone had wiped that up or cleaned up some blood from that area, right?
First of all, I was not in court yesterday, but Friday. That's okay. I don't know what made those marks on the walls.
I understand that. What I was asking, though, is the void area. At one point, when you and Deaver were looking at that void area and wondering what it was, the thought crossed your mind that maybe there had been blood there and somebody had come along and cleaned it up, right?
I couldn't make that determination, sir.
I understand you couldn't make the determination. I asked you whether that thought crossed your mind.
Yes, sir. Thought did cross my mind, yes, sir.
Okay. And one way of sort of testing that would be, for example, to wipe it with, do a phenolphthalein test, right, and see if there are any traces of blood, correct?
That could be done, but it was not done.
Well, I understand it wasn't done, but that could have been done.
Yes, sir.
If you thought, if that was one of the things you wanted to at least rule out, you could have done a phenolphthalein test and either ruled it in or ruled it out, right? Presumptively.
Presumptively, yes.
All right. And was there any particular reason why you didn't do that test?
With the amount of blood in there, you didn't see where it was necessary. It was a known blood source.
Well, I was talking about in the void area.
Well, that whole wall was contaminated in that area. So, presumptive test for blood, it was visible blood. So to me, it didn't make sense to do a presumptive test using phenolphthalein on that wall.
Okay. But there wasn't any visible blood in the void area, was there?
I didn't view it real closely. There could have been, but I didn't view it close enough. It shows up in the photograph as being a void area, but there may have been some blood in there.
Okay. We know that there have been at least some photo glitches in this case, right?
Excuse me?
Are you aware that there have been some photo glitches in this case? Glitches with photographs?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Another way you could have done that to see if there was any wiping. When you spray luminol, for example, and someone's wiped up blood, you could actually see the wipe marks, can't you, sometimes?
We never sprayed luminol in that area, sir.
Yeah, I understand that. I was just asking you, if you think an area, let's put aside that area for a second. If you're in a room and you think perhaps some blood has been cleaned up, if you spray luminol, say, on a wall, you can actually see the swipe marks from where the blood was wiped up, can't you?
Yes, sir.
So you could have, if you'd wanted to, I'm not saying you did, but you could have, if you'd wanted to, sprayed luminol on that void area to see if anyone had wiped up any blood from that area, could you not?
Yes, sir, we could have, yes.
But you didn't do that?
No, sir, we did not. It would destroy the blood splatter that was already on the wall.
Well, once you did your analysis of that blood spatter and took your photos to document it, would it have mattered as long as you documented the luminol coming down that you did a luminol test?
I don't know, sir.
Let me show you what's previously been marked. Oh. Judge, may I, if I could, mark this as a defense exhibit 156 with the understanding I'll substitute a clean page at the break? Yes. Thank you. Let me show you what I've now marked as defense exhibit 156, which is a photocopy of page 163 of the James and Eckert book on interpretation of bloodstain evidence. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And does that appear to be a photograph of luminol that's sort of running down after application, running down a
horizontal surface, vertical surface, I should say. As it states in figure 7.8, luminol reagent running down the side of a vinyl car seat during application. Yes.
Okay. And have you ever seen luminol run like that when you've sprayed it?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, move 156 of that.
It's allowed.
Can you show the jurors what the luminol looks like? May I have the witness step down and?
Yes.
Thank you. When it runs down, say, to the side of something.
This is figure 7.8 below my left index finger.
So, having looked at that, and now going back to the last photograph I showed you, the one marked 154 with those drip marks going down, and the white stuff at the bottom there, would it be fair to say that it would at least appear as though someone may have sprayed some luminol on that void area and it then dripped down?
Objection.
Overruled.
The luminol process was done by myself, with me present during all the luminol applications. We never sprayed luminol in the lower part of that staircase. So I have no idea how those rundowns got there.
Okay. My question was whether or not, looking at the photos that I've shown you and looking at what luminol looks like when it's applied on a wall and it runs down, whether or not it appears at least that someone, whether it was you or Mr. George or someone else, sprayed luminol on that void area at some point.
No, sir, we never sprayed luminol in that staircase, sir.
Now, you say you sprayed the stairway on December 9th, is that right?
That is correct, the upper part of the staircase.
The evening of December 9th, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that Mr. George testified that that stairway was sprayed on December 10th as well?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that because I had control on December 10th of what was going on with the luminol.
Well, actually, he testified that he was doing the spraying on the 10th. Was that inaccurate?
The process on which he was applying to, or referring to, the actual, on the 10th, we started spraying luminol from the two steps leading away from where Kathleen Peterson was, leading into the kitchen area. At that point, when I tested the luminol to make sure it was working, I did hand him the spray bottle. He did spray it. And I was directing him on how to spray because he's never sprayed it, directed him on how to apply it. And then shortly after, I took the bottle away from him and I continued the spray process.
So is it your testimony in front of this jury that there was no spraying in the stairway on the 10th?
Not on the inside of that staircase, no, sir.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 157, which is a transcript of Mr. George's testimony back in March 2003, when he was asked questions about what he was present for in terms of luminol spraying and what he wasn't. And just,
Excuse me. Objection to, you don't like to be heard.
All right, Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the. Yes, sir, Mr. Hart.
Your Honor, I can see how Mr. George could have been impeached with this information from a prior hearing while he was under oath. Do not believe that it's relevant or appropriate that this witness be asked whether he's aware of those statements. He was sequestered. He wasn't anywhere in the courtroom. He would have no knowledge of those statements. And essentially, he's trying to impeach Mr. George without Mr. George being here, number one, and this witness would have no knowledge of those statements.
All right, well, you're probably one step ahead of me, Mr. Hart, and I have no idea what Mr. Rudolph has in his hand there other than appears to be a transcript from something. Yes, sir.
Well, I anticipate that the transcript's going to talk about at some point luminol spraying in some portion of that stairway on December the 10th, which was not Mr. George's testimony before this jury. It may have been his testimony in prior hearing, but it was not his testimony before this jury. So I think that's what's getting ready to come.
All right, well, let's see. Mr. Rudolph, what do you have, Betsy?
Your Honor, my purpose here is to show this to the witness to see.
What is it, first of all?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a transcript of Mr. George's testimony in March 2003.
All right.
And I was getting ready to show it to him to see if it refreshes his recollection about what George was present for and what George wasn't present for.
You're not representing this, his testimony last week? Or?
No, not at all.
All right. The old rule at this point, Mr. DA. Do you want to be heard further?
Well, I don't know how it can refresh a witness's recollection if he wasn't present during the hearing and would have no knowledge of what was conducted in the March hearing. How can it refresh his recollection if he was not here?
His point, Mr. Rudolph, is obviously this witness doesn't have any knowledge of that.
Well, I think my question would be whether he does have any knowledge of that, whether he knew it after Mr. George testified about it, whether they discussed it at any point between then and now, those kinds of questions.
Oh my God. That is disturbing. So did they release her? I mean, I guess if she only spent 5 months, they released her, but everybody knows AI can be wrong. And facial recognition software is a form of AI, right? That is scary. What was the crime? Well, why didn't they do that from the start rather than put her in jail for 5 months? Sometimes, like, you watch these body cam things and, you know, you hear the people say, you know, they give their excuses and stuff, which are most of the time it's excuses. But what if it's not? You know, like in this case. And they're like, well, I don't make those decisions. You're going to have to tell the judge. This is a process. I have to put you in cuffs. And I have to put you in cuffs. And we have to book you. And then and if it's on the weekend, they have to wait even longer. You have to wait to tell a judge. But what if it really is some kind of misunderstanding? Nobody listens to them until they go to see a judge. But why 5 months? She saw a judge. Okay, so she didn't have the money and she didn't have the fake ID. That wasn't enough? That's crazy.
So Mr. Hardin may or may not be right, but I think I'm entitled to at least explore the topic without showing it to the jury, but just asking the witness whether or not it refreshes his memory and what happened after this testimony. Because obviously Mr. George's testimony did change.
Mr. Hardin.
Well, we're in a perfect opportunity for him to ask those questions right now out of the presence of the jury, because regardless of what the witness's testimony is, if it's in front of the jury, the implication is going to be that he's impeaching George in a prior inconsistent statement. So let's find out now, while the jury's out of the room.
Oh yeah, I'm just waiting for them to start arresting Christians. It's getting that bad. It really is. It's getting scary.
Mr. Campen address those questions that Mr. Rudolph has just posed, and then we'll know where we need to go.
Mr. Rudolph, he wants to have a voir dire outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir. And my position would be that the jury's entitled to hear this witness's unrehearsed answers to the question about whether or not he was aware of what Mr. George said in March, whether he talked with Mr. George about it. I think that whether he denies it or doesn't deny it, it's up to the jury to determine his credibility about that.
All right, objections overruled. Bring them back. All right, further questions?
Yes, sir. I think I had asked you whether or not your testimony was that the upper stairway was sprayed on the 9th, and you said it was, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I asked you to take a look at what I've now marked Defendant's Exhibit 157, which is a page out of Mr. George's voir dire back in March. And looking at lines 6 through 20 there, does that in any way refresh your recollection of whether or not the stairway, the interior of the stairway, was also sprayed on December the 10th?
I can only testify to what I saw and observed. There was no luminol spraying done on the 10th inside that staircase by either one of us. I had control of the luminol kit and its contents, and everything was done in my presence.
After March 31st, did you ever talk with Mr. George about him testifying that the stairway was also sprayed on the 10th?
No, sir, we have not.
Do you have any idea where his recollection of that comes from?
I know one of the sentences on the very top says probably the 10th. It sounded like there was some doubt there. They weren't really sure.
Well, he also said that he wasn't even present on the 9th when any luminol spraying was done, didn't he?
And he was not in that staircase when luminol spraying was done on the 9th.
And that's what he said.
Right.
But he remembered spraying in the staircase, didn't he?
I have no idea what his recollection was, sir.
In any event, it would be your testimony that if that was his recollection, it was just wrong. Is that right?
He mistakenly, I guess. I have no idea.
In any event, by the way, when you came to the house, you came back to the house on the 12th of December, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been just 2 days after you luminoled in the kitchen area, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you came back on the 12th, that stairway area was boarded up.
I just reminded myself of that Twilight Zone episode. There's a Twilight Zone episode with Burgess Meredith. It's way in the future where... Oh, wait. No, it's obsolete. I thought it was irrelevant. It's not. Wait. Now I'm going to have to go back and watch that episode. He's a librarian. And it's in the future, and anybody whose job is not necessary anymore, I think they get put to death. So they go before this judge. And I thought he kept saying irrelevant. And when I said irrelevant a while ago, it reminded me of that guy. But I think he says obsolete, not irrelevant. Now I need to watch the episode again. It's a really good episode, and it makes a really good point. Nobody is useless. Even one day when the machines take over, nobody is useless. Mankind is always to be cherished. But I don't know if he said irrelevant or obsolete now.
Up, wasn't it?
On the lower section, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And indeed, when you came back in June of 2002,
the stairway was boarded up, wasn't it?
I believe it was, sir.
Now, going back to December 9th, when you first got involved in this, you were paged, I think you said, at 3:45 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And told by George at that point that it was an apparent fall down the stairs.
Yes, sir.
You arrived at 4:49.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you waited a while before you entered the house, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you entered the house, you were wearing shoe covers and that other clothing, right?
I was wearing shoe covers and gloves.
Oh, okay. You weren't wearing that.
The full body suit, no, sir.
I'm sorry. So if we can go to State's Exhibit 158, what you were wearing at that point was these shoes here?
No, sir.
Oh, different kind of shoes?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. What were you wearing when you went in?
That particular suit right there is a full body suit, so those actual shoe covers are sewn to that suit.
Okay.
So these were just covers just for the shoes and the upper part of the calf area.
All right. But I think you testified on Friday that for the most part, that kind of clothing is meant to protect you all, right?
Yes, sir. Against contaminants, yes, sir.
Right. It certainly doesn't stop secondary transfers
no,
inside
sir.
the scene.
No, sir, it does not.
For example, if you were to, those shoe covers have flat bottoms.
Yes, sir.
So, for example, if you were to step in a little drop of blood and then walk, you could transfer that blood to another location, correct?
More so if the blood is wet, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, of course. Or hairs, for example. Hairs are sort of transitory, right?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, if you sat down or something in a suit and you were on hairs, you can move the hairs in some way, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's why you still have to be careful in terms of secondary transfers, even if you're wearing those suits, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's true, is it not, that the order in which a scene is processed can be important, right?
Yes, sir.
For example, you want to collect the transitory evidence as soon as possible, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you've got a bunch of trace evidence, fibers and hairs, say in a stairway, what you want to do is collect those things before you start spraying with luminol or doing other stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because things like hairs and fibers can move, right?
Absolutely.
But in this case, you had Deaver come in and do the stringing and all that stuff before you collected any hairs, didn't you?
I think there were some hairs collected prior or before Agent Devers got in there. But this is, this was not a hair fiber case. This was a bloodstain analysis case.
Okay, well, I thought most of the hairs and fibers and things were collected on the 12th, weren't they?
No, sir. That was carpet staples and carpet fibers that were attached to the staples.
All right. And weren't there hairs and fibers that were collected after Agent Deaver got there at the scene?
It's possible, yes, sir.
And by the way, people shed hairs every day, do they not?
Yes, sir, they do.
We shed a bunch of hairs each day, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know, for example, you weren't wearing any head covering, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
So you don't know whether you shed any hairs while you were working in that stairway?
It's possible that I did, yes, sir.
Well, it's likely you did because we shed hairs every day, right?
Like I say, it's possible that I did shed at that particular time. I don't know.
And Dan George, who was working in that stairway all day, in all likelihood shed some hairs in there, right?
Yes, sir.
And you certainly don't know if any hairs were moved around while you were working in there, right?
I would have no way of knowing, sir.
Right. So the specific location where a hair may have been picked up may not have been where the hair was originally, right?
I know the hairs that we did collect that particular day were actually stuck to the blood itself.
So were those the only hairs then you picked up, or hairs that were in blood actually?
Yes.
Now, I think you said that the blood on the wall was up higher than you thought it would be.
Oh, higher than I thought it should be, yeah.
Should be, I'm sorry. But of course, when you got to Miss Peterson's body, you did notice that both her feet, the bottoms of both her feet were bloody, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you did notice that her hands were bloody, right?
Yes, with hair attached, yes.
With hair attached. And did you consider what the fact that she had blood on the bottom of her feet and the fact that she had blood in her hands and hair in her hands, what that meant in terms of the height that you saw blood there in that stairway?
No, sir, because I was not doing the bloodstain analysis on that. That's why I called in an expert to give me an opinion.
All right, sir. Did it strike you that it looked like perhaps she had tried to get to her feet at some point?
I have no way of knowing how her feet got bloody.
You didn't talk with Agent Deaver about that?
It was probably discussed, but I called him in to do his job.
Yes,
it was not we worked as a team to get his job done.
Yes,
I left him alone to let him do his analysis and testing. So I have no idea what his conclusions were.
Well, actually, you were there with him doing the stringing, weren't you?
I was present, but I was not observing it real closely.
Okay. Well, you noticed the height of the blood in this stairway, right?
On my first observations, yes, I did.
And when he got there then, did you not ask him what he thought that might be?
No, sir, I did not.
You never discussed that with him, or the fact that maybe Miss Peterson had gotten to her feet at some point, and that's why she had blood on the bottoms of her feet?
The only thing that I did was show my, interest that, it was high and it didn't make sense to me. And I could not make those determinations as to how all the blood got where it was on the walls and on the floor. So that's why I had him do his analysis.
Sure. Now, another thing you talked about on Friday was the odor of alcohol in the sink. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that in the middle of the stringing process, you all took a break and you went into the kitchen, and Agent Deaver lifted up this pot and smelled alcohol in the drain and called you over. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, that would have been like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, right?
That is correct.
Mr. Peterson would have been gone from that scene for over 12 hours at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you look in the drain? By the way, you have no way of knowing whether any of the people who had been wandering around the kitchen may have poured out a glass of wine or emptied a bottle or anything like that, do you?
No, sir. I was not observing all the people that were in the residence.
And did you look in the drain at all to see what might be stuck there to hold that odor?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, it struck you, did you not, that something must be down there, sort of a piece of bread or something to hold that odor for that long, didn't it?
Just the actual drain itself has got that curved part, or what they call a piece wrap, that would hold items in there for a long period of time until it's disturbed.
And one of the things that crime scene techs can do is to actually remove that portion of the drain, can't they?
Yes, sir, they can.
Indeed, it's often done, right?
I don't know.
You've done it before, haven't you?
No, sir, I have not.
You know it is done.
I've heard of it being done, yes.
But you didn't do it in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
So you don't have any idea whether there was some bread or food or something in there causing that odor to remain?
I did not take the drain apart, so I'm not sure what was in it.
And there wasn't any blood on the wine bottle, was there?
The test come back negative on phenolphthalein.
And there were, I think you pointed out, there were 2 wine glasses right there by the sink?
Yes, sir.
Now, and both of them had a little bit of wine in them?
Just at the very bottom, some of it looked like it was almost drying up.
Did you collect that liquid?
No, sir. We collected the glasses itself.
And why didn't you collect the liquid?
The liquid's still in the glasses. The dried part was still in the glasses.
Well, the glasses we saw here didn't have anything dried, did it? Any dried wine in the bottom?
One of them, I think, was dry, but I think one of them had just a little tiny bit left in it. But no, it was not collected, sir.
And is there a reason for that?
No, sir.
Now, you do know, as you sit here right now, that Kathleen Peterson had at least something to drink that night, right?
I heard she had, yes.
Well, you know that she had a blood alcohol content of 0.07, according to the autopsy when she died, right?
Yes, I've heard that, yes.
And so we can presume from that, can we not, that she was drinking something that night, right?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Well, you seem to attach some significance to these two wine glasses. Did you find any other wine glasses in the house that Kathleen Peterson might have used that night to drink?
I don't remember anyone finding any other wine glasses in the house.
So if she had enough wine or champagne or a combination to get her to a blood alcohol content of 0.07, there certainly would be nothing unusual about finding two wine glasses in the kitchen, would there?
I would assume not.
Let's talk a little bit about documentation, if we could. You would agree that documentation, proper documentation of the scene is critical to what you do?
Yes.
And photography is an important part of documentation, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
But it's not the only part, is it?
No, sir.
Let's talk about the photography, first of all, in this case. I think you said on Friday that when you do a close-up picture of something, you are supposed to use a ruler to provide some scale, right?
Not in all cases, no, sir.
Oh, well, when would you use a ruler to provide scale or not use a ruler? What's the guidelines?
If I wanted to show or document maybe a fingerprint or maybe a shoe print or something like that, like somebody kicked in the front door of a residence and left a shoe print on the door that had good detail to it, or fingerprint, and I needed to have maybe send it off for analysis at a later time, then they could use the scaled photograph to be able to blow that image up to its proper size, so they can make a comparison with the known sample versus the photographic sample.
Well, for example, you remember that photo of step 15, the one that you then took the close-up of? The one with the little marks on it?
Yes, sir.
That was a photo of just that step, right?
Showing, I believe, the entire step. I believe
Yes,
it was. Yes, sir.
And one of the things you might want to know, for example, is how far away from the wall one of those marks was, right?
That didn't cross my mind. Didn't have an interest in that. It was just the actual size of that particular mark that was left behind, or that transfer pattern that was left behind on the step.
Well, I understand it didn't cross your mind at the time, but looking back on it now, that'd be one thing that you might want to know, right?
It wouldn't show me any relevance. I don't see the importance of it. No, sir.
Well, for example, when you found that condom, you measured how far the condom was from the wall, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you measured how far the package was from the wall, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
But you didn't measure how far any of those marks were from the wall, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And looking back on it now, do you think it would have been better if you had measured that?
Not necessarily, sir, no, sir.
Should a ruler have been in that photograph so we could at least perhaps try to estimate how far that mark was from the wall?
it didn't serve no purpose to me. I didn't even think about it. It didn't cross my mind as it being important to do that. The only thing I wanted to do was get the actual size of the blood transfer pattern.
Okay, sir. And by the way, is there any way for us to check whether this thing that you claim is a one-to-one actually was a one-to-one?
Yes, sir, there is.
And how can we check that?
By taking a one-to-one photograph of a ruler and then comparing the two together.
Well, no, actually, I'm asking you whether you did it properly on that day. In other words, is there any way for us to determine that you did it properly on December the 9th?
Yes, sir, there is.
Now, and the way to do that is to take a photo now?
Take the actual item, take a photograph of a ruler. If if it interests you, take a photograph of the ruler,
right,
and then take the ruler after the Polaroid photograph's been developed. Take the same ruler and put it up there to make sure that it was one-to-one photography, and then take the ruler and measure the actual blood print.
And how does that tell us that it was done properly on the 9th?
The procedures that I use for the Spectre camera is the same procedures I've always used, and the camera is built with a one-to-one attachment, and that is how I used it, and I used it properly. I've had training on it.
So we have to take your word, your testimony that you used it properly that night, right?
Absolutely.
Right. That's the basis, that's the only basis on which we can conclude that it was done properly, right?
Yes, sir, I did my job properly.
Now, you're also supposed to keep track of the date and the time that photos are taken, are you not?
Photo log, at that particular time, we did not have a photo log, or we did not do photo logs. So, we followed the same procedure we've been following for years.
Well, let's explain to the jury what a photo log is. A photo log is a listing by photograph of exactly each frame that's taken, right?
Showing the area in which you take that photograph, whether it's you're facing north, south, east, or west in a living room, whether it's the north wall, south wall, and a basic description of what's in view in that particular photograph.
And it shows you the order in which photographs were taken, right?
Yes, sir, it does.
And it also is supposed to show the time, the date and time a photograph was taken, correct?
The date's important. I'm not necessarily concerned about the time, but the dates, yes.
Well, the time can be important to determine, for example, if a particular photograph is taken before or after another photograph. Right?
Yes, sir, you could, yes.
For example, during Mr. George's testimony, this jury saw several photographs of the same step, with some of them where there were little drops of blood that were filled in, and then the very same step, a little drop of blood being skeletonized. Have you seen those photographs?
Yes, sir, I have.
And one of the things you'd like to know is which of those photos was taken first, right? The one that showed the full drop or the one that showed the skeletonized drop?
Well, it would be obvious that the one with full drop would have been taken first because it's normally not reversed.
Well, but it would be nice to know that for sure, wouldn't it? I mean, you're making an assumption there, correct?
I can't see how, if you start with the outer edge of a blood drop having nothing in it, and all of a sudden another photograph showing it full doesn't make logical sense.
Fair enough. In any event, you don't know how much time passed between those two photographs, do you?
No, I do not.
And it might be nice to know what time they were taken so that we could figure out what might have happened to change those particular spatters, right?
It would show that there was a change, but how those changes occurred probably wouldn't be identified.
And of course, you know that at least one of the experts that the state has relied on in this case viewed that skeletonization as evidence that Mr. Peterson had somehow tried to clean up the blood. You're aware of that, aren't you?
No, sir, I'm not.
If one of their experts did that, that would, of course, been a mistake, right? Because that skeletonization wasn't there when you all started taking your photographs, right?
I don't know, sir.
Well, that's one of the problems when things change inside a
staircase, for example, right?
Things change on crime scenes from the very beginning to the very end. There's continuous change.
And what you're supposed to do is document the changes, right?
A lot of them, you can't.
Now, it's true, is it not, that the only date there is on any photograph is December the 9th? Is that right?
I'm not sure, sir.
The photos that you took on December the 10th are described in your supplemental report, are they not?
Yes.
And there were no photos taken on the 12th, were there?
I do not know, sir.
Well, you were there on the 12th.
Yes, sir, but I did not have control of every. I mean, there's a lot of rooms in that house. I was in one particular area. There was other people in other areas. I have no idea what was done.
There was no photograph or video, for that matter, taken of Agent Deaver doing his stringing process, right?
No, sir, there was not.
Let me show you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 150. You recognize what that is?
The upper staircase, yes, sir.
And do you recognize the figures at the top of that photograph?
Were you talking about the people?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
The bottom one there is Agent Deaver.
That is correct.
And the one sitting on the step there with the flashlight next to him, that's Dan George?
Yes.
And would it be appropriate, for example, for Mr. George to be sitting on top of blood spatter and moving around on top of blood spatter there in the stairway?
I'm not sure if he is, sir. I'm not sure what
I understand. I'm just asking you whether that would be appropriate if he was doing that.
If it's already been checked prior to him sitting in that area, it would be appropriate. We have to, get inside the scene and work it. There's no way that we can, float above everything and do our job.
Now, and as you sit there right now, you have no idea how those skeletonized droplets came to be, right?
No, sir, I do not.
Now, in addition to photos, it's also important to take measurements and draw contemporaneous sketches of the location of evidence, is it not?
Yes.
You did that with the condom, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though you had a photograph of it, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though the wrapper was in cobwebs in a corner, right? You still took measurements?
Yes, sir.
And the spots on the front walkway, you took photos of those?
Yes, sir, we did.
But you still took measurements of those spots, did you not?
Yes, we did.
And drew a diagram, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Let me show you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 158. Is that the diagram that you did of the two spots or drops on that front walkway?
Yes, it is.
Based on measurements that you took there at the scene?
That is correct.
Move 158 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Just so we're clear about this is you actually had a tape measure out there, right?
Yes, sir.
And you actually measured you triangulated, right? That's how you sort of determine where something is in a space, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, did you take notes about this?
I had a sketch drawn on the scene.
And where is that?
I have no idea, sir.
Well, you knew that you were supposed to save your notes, didn't you?
No, sir.
No one informed you that there was an order that you all were supposed to save your notes?
The order, I'm not sure when that order came in, but when I put that particular diagram or sketched that, I did it on a computer program shortly after the actual call on December the 9th of 2001. And when I the computer program Crime Zone that I used, it's like I say, it's in my computer on my desk, and I draw that sketch up and give them a cleaned version of what I documented. And I'm not sure if the actual rough draft went into the file folder or if I trashed it because I cleaned up that diagram. I was not aware of any order on the 9th, 10th, or 12th about saving any documents.
Do you have any particular habit or custom about whether you save your notes, your rough notes from a scene like this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's your habit or custom?
My habit and custom of the years of testimony and being in the courtroom, that I never save my notes, and any rough draft that I do, I clean it up shortly after I get back to the office. I go ahead and draw that sketch up on the computer program so it can be read and understood by the jury and members of the court.
All right, now, with regard to that particular stain, that looked like a stain in blood to you, right?
Yes, sir, it did.
And there's a way that you could have tested it to see if it was a stain in blood, right?
Yes, sir.
With the phenolphthalein.
Yes.
But you didn't do that.
No, sir, we did not.
And you could have, for example, taken a little swab of that blood and collected it, for example, to see if it was Kathleen Peterson's blood or some other blood that was just there from a previous time, right?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't do that.
No, sir, did not.
Now, this stain over here, that was sort of right in the middle of two bricks, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you really couldn't tell whether that was blood or something else that had dropped there, right?
No, sir, it had the same appearance as the stain that was on the slate, but like I said, we didn't test it.
Well, I didn't ask you whether you tested it. It actually, when you say it had the same appearance, it actually wasn't a circle. It was just sort of a little bit on either side of a crevice, wasn't it?
Well, it had the same appearance in color is what I meant. Not in actual size, right, and that type of thing. No, sir, it did not.
It wasn't a drop. It was just it was two little marks and then a little crevice, right?
It appeared to be a drop that went into the crevice.
Right. And again, no testing done on that.
As I just stated, no, sir, it was not.
So as you sit here right now, you don't know for sure whether that was blood.
No, sir. It could have been blood from one of the dogs, anything.
Right. Now, you talked about wanting to get expert help from the SBI about this blood spatter interpretation, but initially, you were going to do the blood spatter interpretation yourself, weren't you?
Not initially. I needed assistance to help me remember things, the mathematical calculations, things that I had forgotten.
Well, haven't you previously testified that the reason why the SBI was called was because you didn't have some equipment that you needed to do the interpretation yourself?
And also, I could not remember the mathematical calculations as I previously testified to.
Well, if you had had the equipment, then you wouldn't have needed the mathematical calculations, right? The equipment would have taken care of that for you.
No, sir, it would not.
In any event, let's talk a little bit about documentation of the luminol testing that you did. It was Deaver who suggested you do the luminol testing, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was doing his calculations while you were doing the luminoling on the upper steps, right?
Yes.
And we've already established that Dan George wasn't there at that point.
That is correct.
You were doing it by yourself.
Yes.
No one was there watching you.
Well, I had Angie Powell was behind me with the phenolphthalein kit.
Okay.
And Devers would come up periodically. If I saw something of interest, I'd show it to Devers.
Now, Agent Powell also had a camera, right?
Yes.
But you didn't ask her to try to take any photos of those luminol reactions there, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And that was your decision?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you back in March why you made that decision, right?
You probably did, sir.
And was your response that it just wasn't necessary
to take photos?
No, sir, because I had made the documentations in my report as to what I observed.
Well, you didn't do any diagrams, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't do any measurements about where on the steps various reactions were seen, did you?
Only one approximate measurement, not approximate measurement, but an approximate observation of one of the stains, the skeletalization stains of maybe 5 inches was visible from left to right, going towards the west wall.
You didn't do a diagram of that?
No, sir, I did not.
And you didn't actually put a tape measure down?
No, sir, I did not.
And was there some reason why you measured the stains that you took photographs of, but you didn't bother to diagram the luminol reactions that you didn't take photographs of?
When I first got on the crime scene, or first our entry into the crime scene, I I made a sketch of what I observed on those 2 steps. The diagram for the luminol, I had a sketch prepared as far as the path, but as far as taking measurements in my previous testimony, I did not take measurements of the footprints themselves or any measurements of stride.
Yeah, I wasn't talking, there's 2 different luminol tests. There's one done on the 9th and then some done on the 10th, right?
Yes.
Right now, I'm talking about documenting what you say you saw on the 9th, okay?
Okay.
My question was, and you say you saw various reactions up on that landing, right?
Yes.
And that was the same day that you did the diagram of these spots that you photographed, right?
Yes.
My question was, is there some reason why you did a diagram of spots that you photographed but chose not to do a diagram of a luminol reaction that you didn't photograph?
There was no reason.
Now, the next luminol spraying was the next day, correct? Actually, the next evening.
On the 10th, yes.
And just so we're clear, you didn't see You didn't see any whole footprints in blood in this area, did you?
No, sir, did not.
And normally speaking, if you're going to get a whole footprint in luminol, then you would start with a whole footprint in blood, wouldn't you, normally?
I don't know.
Well, if there's not enough blood here to make a whole footprint, then that's going to tell you something about the amount of blood that's left on the foot in terms of luminol, right?
I just know we sprayed that area. There was no footprint showing up in those in that bloody area.
And it's true, is it not, that, by the way, you know that Mr. Peterson was allowed to walk around barefoot in that whole area, right?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Are you aware of it now?
Oh, yes, sir.
You knew at a minimum that he'd been allowed to walk over to the couch, right? You knew that he'd been allowed to walk from this area over to the couch, right?
Yes.
Did you know which path he took?
No, sir, I do not.
Did you know whether he walked that way or that way?
I do not know his path, sir.
All right. And you know that at some point he got up from the couch, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where he went at that point?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know, for example, if he went into the laundry room?
I do not know where he went, sir.
And you didn't actually luminol the entire den and kitchen area, did you?
A good portion of it, yes.
Well,
I thought you testified earlier that you luminol this area here.
Yes, sir.
You didn't luminol this area here.
With the sweeping motion we're making with the luminol process, it covers a good 4, 5, 6 feet, and there was nothing showing up in that area.
Did you luminol over in this area?
No, sir, did not.
All right.
Just on the other side of that door in the laundry room.
So if there was nothing showing up in that area, then apparently Mr. Peterson, if he was coming out of this area here with blood on his feet from holding his wife, and he ended up at the couch and you didn't see any steps here, then apparently this was the path he took to this couch, right?
I don't know, sir.
And there was blood on that side of the couch, wasn't there, on the arm?
Yes, sir, there was.
Which indicated he had sat down on that side.
Yes.
Right. Of course, the luminol spraying you did, assuming that your recollection is accurate, what it shows you is that someone with bare feet walked around in that area. It doesn't tell you when they did it, right?
No, sir, it does not.
It doesn't tell you whether it was before the police got there or after.
That is correct.
And I think you said that you saw distinct footprints all the way through the entire track, right?
Yes, sir.
And that the detail was so good that you could see the entire foot from the tiniest toe, or from all the toes, to the heel, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's how you claim that you can tell the direction that the prints were going, right?
Yes, sir.
And the detail, according to you, never diminished. It was always that full toes and heel, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think the analogy that you gave when you described it to the jury was like when a person gets out of a pool and you can see his footprints outlined there on the deck. Is that the analogy you gave?
Yes, sir.
And of course, when that happens, after the person walks away a few steps, the footprints become less and less distinct, don't they?
In water, yes, they do.
Yes, sir. And that's because as the moisture that's on the foot is deposited, there's less left to leave on the next step, right?
Yes, sir.
And it works the same way with blood, doesn't it?
Well, blood has a sticky compound to it, so it probably would last longer. And the only thing I can do is observe what was shown up with luminol.
Well, do you agree with the following statement? Bloody footwear impressions are often observed at a scene, usually originating near a pool of blood. The shoe sole pattern will be recognizable for a number of steps, and then will become less distinct until finally no detectable blood is transferred from the shoe sole to the target surface. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir, and that's what we observed.
Well, according to this, it gets less and less distinct. Is that what you observed?
The reactions were very strong around the bar stools and going around the couch. And at some point, they did seem to get lighter and lighter, but there were still strong reactions in my observations.
And the way luminol works is it doesn't really show you the outline in, well, let me put it this way. Luminol works by showing you a luminescence, a light, right?
Yes, it produces light.
And let me ask you whether you would agree with this statement. Luminol reacts to the hemoglobin, which is present in the red blood cells, right?
Yes, sir.
The result is a chemiluminescence, or creation of light, which appears blue-green, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is an important factor to consider. That which the analyst observes is a light source, correct?
Yes, sir.
No, at this point, I object. The source of that information has not been identified.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll mark it. I'm sorry. Can we mark this, please? You did say you were familiar with Bevel Gardner.
I'm sorry.
You did say you were familiar with the book by Bevel and Gardner called Bloodstain Pattern Analysis.
Yes, I am familiar with it, yes.
And you would consider them to be qualified experts in bloodstain?
I don't know if they are or not. Just because you write a book, I don't mean you're qualified as an expert. I don't know that.
Okay. Let me show you page 203 of the book. You see it's talking about enhancement techniques in the very last paragraph there. I marked this exhibit, yes, ma'am.
Is that 159?
Is that 159? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Just a point. Is that the only source of information you've asked this witness about?
And I think I've also asked him about the James Necker book.
Okay. Are those the only two then?
I think those are the only two. Well, then I also asked him something from the Epstein and Labor. Hold on a second.
Are you going to mark those as well?
Can. At the bottom there, Exhibit 159, do you agree that with the following? This is an important factor to consider. That which the analyst observes is a light source, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, light sources have boundaries which are measurable, but it is unlikely that clear, specific boundaries exist, e.g. sufficient to define an individual spatter stain's impact angle, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Overall dispersion and general dimensions of patterns and smears will be obvious. Beyond that, evaluations are speculative. Do you agree with that?
Not all observations would be speculative, no, sir.
Okay.
Because this was specifically in that area that was in parentheses is talking about individual spatter stains or to identify impact.
Well, sir, you couldn't see the individual toes with this light source, could you?
Yes, sir, I could.
You could?
Absolutely.
All the way through?
All 5 toes, yes, sir, on both feet.
And I guess it would have been helpful then to take a photo of that so we could see.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know what else to say. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You're amazing. Thank you so much.
See it here, right?
For illustrative purposes, yes, it probably would have, but I did not take photographs of those.
Right. So instead, we have to take your word for it.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't do a diagram.
No, sir, did not.
That was an executive decision on your part, correct?
That is correct.
That's how you characterized it in a prior hearing, right?
I documented in my report as to what my observations were and take those documentations that I observed to put on a larger court exhibit for trial.
Yes, sir. And you have... Okay, maybe we take a short break.
All right, Mr. Deputy, members of the jury, remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll take a 10-minute break until 11 o'clock.
Sir, I think we were talking about the drawing of a diagram of this luminol reaction, and I think you had agreed that that was a decision that you made not to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
And we previously talked about the discretion that you have in terms of what documentation you do at a scene, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And you agreed, did you not, that there's no particular rhyme or reason to it? You just decide what you're going to do at the spur of the moment?
It's up to the crime scene investigator or the investigator on what techniques they use and how they document things.
And, of course, you could have called in a whole nother tech just to do a rough diagram, couldn't you?
I could have, yes.
Indeed, on direct, I think you said that you've done that on occasion.
Yes, absolutely.
Sometimes it's better to have an extra person there to do that, right?
Sometimes the more people there, the better.
But now in this case, the first time you even attempted to do a diagram illustrating the direction you say these footprints went was on March 26th of 2003, correct?
I'm sorry, you have to repeat the question.
Yes, sir. The first time you attempted to do a diagram of the directions and places where you say you saw these tracks was on March 26th of 2003, correct?
That is correct.
That would have been almost 16 months after you observed it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had never waited 16 months to do a scene diagram before, had you?
Complete scene for court preparation, yes, sir.
Well, I'm talking about even at that point, all you had was a rough draft, right?
Yes.
You had never waited 16 months to do a rough draft, had you?
No, sir.
And you testified on March 31st of 2003 that diagram, that rough draft, as you called it, was in the process of being done, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that we had issued a subpoena for any notes or documents related to your testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you'd said that you thought it would have been misleading to give us that draft, right?
Yes. When I received the subpoena was on, I believe, a Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
And that's when I came into work at 7 o'clock that morning, and then I was found a subpoena in my box.
Yes, sir.
To be able to testify. And then answering calls and things that I had to do, I was not able to pull everything together complete as he wanted.
Well, didn't you say that you intentionally didn't bring it because you thought it would be misleading?
Yes, sir.
To give it to us?
Yes, sir.
Didn't have anything to do with the timing. You made an intentional decision not to bring it, didn't you?
What I was referring to was the time that I received a subpoena, I had an incomplete diagram in my computer, and bringing an incomplete diagram would have been misleading to the jury and to the counsel as far as what my observations were.
Well, there was no jury there on that occasion.
Well, no, in that occasion there was not, but it would have been misleading to the court to have a incomplete diagram.
Right. And so that's the reason why you didn't bring it.
And not the only reason. The other reason was that there were other documents or diagrams that were being prepared by others for court exhibit that I was going to show or illustrate my findings on.
Yes, sir. And
that's what I did in court.
Well, I understand that's what you did in court, but at that point, you had been issued a subpoena, a court order to produce documents, right?
That is correct.
And they were your documents, not other people's documents.
Yes, sir.
And what you told me on that occasion was that the reason you didn't bring it was because it wasn't complete and it would be misleading to bring that on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also told me that you were going to complete that diagram shortly, right?
Yes, sir.
Within a day, I think you said.
Yes, sir. The attempt was going to be made, yes.
But you never completed that diagram, did you?
No, sir, did not.
We didn't get a copy of that diagram until Friday, did we?
That is correct.
Let me show you what I've marked as defense exhibit 161. Is that the diagram we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And it shows a date drawn of 3/26/03?
Yes, sir.
And this is the one you say would have been misleading?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in particular that would have been misleading about this one?
Well, actually, the one that was done beforehand had actual, what they call shoe prints, because that's the only thing the computer would generate. It would not generate bare footprint emblems or symbols. So there were shoe prints that were done on that particular diagram, and I was instructed to take the footprints out, or the actual shoe prints out, because it would be misleading to the jury, and just put arrows, and that's what I did.
Wait, so this is not the one that you had on March 26th?
Not in my computer, no, sir.
And where is that one?
It's erased in the computer as far as the footprints, not the actual diagram itself, but the actual shoe prints are not in there, because I took those symbols out.
Rudolph is not impeaching this witness. He's just nitpicking him on his work. But I don't like the way he's doing it. He's not nitpicking on his technique. He's nitpicking on the decisions that he made. And I'm not sure, like, it's a smokescreen to the jury. If I was on that jury, I wouldn't know if the decisions he made were right or wrong because of the way Rudolph is framing his questions. Like, well, that was a mistake on your part. And the cops are all saying, no, I just didn't do it. That doesn't make it a mistake. That makes it his decision to not do it. Was it a wrong decision? How do I know? I'm not a cop, right? So what is the jury thinking? Are they thinking that Rudolph is pointing out mistakes in the investigation? Or are they thinking Rudolph's being a jerk and just picking on how this guy does his job? I honestly can't tell right now. So I don't know if this is good for the defense or good for the state.
So I issued you a subpoena for a document that was in existence on March 26th, right?
Yes.
You knew that there was a subpoena for that document, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't bring the document, right?
No, sir, because it was incomplete.
And then you changed the document and erased it, right?
The only thing that I erased was the shoe prints. Took out those symbols. I did not erase the entire diagram.
I understand that. You erased the shoe prints.
Yes.
On whose instruction did you do that?
That was done on my instruction because it was inaccurate, and the assistance from Jim Harden saying it would be misleading.
Did Mr. Harden tell you to change that?
Yes.
He did?
Yes.
Don't you think it would have been useful to the jury to see how you originally put the footprints in, to see how misleading it might have been?
They were not actual footprints with the 5 toes showing. The only thing I had was shoe impressions, and people might, misread it as being shoe prints in their mind when they weren't shoe prints. Because officers on the scene do not walk around barefooted on crime scenes, so we just wanted to make sure it was understood that they were barefoot prints.
Well, you could have certainly explained that to the jury. They could have understood that in evaluating how misleading it was, right?
Well, it's explainable in the errors that were presented on the documents.
The bottom line is that although when did you make that change?
Probably a day or two after our court trial.
But yet the date drawn on here is 3/26/03, isn't it?
Yes, sir. The original drawing, yes.
Why didn't you reflect the new date of 4/1 or 2?
Just an oversight, sir. Like I say, it's still not completed. That is a rough draft.
An oversight?
Yes, sir. It is a rough draft. That's not a completed document, in my opinion.
Well, is there some difference between this and what's over there?
Oh, yes, much a bigger difference.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute, but in any event, you redid what was in existence on the 26th of March at the suggestion of Mr. Harden, and then didn't change the date drawn on it?
Absolutely, sir. There's some other things on there that probably needed to be changed too or moved around that I haven't had a chance to do.
Well, the date's pretty important, isn't it? Date drawn, that's important, isn't it?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
Well, see, if you had a date drawn there of 4/1 or 4/2, then I would have known that was drawn after the hearing, right?
And if I'd left a date off, then it wouldn't have been an issue.
The bottom line is that we now have no way, any of us here in this courtroom have no way of looking at what you did on March 26th, right?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that, sir.
Sir, are you aware that you say this is just direction of travel here? Is that right?
The direction in which the footprints were showing, yes.
Yes, sir. So you claim the footprints were going here to here and then into the kitchen area, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that Investigator Bynum was there when you were doing the spraying, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that his notes are inconsistent with this in terms of his memory of the direction?
I'm not aware of his notes or his opinion.
One of the reasons why you do contemporaneous diagrams is to avoid that kind of stuff, right? So that there's no question about whether if someone's notes are inconsistent with someone else's notes, how to resolve it, right?
I would assume so.
Well, let me show you if I could. Can we have this mark, please? Approach. Yes. Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 162. This is pages 3745 to 47. You recognize this form here, do you not?
Yes, sir.
It's a supplemental report?
Yes, sir.
Done by VP Bynum?
Yes.
He was the person who was there in the kitchen when you were doing your spraying?
Yes.
He did this report on December the 12th, right?
Yes, sir.
That would have been 2 days after the spraying?
Yes.
Not 16 months after.
Right.
And we move this into evidence, Your Honor. 162.
It's allowed.
Can we put that up on the screen, please? I'm sorry, 3746. And Agent Bynum, Investigator Bynum, in this particular report, describe what he says he saw, right? The results of this test revealed that someone had traveled from the area of the death through the den area into the kitchen, right?
Correct.
And to the laundry room, right?
Yes.
So he seemed to see the tracks going into the kitchen first and then to the laundry room, didn't he?
Objection to what Mr. Bynum would have seen.
Overruled.
His report states that, but I have no control over his observations. I know what I did and what I observed.
And
I'm sorry. Can I stand behind what I observed?
Yes, sir. And if, of course, we had a contemporaneous diagram that you had done there at the scene that Investigator Bynum could have seen and Investigator Holland could have seen, you all could have agreed on what you saw, resolved any differences, and presented something to the jury that was contemporaneous, right?
Or he could have disagreed with my drawings and had his own conclusions.
Yes, he could have.
Or he could have not have been present during the entire luminol process and missed part of it. I don't know.
Was he not present for part?
He was present, but with it being dark in there, I don't know what he was looking at all times. I weren't watching him. I was watching the luminol process.
All right. Well, how about Investigator Holland? He was there, right?
He was present also.
Mark this, please. Let me show you a page of Investigator Holland's notes, if I could. Dated December 10th at about 1745. Is that about when you were doing the luminol in the kitchen?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, sir.
And are you aware that all he reported was bare feet at both sinks and cabinet?
Objection to what Mr. Holland would have reported.
Overruled.
If that's what he has written, that was what he observed in what the areas that interested him, I assume.
You say you saw a normal stride,
What I consider to be normal, yes.
not a running stride,
That's correct.
a walking stride.
Just a normal walking stride.
And I think you said you measured one footprint, right?
Yes.
Complete foot from the heel to the toe.
From one end of the stain to the other, and it was an approximate measurement of 8.5 inches. It was hard to tell exactly if that is the actual size of the foot. It all depends on how the foot is placed down on the surface.
I thought you said you had a distinct image of the heel to the toe on each and every footprint.
Yes.
And that's what you measured.
Yes.
Right? And it measured 8.5 inches.
Yes, that particular print did, yes.
Well, if they were all the same, then they're all going to measure that, right?
They all appear to be the same, yes.
Yeah. And was that a right foot or a left foot?
That was a right foot.
And did you sketch that foot that you were measuring?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I assume everybody knows what a foot looks like, and it was just a footprint.
Well, you could have sketched the toes and showed, for example, you're measuring from the top of the big toe to the very base of the heel, right? I mean, that's what you do when you're doing measurements, is you show exactly where the measurement runs from and to, right?
That is correct.
But you didn't do that.
No, sir, I did not.
And if you are telling the truth about being able to see all the toes right down to the heel, then that measurement should exactly match Mr. Peterson's foot, shouldn't it?
Not necessarily, no.
No? Why not?
Well, testing that I've done with footprints is it all depends on how that foot is applied. If it's straight down, it's going to be one measurement. If it's a rolling motion, it's going to be another measurement. I measure 8.5 inches in length.
Well, if it's down like that and you see a normal foot and you measure it, how is it not going to match? If you see it from the toe to the heel, how is that not going to match the foot that made it?
Because of the way it is applied to the surface, a rolling motion, you get more, you may get a half inch or a quarter of an inch longer.
Right. So that's a minimum measure.
Right. That's why this is not done as an exact science. It was only what we measured was 8.5 inches long.
In other words, if his foot rolled, then his foot might have only been like 8 inches and it looked like it was 8.5, right?
Exactly. Patterns can change. It all depends on the person walking.
That's all he's done to these cops, has just been telling them how to do their job. I have a notification from YouTube. Known issue. Issues with live stream view counts. You think? This came through an hour ago. It's 2:00, YouTube. You're just now figuring out that this is an issue? Okay. Thanks for letting me know what I already knew.
Do you know how many inches Mr. Peterson's feet are?
I have no idea, sir.
Well, don't you did get you did request taking hair samples and various saliva samples and other things from him, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Somebody did, right?
I don't know.
You don't know about that?
No, sir.
Well, did you ever suggest to Investigator Holland that you might want to get a measurement of Mr. Peterson's foot to see if it matched these tracks that you say you saw from heel to toe?
No, sir. Thought did not cross my mind, sir.
You've never seen a photograph of Mr. Peterson's feet next to a tape measure?
No, sir, I have not.
And you don't know, for example, if they're 8.5 inches or 9 inches or 9.5 inches or 10 inches.
As previously testified, I don't know anything about his feet.
And if they were, for example, 10 inches, that would mean that whatever you measured was like only 75% of his whole foot, right?
I don't know.
You say that the stride you saw was normal?
It appeared to be, yes.
Do you know that Mr. Peterson had serious injuries to one of his legs a number of years ago?
I knew nothing about Mr. Peterson.
Do you know if he's even capable of walking with a normal stride?
I knew nothing about Mr. Peterson.
You didn't do any measurements of the distance between the footprints, did you?
As I previously stated, no, sir, I did not.
That was a decision you made?
That is correct.
You didn't count the number of footprints you claim you saw?
No, sir, I did not.
You have no idea how many you saw?
No, sir.
By the way, those, you know the sneakers that were in the kitchen? Remember those?
No, sir. Maybe the ones in front of the refrigerator?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay. I saw them in a photograph.
Yeah, whose were those?
I have no idea.
Well, none of the police officers were walking around barefoot, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were those Mr. Peterson sneakers that had been in the hallway?
I do not know.
Well, that should have been documented, shouldn't it?
It was documented and photographed. In a photograph, I don't know if it was documented in somebody's notes.
When you say it was documented in a photograph, the fact they were there was documented.
Yes.
But who they belonged to wasn't documented.
I don't know.
Well, have you seen any documentation of that? Of who they belong to?
I haven't, no, sir.
And is it your testimony that it's just a coincidence that you claim you measured the foot at 8.5 inches and that the shoe size of Mr. Peterson's sneakers are 8.5? Is that just a coincidence, you think?
It must be, because I never measured his feet, and I don't know what those sizes are, but only what I saw and observed that day on the 10th.
Do you know that shoe sizes don't correspond to number of inches?
Yes, sir. That's true.
Now, during the time that you were in the house on December 9th and 10th, one of the things that you were looking for was any evidence that...
I figured it out. I have figured out the defense's strategy. They just want to confuse the jury. That's what they're doing. Did he not just imply that if your foot was 8.5 inches long, you wore a size 8.5? Didn't he not just imply that and then turned around and said that's not how shoe sizes work? What just happened? That's his strategy. Confuse the jury.
Mr. Peterson intentionally attempted to alter the scene or clean up blood or things like that to throw you all off your investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
And another thing you were looking for was any evidence of a fight or an argument anywhere else in the house other than in that stairway, right?
Yes, sir.
Of course, you wouldn't have figured that the whole thing would have started right there in the stairway necessarily, right? If he had murdered her, you'd think it would have started somewhere else, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Was that something that was at least in your mind to consider as you were going around the house?
Sometimes you can't put a point of origin or wherever argument may start or whatever.
Well, you look, for example, in the room with the pool table and the big TV.
Yes.
Sort of their family room.
That's what it appeared to be to me, yes.
And it looked clean and neat?
Yes.
There was a dinner plate in there?
Yes.
America's Sweethearts was in the DVD machine?
I don't know.
You didn't look?
No, sir, I did not.
There was a bathroom right next to that.
Why would you look in the DVD player? Is that something they do? I mean, if you go to a murder scene, why would you look in a DVD player? Oh my God.
Den area, that TV room, right?
Yes, sir.
Right across from the stairway.
Yes.
Someplace where if someone actually had killed somebody and wanted to clean up in some way, that would sort of be the closest sink to go to, right?
Objection, speculation.
I just asked what was the closest. I'll rephrase it. Was that the closest sink to go to from the stairway?
Objection.
Overruled. Yes, it was the closest.
And that room was clean and neat?
Yes, sir.
The dining kitchen area was clean and neat?
Yes, sir.
There was no visible blood in the laundry or storage room?
No, sir.
There was no visible blood in the open area at the top of the front stairway, the main stairway, that seating area?
No, sir, there was not.
You didn't even bother luminoling up there, right?
Just inside the doorway and as far as we went.
There was no visible blood or luminol reaction in the staircase going down to the garage and basement?
That is correct.
There was no blood in the master bedroom that you saw?
None, no visible signs of blood, no, sir.
And you didn't bother to luminol?
No, sir, did not.
No blood that you saw in the master bathroom?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
And you didn't even luminol in there?
No, sir, did not.
And it's also fair to say, is it not, that you looked everywhere you could think of for a weapon on December 9th and December 10th, right?
Yes, sir.
And no weapon that you all even think was used in this situation was found during that search on the 9th, right?
Correct.
And then there was an extensive search done on the 10th, right?
Yes, sir, there was.
And no weapon was found then either?
No, sir, there was not.
You know what cast-off is, do you not?
Vaguely. There's a lot of it I've forgotten.
Well, didn't you say you took the course in blood spatter interpretation from North Carolina Justice Academy, right?
Back in 1994, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And they talked about cast-off.
Oh, yes, sir. A lot of terminologies. A lot of it I've forgotten.
And, well, let me see if this refreshes your recollection. May I approach?
Is this going to go very long past 11:30, Mr. Brown?
No, sir. Will not.
All right.
I can stop. I mean, I'm at a point where I can stop at about 5 to 8.
Okay, won't we stop here? You pick it up after lunch. All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll see you at 12:45.
Judge, as the court is aware, back on, I guess it was March 27th or 28th, I issued a subpoena for various documents, including any rough notes or other documents that various witnesses might have. At the hearing on March 31st, Mr. Campen acknowledged that he had received that subpoena, which called for those documents, and testified that he in fact had a document that might very well have been called for under that subpoena, but that in his opinion, that document was not complete and therefore might have been misleading if he had produced it to me. We now find out that apparently that document, however misleading it might have been, in whatever way it was misleading, and apparently it had footprints on there, and we don't know what the footprints showed. We don't know exactly what the directions were. We don't know if it showed, for example, there was a dispute yesterday or Friday. Mr. Harden sort of led Agent Campen saying that he saw footprints coming out of the laundry room. I don't know if that other diagram would have had footprints there or not. I certainly don't know anything about what that diagram showed, other than the fact that according to this agent, or this investigator, it was misleading in some way, even though he prepared it, and that it's no longer in existence, despite the fact that there was a court order in effect that no notes were to be destroyed. Not to mention the fact that that particular thing had been subject to a subpoena, a court order, and this witness knew that. I think I'm entitled to a missing evidence instruction. I think I'm entitled to the jury being told right now that item was in fact subpoenaed by the defense, that it has in fact been destroyed, and that they are entitled to infer from that that whatever was in that particular diagram
would have been helpful to the defendant. I think there's a pattern jury instruction along those lines, and I'm not meaning to try to change that in any way. I'm sure the court's given a similar instruction in other circumstances, but I do think we're entitled to that, and I think we're entitled to it now, not 6 or 8 weeks from now, when this is old news for the jury. So my request is that the court at this point instruct the jury that they can draw an adverse inference against the state from the fact that that diagram was destroyed, even though it was under subpoena.
Well, before I let the district attorney discuss that, let me tell you the problems that I have with that kind of order. One of the problems is that when you order somebody to save some of their notes, that technically might not be something that you're entitled to as defense counsel. Now, it may end up that you are entitled to it, but that's the problem that I have with that. When you start telling people to save their notes, some even under North Carolina law, you may not be entitled to that through discovery. It may turn out once you question a witness in some hearing that you may be entitled to it. And without necessarily taking a side in this particular issue, that's one of the problems.
And I understand that, and I think that in other circumstances that might be a valid concern. But here, obviously, what we're talking about is a diagram of this supposed track that this witness has now testified to. So obviously, given the fact that he had created this, I would be entitled to that at this point to impeach him if there were any differences. And indeed, the district attorney provided me with a copy. What I didn't know is that it wasn't what had been in existence on March 26th. And
in your defense, I would never have someone other than another judge try to get a lay person, when I say lay person, I'm not a lawyer, to interpret the court's order the best procedure. And he did say that he talked it over with the district attorney. I'm not quite sure exactly what happened with that exhibit. I heard what the witness said. I mean, if you have it, you have to bring it, and you let the DA argue whether or not the defense attorney would be entitled to the document. That's the other side of that. But,
well, and keep in mind, I'm not relying solely on the order that Judge Haidt issued, although clearly the district attorney knew about that order when he apparently informed the witness to go ahead and change that exhibit. Clearly, Mr. Hardin knew about it at that time. And I'm asking for an instruction that the state, that we're entitled to an adverse inference against the state, not against this witness in particular. But more than that, we had subpoenaed that document. It was called for by a court order, and it had been discussed at that hearing under oath. And there wasn't any question but that we had requested that, and that the witness knew that and was saying that it was misleading at that point. And so, my request is not based solely on Judge Haidt's order, although I think, given the fact we're asking for an adverse inference against the state, and Mr. Hardin clearly knew about that order, I think it would be appropriate based on that. But we're asking for the adverse inference based on the fact that it was under subpoena, and it's something that clearly was consciously destroyed. There's no doubt that it was intentionally and consciously obliterated in the computer. And I just think that under those circumstances, we're entitled to that instruction that where one side is responsible for the destruction of a potential piece of evidence, that the jury can draw an adverse inference as to what that piece of evidence would have revealed for the side that is responsible for the destruction.
Mr. Hardin.
Your Honor, I think this witness has explained what he did to prepare this document. I believe that it's consistent with what he has testified here to the extent that it was prepared, even though incomplete. It describes exactly what he's talked about here in his testimony. Now, as it relates to a specific instruction that the jury should come away with the idea that the state has attempted to hide evidence or something like that, I don't think it's appropriate. With respect to this witness's credibility, he's been cross-examined now about this document, about what he saw, what he's testified to. They certainly can assess his credibility. So on both those grounds, I'd ask that you not give that instruction. They certainly will be given an instruction at the appropriate time that they can either believe some, all, or none of what a witness says as it relates to this document. This diagram that we've been using in court and his testimony, they can take all those things and assess his credibility as it relates to whether they believe him as in all or none of his testimony. So I'd ask that you not give any instruction like that. I understand they'll get an instruction at the appropriate time that they assess the witness's credibility. I think that's sufficient, and we'd ask that you do that.
Just so the record's clear, what I'm asking for is a missing evidence, a destruction of evidence instruction, not a credibility instruction.
He also indicated, Mr. Harden, that he wanted an instruction that was adverse to the state and not necessarily to this witness, based on you're telling this witness to modify, change, or not complete the document.
Well, Your Honor, I think I have an obligation to present to the jury, present to the court information that I think accurately reflects what the witness is telling us, and to the extent that he prepared something that he discussed with us and we found it misleading, I think is something that we would typically do. We wouldn't want him to attempt to mislead anybody. So I think that is the kind of things that prosecutors and witnesses talk about all the time, about truthful testimony, not attempting to mislead anybody, not trying to hide things. To the extent that we had that conversation, that's what it was all about.
So to me, that's the object of it.
Well, the object would be for the jury to have access to all the information. He prepared a diagram on March 26th. That was in existence. And I have no problem with the district attorney not wanting to use that diagram if he thinks it's misleading, but to tell a witness, in essence, throw it away, which is what happened, even though the defense has subpoenaed it and asked about it. I mean, yeah, Mr. Rudolph subpoenaed it. Yeah, he asked you about it under oath. But you know what? Just throw it away so that way it won't be available to him at the trial to cross-examine you with. That's not what the search for truth is about, Your Honor. I do think this is a classic case where a missing or destroyed evidence instruction would be appropriate.
All right, well, Mr. Rudolph, I'm not familiar with the missing evidence instruction that you say is in the pattern instruction, instructions. And
it may not be in the pattern instructions. It may be that I'm thinking about a federal pattern instruction. But what I'm asking basically is that the court instruct the jury that, in fact, there's been evidence that a particular diagram that was prepared by this witness had been subpoenaed by the defense, and that after that subpoena had been issued, that particular diagram was destroyed and is no longer available, and that the jurors are free, if they so wish, to find that the contents of that particular diagram would have been helpful to the defendant had it not been destroyed. In essence, that there's an adverse inference that they can but are not required
to draw from the destruction of that particular piece of evidence.
Your Honor, I'm not aware of any case law that would support that type of instruction. And if they've got it, I'd love to see it.
Well, I didn't actually expect that we would come up against a situation like this, so I don't have cases with me. I'm simply asking the court to instruct the jury that a adverse inference along the lines that I've indicated can be drawn if they are to find that that destruction was intentional.
Well, I would ask that the court, if you're going to consider doing that, have the law that supports that proposition presented to both sides. And at the end of the case, when all the instructions are given, if the court wants to consider it at that time, that would be more appropriate. There's been other evidence along the way where witnesses have made notes or had some notes and have either lost those or thrown them away. There's not been much of that, but there's been a little bit of it. So if the court's going to consider that instruction, we ask that you do it at the end of the case once we have an opportunity to look at the law.
None of that was done at the specific instruction of the district attorney. None of the prior instances. And this one was.
All right, the court in its discretion will decline to so instruct the jury at this time. The court will hold its decision in abeyance as to whether it will inform the jury of particular instances if others develop at the end of the trial, Mr. Rudolph. What I would suggest you do, Mr. Rudolph, is to prepare an instruction for the court for that later time, and we'll decide if I will instruct them at the end of this trial. Mr. Harden, you have had discussions with your witnesses, I assume. Some of them you may not have had recent discussions with. Are you aware of any other circumstance where any documents requested by the court, even though it wasn't this judge, still a court order, have been destroyed or missing, or do you know of any?
No, sir, I do not. Not at this point, no, sir. I can continue to inquire.
I take it, other than this factual situation with this witness, although I'm still not exactly sure what your role was in it, are you aware of any other ones where you have told a witness to modify a diagram or statement or whatever it might be that,
no, sir,
that a court has requested the witness preserve?
No, sir.
All right. All right. Anything else at this time? You can send them.
Questions from that? I wanted to just get a couple of things straight before I move on. Do you have an estimate, sir, of the distance from these steps here going into the kitchen, from the hallway, up through the laundry room, and back out to the refrigerator and over to this area over here?
No, sir, I do not.
Well, can you give me some idea of how many steps or paces it would be? Are we talking 75 feet or 100 feet or?
Maybe 50 feet.
50 feet. Oh, and by the way, you said these footprints were real bright all the way through. What happened over here?
That's where they stopped, sir.
Well, you didn't find Mr. Peterson standing there.
No, sir, did not.
Where did they go from here?
They did not go anywhere, sir.
How could they not go anywhere? If they were really bright up to that point, how could they just stop?
I would assume the blood dried on the bottom of the feet and there was no transfer.
Just from one step to the next?
Well, I say they're all bright. They were all bright with the luminol fluorescence, what I saw. And they probably did get lighter and lighter to a certain degree, but they still showed strong reaction, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, you said you could see toes and stuff over here. Couldn't you see maybe half a foot leaving from there and then like a quarter of a foot or?
There was nothing there, sir.
Nothing there?
No, sir.
Almost like you just got lifted up.
There was nothing there.
Isn't that strange? Objection.
By aliens. Or
Your Honor, I neglected to mark something I had asked him about earlier, Exhibit 160. Let me just show you this so we can identify it for the record, sir. Exhibit 160 contains the language about shoes with blood becoming less and less visible, correct? That we talked about earlier.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd move the Senate Exhibit 160 into evidence, and I'd failed to move 160 both those.
So
Now, I think we were talking about cast-off, and I wanted to show you. You said you weren't quite sure if you remembered the definition of cast-off, so let me approach it.
Yes.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Defense Exhibit 164. You did say you took courses at the North Carolina Justice Academy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one in blood spatter interpretation?
Yes, in 1994.
Taught by Robert Leathers?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you a portion of that particular course manual on cast-off blood staining, and ask you if that first sentence really, refreshes your recollection about what cast-off is.
Yes, sir.
Move that into evidence.
It's allowed.
And cast-off is simply blood that is coming off a hand, for example, or a weapon.
Yes, sir.
And it can come off either, right?
Yes, sir.
And for example, with regard to a weapon, let's, for example, you've seen that blow poke, right?
Yes, sir, I have.
If someone, we have that ready?
No, the animation.
If someone, for example, just so we can be clear about what we're talking about, if someone was striking, first of all, you have to have a bloody source first before there's any cast off, right? On the first blow, you're not going to get any cast off coming off, right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay. Once there's blood flowing, if a object hits that source, that bloody source, and then it comes up, it carries with it blood, right?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one second. So if an object hits that source and then it comes up, go to the next one, it carries blood with it. The laws of physics, just throw it off the weapon, right?
Correct. I'd say it was possible, yes.
Yes, sir. And then, go ahead. If it hit it from the other side, of course, you'd have the same thing in another direction, right?
Yes, sir.
Or if it hit it from another angle, you'd have the same thing just in another direction, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what you'd end up with, depending on what angle it got hit from, would be cast off. As the person brought the weapon back, in this case, say a blow poke, if they brought the weapon back, you'd have the blood coming off, casting off the weapon, right?
Objection one.
Overruled. Correct.
I guess it would a lot would depend on how the weapon is being held also, and the length of the weapon, that type of thing,
Sure.
and how a person applies that weapon.
Sure.
If they apply it in short strokes and they're not doing a full arm stroke, then your cast off would not be up and behind you. It would be kind of in front.
What, so if they were hitting somebody like that?
That's possible, yes.
Well, that's not generally how somebody beats somebody to death, is it?
Objection. Somebody might possibly do something.
In any event, if someone was hitting somebody with a blow poke, then you'd expect to see cast off. If they were coming back with a real swing, right?
Objection.
Correct.
Sustained.
In any event, you checked the ceiling in the stairway, didn't you?
Yes.
And you didn't see any blood, not a drop of blood on that ceiling in the stairway, did you?
Not that I could see, but there was other blood spatter expert there to make their determination. That's why we called them.
My question was whether you could see with your eye any blood spatter.
I did not observe any up there, no, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right. Reading the rest?
No, sir.
You come to us.
Can I be released?
Yes.
Am I released?
Yes.
How are you employed?
An investigator with the Durham Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the police department here in Durham?
18 and a half years.
If you will, please describe for the jury what your educational background has been and what your experience has been as it relates to your profession as a police officer here.
High school graduate. I got employed with the police department going through BLET. Served in uniform patrol for approximately 10 years. Went through several courses, criminal investigation, interview interrogation, death investigation. Completed the CICP program, which is actually consisting of 2 core courses and several electives, giving me over 60 what they call credit hours of criminal investigation experience.
Now, you're currently working with criminal investigations here in the city, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was your assignment in December of 2001?
I was working with the homicide unit with the Durham Police Department, criminal investigations.
And at that point, how long had you been working with the homicide unit?
A little over 6 years, close to 7.
Okay. And with respect to that assignment, did you have the occasion to become involved in the investigation of Kathleen Peterson's death?
Yes, sir.
Let me specifically direct your attention to December the 10th of 2001 and ask whether you became involved at that point.
December 10th, 2001, yes, sir.
Go ahead and describe for the jury exactly how you became aware of this investigation and then describe what you did with respect to your assignment.
We came in Monday morning and we had a briefing, and we were advised that there was a homicide on the 9th. We had our briefing, and we were assigned to assist Investigator Holland in performing a search warrant on the Peterson's home.
Okay. On the 10th, did you go to the home to assist Investigator Holland then?
Yes.
Were the other officers present?
Yes, sir.
Generally describe what the activity was that you saw.
Conducting search warrants, the search warrant of the area within the home. I think we went to the den area, conducted some searches there, went upstairs, the stairwell, all over the home.
Now, how long were you actually at that residence if you had a briefing in the morning and then went to the location to begin the execution of the search?
I would say we were there between 8 and 10 hours that day.
Okay. If you would, please go ahead and describe specifically what you did from the point that you got there on the morning of the 10th and describe that to the jury, please.
Well, actually, what I did was I was more of an observer for the first part of the morning. We did go through the area in which I call the study of the home and looked through several items there. We waited till that afternoon and understand that there was going to be some luminol testing done, and we had to wait till it got dark or close to dusk for that. and I hung around till the end.
Who informed you that there was going to be luminol testing conducted at that residence?
Well, it was a general discussion between Investigator Holland, I think Eric Campen, Dan George, Sergeant Pascal, and several other investigators that were there.
All right. Did you actually observe the luminol testing at that residence?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you would, please describe what you saw and who was involved.
Eric Campen, Dan George, myself, and Investigator Holland decided to start from the death scene, which was some steps leading from the hallway area, performing luminol in the area of which I call the den, kitchen, dining room area. Mr. Campen and Mr. George did do the spraying, and myself and Investigator Holland observed. When they did spray, we did observe some reaction, which showed footprints in that area.
All right. Now, had you ever been involved in luminol testing up to this point?
Yes, sir, I had.
Approximately how many times?
It's probably been between 5 and 10 times that I've seen it done.
Now, is that something an investigator actually does, or do you have to rely on others to do that process for you?
That's something normally performed by the crime scene technician.
Is it typical within the Durham Police Department to have the investigators watch aspects of that process?
Yes.
And you say you've done it approximately how many times?
Between 5 and 10, I'm not exactly sure how many.
Okay. Now, with respect to the specific activities of those that were conducting the luminol testing, won't you, if you can, be as descriptive about indicating where that was done and what you saw?
Like I said, we started from where they tell me the body was. There were some steps leading down from that area. We started there and went around to what I call the den area. There was a couch there on the side. Went around to where there was what I call a wet bar in that area. We went around in the kitchen area, sinks, refrigerators, and back down through the dining room towards.
Sorry, I didn't unmute after Travis called. Pretty far. Why? What happened in Port Charlotte? Port Charlotte, North Carolina? Port Charlotte? That's like a long way away. What happened in Port Charlotte?
The laundry room area where there were sinks and there was a washing machine and dryer back in that area.
Now, with respect to the reactions, beginning at the point where Ms. Peterson's body had been, based on what you were told, generally describe exactly what reaction you saw, if you would.
Well, there were reactions to look like bare feet, someone walking from the air from the where the steps were around between the den and the kitchen, in the kitchen area, and then towards the dining room, towards the laundry room area. There were, you could see heel impressions, balls of the feet and toes in that area.
Okay. Now, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Could I have him step down, please?
Say it again.
Could I have him step down?
Yes.
To the side. Investigator Bonham, let me show you what is marked.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object. I'm objecting to that as leading. There's already a diagram up there, and if he wants to take that off or put an overlay on so that this person can put down what he remembers, I've got no objection. But by putting a diagram up that another witness has done, that's a leading exhibit for this particular witness.
All right, objection's over.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit D3. Are you familiar with what's depicted here?
Yes, looks like that, yes.
with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit D3, will it assist in illustrating your testimony before the jury as it relates to the luminol area of 1810 Cedar Street that you were involved in?
Yes.
Object to that question.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I don't want you to be concerned about any other markings here.
It's 3 hours south. So it's south of Orlando. Yeah, there's a Cleveland, Florida, too. I didn't know that. Wow. Nope, not near me.
What I want you to do is to take this blue marker and describe for the jury and mark on this diagram where you recall the luminol was sprayed and the general direction of the reactions that you saw.
Okay, well, we started testing or spraying in this area right here where the steps come down, in this area right here. And we sprayed, well, in this pattern right here, we sprayed all in this area right here.
So go ahead and mark what you recall with the marker again, without regard to these black marks.
Okay. Well, we sprayed, I just marked a line here. We sprayed all this area right here, through here, through the kitchen area, and then back down through the
here now.
Behind just the den area here, the dining room area, to the washroom. The washroom area here, and that was here's the washer and dryer this way.
Okay. Now, with respect to the reactions, I think you'd indicated that you saw some balls, feet, heels, and toes. Is that right?
That's correct.
If you would, please kind of mark out here on the diagram where you saw those, just using your finger.
Okay, well, we saw reactions. I couldn't say that I saw a full footprint in this area, but I distinctly remember seeing a full footprint in this area right here.
Well, may we have that mark for the record too?
Yes.
Records like
this area right here by the sink.
May the record reflect that the witnesses are on the circle by the peninsula area.
Starting.
I don't know, Jay.
So what's next? Mr. Bonner, you're going to have to keep your voice up now so the court reporter can hear it. When you bend down and you talk, you have to speak louder.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you attempt to spray, or not you, but did you observe any attempt to spray down here in this area that you recall?
No, sir, I don't recall this area right here. I'm not even sure it was here. I just remember this area leading behind the couch area.
Do you recall whether there was an attempt to spray luminol directly in front of the couch?
No, sir, I don't think there was.
What about with respect up here where this dinette area is? Was any spraying up into where this table would have been?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to the reactions that you saw, describe, if you would, their intensity from this area through the track that you see.
From what I observed, there seemed to be the same type of reactions. The only difference is being able to see a full, what I call full footprint versus just a partial, which is a heel or a ball of the foot.
Okay. Now, with respect to the footprints that you saw that had toes, do you remember specifically where they were?
Well, I noticed them, like I said, in this area right here.
Okay.
That's where I actually noticed the toes, all of the toes and like the whole foot.
Okay. Now, where were you in relation to Mr. George and Mr. Campen and Mr. Holland when all the spraying was being done?
Basically, I was trailing wherever they would spray, and where reaction was, I would actually look a little closer, and they would keep going, keep moving.
Okay, and about how long were the reactions lasting, if you recall?
I would say probably 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. Because
like I said, I would study them for a while before I would move on.
Okay. Now, with respect to whether anybody was taking any notes about this, did you see Investigator Holland taking notes about location or direction of the footprints?
I didn't notice, no, sir.
What about Mr. Campen or Mr. George?
Actually, like I said, they were in front of us and they were just discussing things as they were going along, and I didn't notice.
Okay. Now, with respect to the luminol spraying, did y'all go anywhere in this direction of the house?
I think when we finished this area right here, we did go into, I think it's the formal dining room area.
Okay.
And
did you see any reaction in going toward that area?
No.
Did you try to luminol any down this hall?
Not while I was there, no.
Did you try to luminol anywhere in this stairway?
No, sir.
Okay. So the only luminol processing you were involved in was right here in this kitchen sitting area?
Yes, from here all the way over. That's gonna be right.
Okay. Now, after you made your observations of the luminol processing, what did you do?
We talked about that area.
You talked about this area and what?
We talked about that area where we tested and what we had found. And like I said, we went from that area into the formal dining room area and didn't get anything there. I think we tried to test going outside and didn't get any reactions going out that door. And if I can recall, we tried to test the sink. We tested the sinks in the laundry room and the dryer.
You
washer dryer.
Recall them spraying in the sink?
I think we sprayed on the, I guess you call it, face of the sink.
Okay.
That area, not actually inside the sink itself.
Do you recall seeing any reaction there?
No. Right there in the face of the sink. We talked about that, and Mr. Campen said that there could be some false positives for chemicals or something that was there.
Okay. What about with respect to any reaction at the washer dryer area? Did you actually spray into the washer dryer?
I don't think you did, no.
You just saw a reaction up to it?
Yes.
Now, with respect to reaction going out that back door, did you see any footprints leading in that direction at all?
No, sir, we didn't. I didn't.
Okay. Now, after y'all had the conversations about the luminol testing, were you involved in any of the process as it relates to luminol that day at all?
Other processes, no.
Okay. Were you involved in any other aspects of the investigation after you were involved in the luminol testing?
After we completed our search warrant, no, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no other questions of the witness.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me, Investigator Bynum, we've met before, have we not?
Yes, sir.
At that hearing in March, correct?
Yes.
And you testified at that hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you. Show you what I've now marked as defense exhibit 165.
Yes.
Let me show you what I've now marked as defense exhibit 165, which is a transcript of your testimony on that day.
Yes, sir.
And ask you if you can take a read through that, see if it refreshes your memory about the questions I asked you and the answers you gave. Your Honor, might I ask the court, we were expecting a slightly different order of witnesses, and I do need to put some stuff together. And it's a little bit early for afternoon recess, but might I ask the court to consider a brief afternoon recess to organize our materials? I thought we were going to have crime scene text, and this is a little bit out of the order that I
All right,
thought.
Mr. Deputy, we'll take a 10-minute
about
break. Members of the jury, remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Take a 10-minute break. Yes, sir, Mr. Will.
Thank you.
Have you had a chance now to take a look at that transcript, Exhibit 165?
Yes, sir, I have.
And is it a fair and accurate transcript of the questions that you were asked and the answers you gave back on March 31st of 2003?
Yes, sir.
Move that into evidence, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
May we, I want to take you through a part of it, not all of it. It's not that long anyway, but I was asking you questions on that day about what you observed in terms of the luminol, right?
Yes, sir.
And District Attorney was there, of course, right?
Yes, yes.
Hold on one second. And I asked you, do you, as you sit here right now, have any specific memory of, for example, how many observations were made or where they were made, right?
Yes.
And you talked about starting in the foyer area and working your way around towards the den and towards the kitchen and from there towards the laundry room, right?
Yes.
And you said you'd observe some reaction to the luminol on the floor, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And you specifically noticed the kitchen area by the sink,
Iron in the den.
right?
Yes. Yes.
And then the den area towards the laundry room, right?
Yes. Yes.
Those were the two areas that you recalled seeing footprints, right? Or what you knew to be footprints.
Yes, sir. Those are the two areas that I remember seeing distinct footprints.
And then on the next page, I asked you, what did you observe about the reactions? And you said footprint. And then we talked about how big a footprint, remember?
Yes.
And I asked you specifically, were they whole footprints or partial footprints? And you said a partial print looked to be about 3/4 the size of a foot, right?
Yes.
And so, in other words, either the heel portion or the ball and toe portion would have been missing, right? One or the other.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would maybe say the heel or the ball of the foot, and not the toes would be distinct, but either or.
Okay. And you said you didn't count them.
No.
Right? And then I asked you on line 14, did they fade over the course of the walking, or did they all have exactly the same intensity, right?
Yes.
And you said, well, towards the laundry room, they did fade, and it went from 3/4 to maybe a half. You know, something you could tell was a heel area and part of a ball of your foot type print, right? It wasn't as distinct.
That's correct.
And that's what you remember?
Yes, sir.
And then I asked you where the prints were most distinct, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said from the foyer area towards the kitchen, and then from the kitchen toward the den area, right?
That's correct.
And then next page. And then I asked, and after that it got less distinct, and you said yes. And then I asked you, did you ever get to a place where you were seeing something you weren't 100% sure was a luminol reaction at all, right?
That's correct.
And you said smears, like smears, yes, right?
Yes.
And
that's the iron.
I think you also testified here on direct examination that, in fact, the sink in the laundry room was sprayed with some luminol.
If I can remember correctly, the base or the side of the sink.
Gosh, well, how did I forget luminol? I said, what makes blood glow when it's sprayed with luminous stuff? Forgot what it's called. It's luminol. This is ChatGPT. It's luminol. Luminol is a chemical investigators spray at crime scenes. If there's blood present, the iron and hemoglobin in red blood cells. Oh, sorry, guys. Acts like a catalyst and causes a chemical reaction that produces a blue glow. Chemoluminescent. Sometimes other things can also glow, like bleach, but blood is a classic reason they use it. So it is iron. So copper does it too. But the copper glow lasts. This is what the one guy said earlier in the trial, that the copper glows brighter and stays longer. So that's why they can tell the difference between iron and copper. So like he said, if he sprays a penny, it'll be a brighter glow and it'll last longer. So he'll turn on the light or turn on his flashlight and look to see if it's a penny, because they can tell a difference between the iron glow and the copper glow.
Area, yes, it was.
And if Mr. Campen testified that it wasn't, then that would not be consistent with your recollection, correct?
That's correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Other than the prints that you saw that were barefoot prints, did you see any shoe prints at all?
No, sir.
No other questions?
Anything else, Mr. Rule?
No, sir.
You can come down, sir.
So that we can all continue to hear you, okay? Now, tell me, back in December of 2001, what was your official name?
Angela Powell.
All right, tell us, please, what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Salisbury University in Maryland. After that, I have 13 credits in criminal justice from Anne Arundel Community College in Maryland. And I did an internship while taking those courses with Anne Arundel County Police Department. That lasted about a year. And then I became employed with Durham Police Department in August of 2001.
Prior to your employment with the Durham Police Department in August of 2001, what type of training had you had that qualified you to work as a crime scene technician?
Well, as I said before, the internship that I did in Maryland for a year, I was an evidence technician intern. And basically I rode along with the evidence technicians in that department and went to different crime scenes and such and observed their practices and techniques.
Now, as you began your work there at the police department, tell us please how that was to transpire as far as beginning your work and then becoming a crime scene technician that would be alone at a crime scene.
When I got hired, I was told I would be on, it was a probationary status for 6 months. And basically I was put under the wing of CSI Eric Campen for those 6 months. And I rode around with him to different crime scenes, responded to crime scenes with him. Once they let me out so I could drive the car myself, then I would just meet him at the crime scenes. And basically I observed, and gradually I would get to do things myself, different processing techniques and so forth, photography, and just as I learned the practices. And then after the 6 months, they look back and see how you do, and they release you from the probation.
Now, was your responsibility to go to every call that he went to?
At first it was, and then afterwards it was up to him whether or not he called me to a scene to assist.
Now, prior to December 9th of 2001, what training, if any, had you had specifically in photography?
Basically, my training consisted of taking photographs at crime scenes prior to December of 2001. I don't recall how many necessarily, but training that Eric and other technicians had given me on the use of the camera and what to photograph at a crime scene.
What type of camera did you have in December of 2001?
It's a Nikon 35 millimeter.
Once you took photographs during that time period, how did you go about processing them or having them developed?
At that time, we had our own processing equipment in the forensic unit, and we were trained on how to develop the photos. It's similar to a 1 hour photo type of machine.
Okay. Now, tell us, back on December 9th of 2001, did you go to 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, I did.
How did you know to respond there?
I received a page from CSI Eric Campen shortly before 5 a.m.
What did he tell you at that time?
He told me that he was out on a death investigation scene and requested for me to respond to assist.
And about what time did you get there?
I arrived approximately 0540 hours.
What was going on when you arrived?
When I arrived, CSI Campen and CSI George were in the driveway at 1810 Cedar Street, and they told me we were standing by waiting for a search warrant.
What further discussion did you all have there before the search warrant arrived?
We discussed, well, CSI George kind of gave me a rundown of what he had observed inside the residence.
Do you remember what he told you?
I don't recall word for word, no. Just basically that there was a female deceased at the bottom of a stairwell. And I was, CSI Campen asked if I felt comfortable taking the photographs, and I told him that I could certainly do that. So I was assigned photography.
Did they talk about what their specific assignments would be?
They may have, I don't recall.
All right, now, do you know about how long you waited out there before the search warrant arrived and you were allowed to actually enter the dwelling?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was sometime after 6 a.m.
All right, now, do you remember who brought the search warrant?
No.
What did you all then do when the search warrant arrived?
As instructed by CSI Campen, after the search warrant arrived, I began taking photographs of the west side exterior of the residence, and then we all proceeded in together. CSI George was doing the videotaping, and he went in first to do the videotaping, and then I followed behind taking the still photographs.
Your Honor, with your permission, I'd like to show her a number of photographs at this time and have her look at them to identify them and then show each of them to the jury if appropriate. I'm just going to hand you this box. Okay. Or at least we'll share the box. And I want you to look at each photograph that's in the box. See if you, first of all, let's look through the whole box and see if you can recognize the photos. Turn the fan off. Make sure, first of all, you recognize each of the photos. And then we'll come back and go through them one by one. Do you recognize each of them?
Yes.
Did you take most of them?
Yes, I did.
And would they help you illustrate your testimony to the jury as far as different things that you observed there at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes.
At this point in time, I'd like to read these into the record as far as my motion to introduce them. I move to introduce State's Exhibit P4, P7, P10, P9, P25, P42, P44, P46, P47, P47B, P51, P234, P235,
So now we have to get up and tell her how to keep all these
P2A,
I'm sorry, what was that?
P2A.
2A.
That's going to be a new number on this one. P89, P27, P28, P30, P41, P45, P48, P50, P54, P63, P64, P70, P71, P76, P77, P78, P90, P92, P97, P98, P99, P100, P102, P103, P104, P105, P131, P132, P133, P134, P135, P136, P137, P147, P157, P230, P231, P232, P179, P237, and P238. Your Honor, maybe she'd be allowed to step before the jury.
It's allowed.
I did move to introduce each of these.
It's allowed.
Now, you will probably need to take the jury in two sections, and let's keep
Yes.
the voice up, okay?
It is.
Start with P4,
Now let's go.
please, and tell the jury
Our
what you saw and what caused you to take that photograph.
This is a photograph of the west entrance of 1810 Cedar Street. And in the photograph is the patio area, and the little white piece of paper there is marking a red stain. Again, it's the west entrance of 1810 Cedar Street.
Yeah, talk louder than that.
The west entrance of 1810 Cedar Street, and a little white piece of paper is marking a red stain on that patio there.
P7,
Again, this is the west entrance of 1810 Cedar Street, and this is the red stain that I just mentioned from the prior photograph. It's just a closer shot of it. Again, the west entrance, 1810 Cedar Street, and it's a close-up shot of the red stain in the patio area prior to entering the door.
P10,
This is an interior shot of the west entrance of 1810 Cedar Street. I was actually in the front hallway and taking a photograph facing the outside. And this is the door frame, and there's a red stain on the door frame there. I'm standing inside the front hall of the west entrance of 1810 Cedar Street, and a red stain on the door frame.
B9, please.
This is the front hall of 1810 Cedar Street. And this would be the south area of the front hallway. I walked into the west door to the south. I took this photograph.
Has anyone opined as to how the blood got on the porch? Because it looked like there was a drop on the porch that someone put a vase over to hide it, because the vase was in the middle of the porch. It would have been in the way of anybody trying to walk into the house. So it looked like it was put there purposefully to hide a blood drop. And nobody has said why they think that blood drop was there. On the porch. Where is the cameraman? Why do y'all keep saying that? I don't even know where the cameraman is. Oh, I see it now. I didn't even notice it. Oh my god. I didn't
In front hallway, south part of the hall.
P237.
That's why you thought.
This is another part of the front hallway at 1810 Cedar Street. This would be the north part of the hallway, and there was a doorway, and the doors were open when we walked in, and there was some red staining along this door right there. So that's a photograph. It's hard to see. Again, as you go in the front hallway and head north, there were two doors propped open, and this is the door going back, and there was a red stain.
P238.
The photograph that I just showed you, this is a close-up of the red stain that I mentioned in the front hallway, the north side of the front hallway. This is the red stain on the edge of that door. Again, it's a close-up of the red stain on the door towards the north part of the front hallway.
Let's go P25, please.
This is the front hallway Towards the north part, we've just walked inside the doors that I showed in the prior photograph, and this is the floor of that part of the hallway. And this is the floor in the north part of the front hall. P42, please. This is going to be the bottom of the stairwell. Next to the front hall. This is from further up the stairwell facing down. So this would be the north wall of the stairwell. And this would be victim. Again, this is the bottom of the stairwell next to the front hall. I was towards the top of the stairs. I took the photograph. P44. Again, this is the stairwell next to the front hall, and this is the north wall of the stairwell. Again, the north wall of the stairwell next to the front hall. P46, please. P46. This is another photograph of the bottom of the stairwell leading out into the front hall area, and this is the victim. Again, bottom of the stairwell leading out to the front hall. P47. This is a close-up of the victim's hands and abdomen area while she was lying at the bottom of the stairwell. P51. This is a sofa in the kitchen casual area in the north part of the house at 1810 Cedar Street. And this is the sofa.
And Ms. Powell, when you were taking photographs, at least the ones that you took, the bulk of these, were you doing that on your own initiative, or at times did other persons ask you to take a photograph of certain things?
Yes, I was taking of my own initiative, and then if certain things were pointed out to me, I was instructed to take photographs of certain things at times. And it's the sofa and off of the kitchen, on the casual area there next to the kitchen.
All right, P234.
This is a kitchen cabinet in the southwest part of the kitchen. This is the top cabinet, and then the bottom area there, and that was an oven there. Again, it's a cabinet in the countertops in the southwest part of the kitchen.
P235.
Ms. Black,
Yes, sir.
every comment she makes, she needs to record it.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. Talk real loud.
Okay. This is the top of the stairwell that leads down to the front hallway. And I'm standing at the top of the stairwell and photographing down. Again, standing at the top of the stairwell, lays down to the front hall.
Now, Ms. Powell, on each of the photographs that you took, is a date displayed?
Yes.
All right, and most, if not all of these, display what date?
12/9/01.
Now, if there are any that are dated another day, would those be your photographs?
No.
All right, so is the only date you were taking photographs with your camera December 9, 2001?
That's correct.
Now, upon occasion, is it difficult to see the date in the form of photograph?
Yes.
Why would that be?
Just depending on the lighting or when the negatives come out of the machine, sometimes it's just hard to see.
All right, it's been suggested that at least one photograph does not have a date on it. Take a look, please, at P2A, and then also take a look at P89. First of all, in regards to these photographs, do they appear to be the same photograph that you took?
Yes.
Do you remember taking this actual photograph?
Yes, I do.
Now, would it be fair to say that P89 is the walls are a little bit pinker than P2A?
Yes, there does seem to be a color.
Have you carefully examined these two photographs to determine whether there is in fact a date on these photographs?
Yes.
All right, and is there?
Yes.
All right, before you show this to the jury, please, I'd like you to take an ink pen and circle where the date is on each of the photographs.
The pen's not showing up.
Okay. You can bear down if you want to. Maybe that. Yes. Do that. That's good. So
So I'm gonna do a permanent
They have
marker.
a Sharpie.
Yeah, I think we'll.
Sharp.
Thomas Orange King, his works in this.
Yeah, that did better.
This is going to work, I believe. Do the same with P89, please. All right, now if you would show these two photographs to the jury, that would be P89 and P2A, and tell us which part of the date, if any, you can make out. You know, the walls are sort of like.
Just like my business.
Yes, I'm sorry about that part. Excuse me. All right, now, let's show these two to the jury. First of all, show them the right way, and then show them where you've depicted that the date, at least a portion of the date, is showing up a little bit.
This is a photograph of the top of the stairwell by the front hall, or from the top of the stairwell facing down towards the south wall, the north wall, I apologize, of the stairwell. And the date, as I've circled here, and what I can read on this one says 9:01, and I can make out part of it too in that corner there. And the date is read that way, even though the photograph is up like this.
And Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, after we get finished with all these photographs, with court permission, I was planning on publishing them to the jury so that they may look at them more carefully.
Same with this photograph.
Keep your voice up, ma'am, please.
With this photograph, P89, I can read 9:01 and part of a 1 as well. Again, this photograph sits like this. The date reads this way. Again, here I was standing at the top of the stairwell near the front hall, facing the north wall of the stairwell. And the dates I've circled. Again, I'm standing at the top of the stairwell in the front hall, facing down towards the north wall of the stairwell.
All right, now take a look, please, at P27.
This is a photograph of the front hall at 1810 Cedar Street. I was standing in the kitchen casual area, looking down towards the south of the front hall. And this is the victim here. in that area of the stairwell.
Or wild supplies left, and I'm locked out. I can't get it until the 11th.
Again, this is the front hall facing south. And I'm standing in the kitchen and casual area.
Why did the screen just go black? So what I was thinking was, because I had 3 more eggs to find, that I would just finish it when I went back. So I didn't really forget. But then I got home and I realized next weekend's Easter. Are they even going to still be doing the Easter egg hunt thing? And then I read the fine print. And April 6th is the last day. Or until supplies last. Which, does that mean if they still have more of the prizes, I can go after the 6th and get it? I don't know. But it's just a little solar powered flower. One of those like sun dancer things. But still, I paid $10 to do that stupid Easter egg hunt. So I kind of would like to get my prize because I paid $10. But, oh well. I did get a live stream out of it though, that I had to struggle to keep live because the sun, or maybe not the sun, maybe just the live streaming app that I was using kept making my phone overheat. So I don't know. But it was fun. Except you wouldn't tell me where the egg in Morocco was. No. You can't mail it in. I wish I had someone that lived close to me that went to Disney that could just take it down there and get it for me and bring it back. But I don't have anybody. You know, because there are some people that can afford to have passes that don't have blackout dates. But I am not that person. Although I always say, you don't want to go when the blackout dates are anyways, so it's good. Because the blackout dates are holidays. They're 4th of July, spring break, Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas. There used to be a week in the summer, but I don't even think that's blacked out anymore. But yeah, the blackout dates are times when you don't want to be there anyways because it's too peoply. You didn't give me a good hint. You gave me go towards the lagoon. The lagoon is in the middle of the park. Go towards the lagoon doesn't tell me anything. Well, then you gave me, the next good hint was too late because I had left the area.
P28. Again, this is a photograph of the front hall, the north area of the front hall, and I'm facing south. And again, the stairwell off of the front hall and the victim. Again, this is the north part of the front hall, facing south. You can see the stairwell off of the front hall and the victim. P30 points. These are the steps in the front hallway that lead to the kitchen casual area. And this is the victim in the top of the photo at the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. Again, these are the steps that lead from the front hall area down to the casual kitchen area. The north part of the front hall.
I'm sorry, she's telling you to please keep your voice up. Page 41, please.
This is a close-up shot of the victim. Her head and shoulder area. She was lying at the bottom of the stairwell near the front hall. And this is a close-up of the victim as she was lying at the bottom of the stairwell as it leads to the front hall.
Page 45.
This is a photograph. It's a close-up of the north wall at the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. Again, this is a close-up of the north wall at the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall.
Page 48.
These are steps in the hallway. At the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. Again, these are steps at the bottom of the stairwell, towards the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall.
Page 50.
This is the at the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall, the door frame, and this is a close-up shot of the south wall of the door frame. Again, at the bottom bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. This is the door frame on the south part of the frame. P54, please. This is the kitchen area at 8 to 10 Cedar Street. And I was standing near the sofa that was in the other photograph, and I was facing south. P63. Again, these are steps towards the bottom of the stairwell. The stairwell that leads into the front hall. Again, these are steps towards the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. P64. There's another step towards the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. Again, it's a close-up of one of the steps towards the bottom of the hall, bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall.
Look at P70's photograph. A similar area.
Yes.
Okay. Let's say look at P71. That says step 7.
Step 7 of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. Be closer towards the mid to the top part of the stairwell.
Now, do you have anything to do with the numbering system used on the steps?
No.
While you're showing that, let's show P92. That appears to be a close-up of step 7. Can you prove that?
Yes. I'll start over. This is a close-up of the red stain on step 7. Again, this is step number 7 on the stairwell that leads to the front hall. And this is a close-up of the red stain on steps.
Now take a look at these two, please. P76 and P104. P104 has previously been described as a close-up of step 15, and 76 would be a bigger version of that. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right, let's show those to the jury together, please.
This is going to be step number 15 of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. It's down towards the bottom of the stairwell. And this is a close-up of step 15. Again, this is step 15 of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. And this is a close-up red stain on that step.
Now let's show them P77. They had previously, before you testified, they've seen at least a version of that photograph, but if you could display that for them, please.
This is a close-up of the north wall at the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. Again, this is a close-up of the north wall at the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall.
P78, please.
This is a step towards the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall, step number 16. Again, this is a close-up of step number 16 towards the bottom of the stairwell that leads to the front hall.
P90, please.
This is step number 1, which is at the top of the stairwell that leads to the front hall. And this is the back part of the step. Again, this is the back part of step number 1 at the top of the stairwell that leads down to the front hall.
Let's take a look, please, at P97, 98, 99, and 100. These are all labeled as the west wall. Do you recognize each of these?
Yes.
All right, if you could use these, please, to illustrate your testimony to the jury about the west wall.
And this is going to be the west wall of the stairwell that leads down to the front hall. And I'm going to try to hold these up in each session here.
And P133 appears to be the west wall, too. Check that, please.
Again, it's the west wall of the stairwell that leads down to the front hall. You can see the molding. And this is just next to the door frame that leads to the front hall. Again, this is the west wall of the stairwell that leads down to the front hall. Showing red stain. Different areas.
Let's look at P102 and P105, which depict molding on the right side. Show those two very clear.
Well, yes, west wall.
Say west.
It is the west wall. I recognize it as the west wall. Again, this is the door frame on the side inside the stairwell of the west wall. And that would be the south part of the door frame. And this is a close-up of that same area.
When you say this, can we have an identification for the record, which you didn't talk about?
Yes, when you're pointing to one specific exhibit,
Okay.
you could read the sticker number off, please.
P105 is the shot of the west wall. And south part of the door frame inside the stairwell. And P102 is a close-up of that same area. Again, this is the west wall of the stairwell. P105 is the west wall, and this is the south part of the door frame inside of the.
Okay, I've had all of this I can stand today. I'm gonna write down the timestamp. Or we might just skip all this. I hate to skip stuff because I'm always afraid that we're gonna miss something important. But this is boring. I don't understand why they can't borrow the Elmo that the other team has. Why can't they ask to borrow the Elmo? It's boring. I'm tired of watching it. So I'll be back tomorrow at 9. And I will decide then whether or not we skip all of these pictures. I know. And they get to take it back to the jury room with them. They can say, this is a picture of this. 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 And just go through real quick, and then they can take it back with them. Good Lord, what is Rudolph going to do with this when he gets on cross? Yeah, I changed the time, Marty. Because most of you guys are in an earlier time zone than me. Earlier? Later? I don't know. But you're not in my time zone. Most of you. And that's really early for me. 8 is early for me. Because I'm lazy. Exactly. It's ridiculous. The thoroughness and Rudolph asking the same question 3 or 4 different ways, every witness. Yeah, Jill's an hour earlier. Wiggles and Nichelle are like 3 hours earlier. So, and then I get to sleep an extra hour. So I changed it to 9. So I see you guys at 9, my time. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great evening. Love you.